such sights to show you. I have pain. Far with crown, I with Kennybug.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Hun, Your Geek is Showing Season 3, starring, of course, myself, Miss Violet Impulse, and as always, my wonderful co-host, the Random Man, Guy Jessup Braithwaite.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
How have you been?
I have been busier than a dog with two dicks.
They're not very busy then.
No. Fuck
Because
all.
neither of them
No.
are.
I've been lost in music. Got in a trap. No turning back.
Oh,
Lost
yeah.
in music. So yeah, I've been a busy old boy over the break. Bless me. Doing gigs and helping people out. Because
It
I'm not.
sounds like you've had a good time. You watched anything good during the break time we had?
Yeah, what have I watched? Actually, it's not very geeky. It's time for a confession, folks. JB's confessions. Just recently, over the last couple of days, I've been watching And Just Like That over on Sky Comedy, which is the continuation of Sex in the City.
Oh.
Now, I know it's not very geeky. I'm sorry. Don't worry, folks. We'll get to the geeky stuff. Don't panic.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
You know, I'm putting the tip in it, just the tip. Yes, it's stupid to that level.
Oh, you can tell we're back.
Yes, you can.
You
But yeah,
already.
yeah, it's all my wife's fault. I mean, because I'm not a Sex and the City fan, but she wanted to watch it, so you know.
You
Sometimes
figured why the hell not? Why not?
You gotta give a little to get a little.
Exactly. Relationships are about compromise.
Mm.
Well, so they say, that coming from the singleton in the corner. Moving swiftly on.
But
Right there for me. Look at that.
yeah. But yeah, apart from that, I've been watching more usual geeky stuff. I've actually just been on a well, me and the wife have just been on the Terminator film, so we did the Terminator film.
Yes, we do need to cover that as a franchise during maybe this season.
Maybe, could be.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
And what have you been watching?
Well, to be honest, much like you, during the break, I've been really, 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 really busy. I've been working on some new masks, as you can see over here in the corner, the green one.
Oh, they are lovely.
Yes, I'm putting those up for sale soon. Had to do some tweaking and fixing here and there, but they're going up for sale very, very soon. Other than that, your girl over here has been busy working on her own book.
Oh, do tell.
Oh, this is a complicated thing to explain. It kind of mixes a lot of genres. There's a little bit of detective work going on in the middle of the book. There's some really kind of hard horror.
I thought you were going to say pornography then.
Well, I mean, there is a scene with some chains, but I can't discuss that on YouTube.
Oh, check Miss Violet out on TikTok if you want some hardcore porn. That's a plug for you.
Thinking of, and I'm not on there either. Not yet. But no, to explain the book, it's called The Twisted Sisters, and it's an apocalyptic tale, but it's told from the quote-unquote monster's perspective. There is a prequel novel currently that is available if people want to read it. I am happy to email out links and things like that if people want to read it.
I recommend it.
It's called The Twisted Origins, and that basically tells the story of how the sisters came to be what they are. And it's at the moment it's roughly going to be a 3-book series. It's got Twisted Origins, The Twisted Sisters, and then Ashwood Asylum, which if anybody follows me on TikTok or anything like that knows that the Ashwood Asylum thing is at the end of all of my CapCut videos that are related to that. So for those who know, you already know what I'm talking about. But show-wise, one of my friends got me into a show called Archer.
Oh yeah, I've heard of this. Is this an animation?
It is an animation. It's an adult animation. I will point that out.
Mm.
And I've watched 12 out of 13 seasons now over the past 2 months. Yeah. Each episode's about, I think it's about half an hour long, maybe 45 minutes, some of them. And it's basically a parody of the spy genre. At least
Mm.
that's how it starts out.
Yeah.
You've got Sterling Archer, who is the best spy in the world, apparently, the world's greatest spy. And as you're watching it, you come to realize that this guy's actually a massive dickhead. But as
Mm.
as it progresses, you fall in love with him because he's a dickhead.
Mm.
While talking with my friend who kind of got me into the show, we were talking about it one night. I said, the one thing that I think is really, really good about it, for anyone who's not watched it, maybe this is something you want to check out. But the one thing I really love about some of the comedy in it is it will poke fun at a stereotype,
Mm.
but within the same joke, it's actually subverting the joke,
Yeah.
making about that stereotype. And it's like, shit, I didn't see that coming. And it's
Mm.
funny for that reason. Like, it subverts your expectation of this when it's poking fun at a stereotype. Like, even the character will be like, oh, well, shit, I didn't know that. I'm so sorry. You know what I mean? He actually apologizes for, like, making the comment. And it's like, oh, wow. So I recommend that.
Cool. Cool.
What else? Go on.
No, I said cool.
Cool. And other than that, I watched Dark Tourist, which has kind of opened the door to some other things I may be taking a look into in the future as part of Miss Violet's Underworld. Maybe once I've got hold of my passport. Yeah, there's some stuff I'm like, ooh, I might go on that.
Like I said, folks, TikTok, Violet.
TikTok at Miss Violet on Impulse, all one word.
Hardcore porn. Yeah.
I keep telling you.
Oh, and tonight's show is sponsored by wine, as usual.
And root beer for me.
Oh, I love root beer.
49p Audi, get yourself some.
Oh, fucking well. Nice. Oh, I'm old enough to remember when McDonald's had root beer.
Oh, yes. But moving swiftly on.
Yeah, yes.
Quick little catch up for everybody here. Catching up with us in season 3. We have been out for about 2 months.
Something like, yeah.
Feels longer.
Oh, did you miss me, dear?
Yeah, as much as I miss syphilis.
Well, something.
Exactly. Because, both of them drive you crazy. Look at that smile, everyone. Look, just look at that grin.
It's a proper shit-eating grin.
You just need a H in your forehead with that fucking look just then.
Oh, yes.
You look like Rimmer. I'm not saying that you're not a Rimmer, but...
Oh, no Rimmer.
That's your cosplay character. You are now the cosplay of Arnold J. fucking Rimmer.
No, my hair's not curly enough.
Fuck it, go for it. Anyway, we're trying to be a little bit topical and a little bit serious here for once.
Yeah.
We talk a little bit of news, and
yes.
Guy, you want to talk about the current writer's strike that is?
Yeah, but it's still ongoing. Let's hope it doesn't last, because last time we had a Writers Guild strike, we ended up with Quantum Solace. So, but no, fair play to them. I get why they're striking. It's very understandable sort of point. They need to get more money. There's not enough money in the streamings. They're not getting things. Everything's coming up in price. The cost of living crisis is a worldwide thing.
Oh, yeah.
And they want a little bit more.
Yeah.
I don't think it's much to ask. Plus the fact they're also worried about AI and things like ChatGPT writing for them in the future. And
when you mentioned about all this writer strike and everything, that's pretty much the only bit I've really heard about it, is that I can't remember which film it was, but there was an intro to a film recently that was written by an AI.
Yeah, this is the thing.
And not to get all apocalyptic on everybody here, but this is kind of how it starts, where machines start taking the jobs of people.
Mm,
If we're now getting robots, or I think robots, AI that can write a script and take a job out of a human
yeah.
right hands, I'm sorry, but we're crossing the line we shouldn't be crossing.
Mm. Yeah, this is happening in education. A lot of people are using it to
Oh yeah.
like theses and stuff because all you can just feed in all the stuff,
And it generates it, yeah.
yeah, and it'll read it and it'll generate its own. Boom.
Yeah.
So you could have detective stories or geek stuff or whatever. It doesn't matter the genre. It's just
Yeah, it's just gonna crank out pulp.
yeah,
So yeah,
don't
I get why
need
it's a big
pulp.
thing.
So but there is the good news. I think the Screen Actors Guild have been given the option if they want to go out on strike as well, they can.
Yeah,
What we need is for the Directors Guild to go on strike
yeah,
because if you got stuff already written, you can make a thing.
yeah,
If your actors are on strike, you can still make a thing. But if your directors are on strike, you
yeah.
can't make shit.
Standstill. Yeah, it's at a standstill.
Mm,
So yeah, I get what they do. They need there's strikes about pay disputes all over the world for different things. I mean, we have
mm,
in the UK with like the NHS and things like that,
yeah,
rail
the
system,
teachers.
teachers, yeah, rail system, teachers. There's strikes for everything, and we get it.
Mm,
Like you brought up earlier, the cost of living crisis.
yeah.
Unfortunately, I think I don't want to. This is maybe a topic of subject for another episode,
Mm,
but I personally feel right now that with the cost of living crisis, the cinema globally
mm.
dying a death because
God, yeah.
nobody wants to spend £15 for one ticket.
Well,
Right?
it's more than that in some places.
Exactly. At some places it's more than, but nobody wants to spend that much money to go and watch a film once when you could wait. Not even 6 months sometimes. I mean, I just
Mm.
recently watched Ant-Man Quantum Mania. I'll get into that
Yeah, I saw that.
later. But I'm not going to pay personally. I'm not going to pay that much to go and watch it in the cinema when I know that my Disney Plus subscription, which is £7 a month,
Mm,
a few months down the line, sometimes about 3 months after it's come out in the cinema, it's on Disney Plus,
yeah.
right? I'd rather wait the 3 months and avoid the spoilers and then watch it at home.
Mm,
Because that 15 quid that I'm spending at the cinema or more if I'm taking my daughter with me is a week's worth of food.
yeah.
I'd rather eat for a week and watch it at home and watch it multiple times.
Mm,
So
most definitely.
again, that could be a
That's
topic for
gonna
another day.
that's gonna feed into our topic for tonight.
Yes, it will slightly.
So
Yeah.
keep your powder dry on that one, dear.
Yes, yes. Right now we have to get a little bit serious for a moment here, everybody. News broke very, very recently. I think it was over the last week that
Mm,
the missing actor Julian Sands, who famously played the Warlock in the film Warlock,
he
against
was also in Arachnophobia.
he was in Arachnophobia as well. Yes, I remember him more from the Warlock though because I saw that
Mm.
first. I saw that before Arachnophobia.
I'm the opposite.
Yeah. See, so it's again we've talked about this before in other episodes, but when you first see an actor that leaves an impression on you, you remember him from that
Yeah,
first thing rather than
definitely.
anything else. So
Mm. Oh, it's him or her from.
yeah, exactly, exactly. It's the first thing you've seen that sparks your brain.
Mm.
But yeah, he was when he was reported missing. I think back in was it 2019? I think.
Yes, late 2019.
Yeah. In the Los Angeles hills,
Mm.
and his remains have recently been found and confirmed to be him.
Yeah, was a lot of wild cats out there.
Yeah, we're not going to throw speculation about that's not our place here. We're
No.
letting people know that this tragic event has happened. There's no speculation on our end about what has happened. It's a tragic event. He
Mm.
was an amazing actor.
Oh,
I
God, yeah.
saw him in Warlock, and every time now when I think of that film, I hear his voice, I see his face.
Mm.
Even if they remade it, I would still think of him.
Yeah, he was
So
brilliant. He had that great accent.
He was the quintessential. He had that voice that for me was the quintessential British bad guy.
God, yeah.
You know, everything he said had an almost evil kind of
All those RADA vowels.
yeah. You know, I loved the way he talked in the film. But yes, Julian Sands, rest in peace. We love you,
Yeah.
miss you.
Pour one out. Cheers.
Right then, that leads us on very nicely to the subject of this week's wonderful episode. And we are,
Bear with me a
of
sec.
course, he's readjusting his sack, everybody. You've seen it live on camera.
Cushion.
Yeah, you need a
Hello.
big cushion. Super random.
Next Superman, right here, folks.
Anyway, moving on. The theme of this week's episode is, of course, are films and TV shows getting a little bit too long for their own good?
Yes. That is the subject.
Yes. And this kind of came about sort of in a weird roundabout way. I recently did an episode on Miss Violet's Underworld of the Evil Dead franchise.
Yes.
And I kept bringing up how the fact that each film was around 90 minutes to, you know, that kind of mark. And I was talking recently with a friend and I said, I find it very strange that I'm having to now point out that these movies are that short.
Yeah.
Because movies and shows now are so long. And it's much like me being a practical effects fan. It's pointing out in older films, this is all practical effects. None of this is CGI. It's almost like a 90-minute movie is now, oh, you can't do that. It's too short. It's too short. You can't tell a decent story in that length of time. That's the mentality I feel that Hollywood has at the minute.
Yeah, I think it's the wrong mentality to have.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for me, go on. You're going to say something?
I was going to say, look, don't get me wrong. I fucking love content. We all love content.
Yeah.
But I can't sit in a cinema for that long anymore. My back won't allow it. I'm getting older, folks, and I have issues with my back and my knees. I just can't sit in a cinema seat for 2.5, 3 hours. Just, I can't do it.
See, for me though, it's not even cinema. I think it's sometimes even like when it comes to you get it on home release, whether it's through a streaming service, Blu-ray, DVD, your chosen format of collection, whatever. I think, and Tony Harris, shout out to Retro Movie Zone and Tony Harris here. But
yo, Tony.
He mentioned on one of his videos after watching Miss Violet's Underworld that that was quite right, that movies do seem to be a little bit too long these days compared to how they used to be. And that's kind of what sparked this whole thing tonight. It's very much like, yeah, I think that I'm going to use Ant-Man and the Wasp as a perfect example of this right now. I will say right here and now, before everybody jumps at me in the comments, I enjoyed it.
So did I.
But, and this is a big but, much like myself. I felt that it was way too long. I felt that the first half an hour to 45 minutes of it was almost just one continuous exposition dump. It was like you had the voiceover of Scott saying, "This is what I've been up to, and this is what Hope's been up to, and this is what this guy." It was literally like exposition dump, a thon of like catching you up to speed with what everyone's been doing. And I watched The Void last night, and this to me was an expert in telling a good movie. It never fucking explained anything.
No.
Right? Things happen, and you get little clues of information along the way, but it never spelled out exactly what was going on, right? I would have much preferred that beginning bit of Ant-Man to be a little bit shorter and literally be like them all having sat around the family dinner scene they have with the bit of pizza. I did like that, with the pizza's like this big, and then they stab it and it goes like that.
Yeah.
Back to the Future 2 vibes.
Yeah.
I saw that and I was like, that is very Back to the Future. Excuse me, everybody.
No.
But I just felt that if it'd been just the dinner table scene and they'd been like, oh, Hope, so how's it going with this? Or how's it going with that? And they give you a quick, oh, yeah, well, we're sorting this, this, and this for this.
Mm.
It would have shortened the exposition down and it would have just left that little bit of mystery of like, oh, so they've been off doing a tech thing for helping the world after, the events of
After the
Endgame.
blip.
Fair enough, we get it. We didn't need that half an hour fucking montage. We didn't.
No.
And I just
No,
felt it
it's
was too long. I had to watch it in two halves. I could not sit through it in one go.
yeah. See, this is a problem I have because obviously, yeah, with my comments, yeah, I'm not going to cinema much.
Yeah, yeah,
It takes something major to get me out there.
yeah,
Plus, the fact I've got a fucking great big telly.
yeah.
It's huge.
Practically like a cinema at home anyway.
Yeah, it is pretty much, and it's a cinema that I can pause so I can go and have a smoke and a piss and a refill.
Yeah, exactly,
I
exactly.
can't do that at the cinema, but it's just yeah. I've got a limited time at night to watch things because obviously I've got to get up early in the morning because I go to work,
Yeah,
do a fucking job, and woe is me. But this is the thing. I can't watch a movie in one go anymore.
yeah,
I
yeah.
used to be able to watch a movie in one go.
That's kind of where I was getting to with this because
Mm.
again, for covering the Evil Dead episode that I did, I sat and watched through each film. That was my plan. It's like one day I'll just sit down, put a whole day aside, watch all of them.
Nice.
And I don't know whether it was like I've kind of been hardwired to think that films are longer than they actually are due to films being so fucking long nowadays. But I got through the first three in one afternoon.
See?
And I was like, if I tried that now with like the Marvel films, again, I'm pointing lots of fingers at Marvel for this one because they're
Well, it's not just Marvel.
no, it's not just Marvel, but the MCU being as big as it is and as many films as it is, it's kind of the biggest culprit of it, really. Unfortunately.
Which has sparked everyone else.
Yeah. But if you wanted to watch the Marvel Cinematic Universe, you could not get through three in an afternoon. If
Oh, God.
the film is like 2-3 hours long,
Mm.
you could watch one, maybe one and a half.
Yeah.
Whereas with the Evil Dead, I nearly got through the entire franchise, and that made me look back at things like Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween, right? All these franchises that are up to 12 films deep, the vast majority of them, hour and a half, hour 45 minutes. And okay, I get it. Back in the 80s, 90s, maybe going a little bit further back with films like Planet of the Apes, which famously has a running time of 112 minutes. That for its day was considered a long film.
Yeah.
And a lot of the epics from back then, Ben-Hur and things like that, they were, quite long films for their time, but they were the exception. They weren't the rule.
Yeah. Fiddler on the Roof.
Yeah. And I feel now that Hollywood in general has got to the point now where the rule is if it's not 2 hours, people aren't going to watch it.
Yeah.
And sort of the same with TV shows. And I hate to do this because I love this show so much, but season 4 of Stranger Things, one episode was 2.5 hours long. And I'm like,
What?
Yeah. One episode is 2.5 hours long.
Fuck me.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's a TV show that's got a 2.5 hour episode in it. It's not the season 4 was really weird because not every episode was the same length of time. Some of them were about an hour to an hour and a half.
So is season 4 Kate Bush or is season 4 Metallica?
It's both. It's Kate Bush and Metallica in season 4.
Oh, fuck Christ. Okay.
Yeah.
It's the only way I can keep track of it.
But yeah, as much like I said, as much as I love Stranger Things, it really is guilty of that it's an episode that's and I'm not the only one who thinks it. When it was first announced before the show aired, it was announced how long each episode was going to be, and some people were in uproar about it. I can't sit and watch it for that long. My ADHD won't let me watch it. I can't sit still for that long. Oh, I've got back problems. I can't sit down for that long. Blah blah
I can
blah. It's
relate.
like you've got the option to pause it. Like
Mm,
it was the internet being the internet. Unfortunately, the bit I was looking at, like
yeah.
you've got a pause button. Netflix, literally, if you exit out of the show, it will take you back to right where you left off.
Mm,
There are options, but still, if you're trying to do a series run, you're trying to binge it all in one go, like I
yeah.
sometimes do for this show. You get to season 4, and it feels like a slog at times, and it shouldn't because it's an enjoyable ride.
Yeah.
But watching it in one go is exhausting. So I think Hollywood in general needs to scale back a little bit.
Yeah, because let's face it, I'll give you an example. Cobra Kai. They're like 20 minutes an episode. Boom, bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, get
Nice,
points across and you follow the
easy.
story perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So what's wrong with that?
But yeah, I totally get it. I think this is kind of a fundamental flaw with Hollywood, and it kind of ties into what you were saying earlier about the writer's strike and everything, that they're
Mm,
not being paid enough. I think it's because they're being overworked
yeah,
with films and shows that are so long. They have to put in so many hours to meet these deadlines when these things are so goddamn long.
mm,
And the budgets, it affects the budget of the film. The longer the film, the longer, again, pointing at Marvel for this one, the more CGI that they need for it, the more the budget's going to balloon for it.
yeah,
You go back to the early days of the MCU with like the first Iron Man film and the first Thor film.
mm,
They weren't 2 hour bloody epics.
no,
They were nice. They told a good fucking story and they got the point
yeah.
across. And they kept the CGI to a minimum.
And I got some fan service.
Yeah, and they got a hell of a lot of fan service in.
Mm,
But then you get to the latest film, Ant-Man, and it's CGI, the majority of it. And unfortunately, spoiler warning for everyone here,
yeah, yeah.
MODOK,
Oh,
the first time I saw the CGI on that, I laughed
yeah.
at
Because
how bad it was.
what the fuck is that? I mean, I don't know if they're doing it bad purposefully to be ironic.
I was going to say, I've heard
Or
rumors.
what?
I've heard rumors out on the older interwebs.
Mm,
The reason why if you look at the MCU as it's gone further and further along, and the CGI has kind of gone like this along with it,
yeah,
is because the CGI departments are having to put in more and more work because they're having more and more CGI shots.
mm,
So they're getting treated like crap by the upper management to get these things done. So they're putting in as little effort as possible and saying, "Oh yeah, that's done. It's fixed. It's passable."
mm,
And then you get to Ant-Man, and it kind of backs those rumors up that they are half-arsing it because they're done.
yeah,
Like the writers on strike, they feel that they're being taken advantage of because they're highly skilled at what they do. All the computer
yeah,
program goes into it, and they're being treated like fucking call center office workers.
yeah.
Oh,
This
number
is the thing.
37, you're not meeting your deadlines, kind of thing. So I get
It's
it.
not just that, it's also lack of money on residuals that you used to get when television was television instead of streamers.
Yeah, and as much as I love streaming services, I do think people need to kind of. How's the best way I can diplomatically put this?
Well, we never diplomatically put anything, so you might as well not bother.
Well, you know what? Fuck it, right? I'm just going to say it as I see it.
Oh, sorry, folks.
Hendrix, our roving reporter from the field. Hey, Hendrix, how you doing?
Oh boy.
Right.
Sorry, folks. My pussy.
Yep, guy's got his pussy out again.
Yep.
There he is. Look. Yeah, okay, I'm just going to say it. I think when it comes to streaming services, I think you don't have to fucking have them all. Because if you're paying out to every streaming service, all of them are earning money, right? But they're not creating enough content to keep you hooked on all of them.
Mm.
I have found this myself very, very recently. Up until my daughter suggested we watch Ant-Man and Quantumania, I had not even touched my app on my PlayStation for my Disney Plus account since Christmas,
Ooh.
right? I kept paying for it.
Mm.
I was like, oh, well, the Marvel stuff, I want to keep access to the films and stuff that I don't have, and the shows like The Wonderful
Just the War of the
X-Men
Stars.
and Gargoyles and all that kind of shit. I wanted to
Mm.
keep it for that specific reason. And then going back and watching Ant-Man, I'm like, why am I paying for this again? But Netflix, there is a lot more, not just new stuff, but their back catalogue of stuff
Mm.
that I'm watching more often. And I'm like, do I cancel my Disney Plus subscription because I'm literally at this point in time only keeping hold of it for the Marvel stuff, the cartoons and the films,
Mm.
shows? Because I enjoy the Marvel, the MCU. I complain about it a lot. I complain about a lot of the shit that goes on in it.
Well, we
But
all complain about it.
exactly, but we're still fans. We're still watching it. We're still hooked. But is that enough for £7 a month?
I think so, yes, because there is the other stuff as well.
Yeah, I know.
There's
But
all
if
the sort of stars, sort of things, and
yeah, so swings and roundabouts. But I do think
yeah.
if you want a streaming service to succeed, it should be one that you watch, use, and prefer, and
Mm.
watching more and more shows on. If you're watching more of that one, then cancel the other ones off because then you can pay for the premium stuff. Because I know Netflix is on about doing a premium account thing. There's a whole thing about adverts going on in all these streaming services and shit
Mm.
now. Like they bring out a free version, but you've got adverts in it, and you can pay for.
Yeah.
I don't know, but if I wanted to pay more, like I'm currently doing, like some of my game streaming services, I'm paying a little bit more to get a little bit more out of it because I'm doing more gaming again.
Mm.
Then yeah. Sorry, we're going off on proper fucking tangents here. We're talking
We
about
are, yeah, sorry,
way
tangents a
too
bit.
fucking long. That was a tangent and a half. But back to
Mm.
my original point, I think that they need to make films a little bit shorter and focus more on telling a good story, not just an exposition dump filled CGI bullshit fest.
Yeah.
Like, as much as I enjoyed Ant-Man and Wasp, I cannot excuse the CGI. And the first 45 minutes, I sat there and I was like,
Yeah.
okay.
I think they need to be definitely more judicious in the editing bay.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. A lot of the jokes I felt in the early part of Ant-Man and the Wasp just didn't land.
Well, they were kind of forced.
Yeah, like it was almost like if they got any more like on the edge, they would have been like wink, wink, nudge, nudge at the camera kind of thing.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
I just didn't enjoy that. But again, I felt it was too long, and I've thought that about quite a few films just recently that I've watched. I'm like,
Yeah.
it was good, but the new Hellraiser, as much as I love it, well, we'll get to that one in a later episode. The new Hellraiser,
Mm.
its own fucking episode. As much as I loved it, I did feel that it was the beginning bit was stretched out just a little too far, and the ending. I mean, by the ending, I mean the very, very ending was just a little bit too long.
Yeah.
But overall, I enjoyed it. But most of the films I'm sat watching going, we just get to the next. Like we don't need to see them doing this.
Mm.
Like them having a wash or a shave or something. It's like, what are we supposed to put ourselves in the character's shoes and
Yeah.
what are they thinking? Like get in their thought. But no, unless there's a voiceover, like a film noir style, and it's telling you their inner monologue,
Mm.
maybe. But just a lot of films now, I personally think are too long.
Well, it is the equivalent of it's like, will you hurry up and come so I can have a smoke and go to sleep?
Yeah, yeah. It's that long ride into Bethlehem before you can go to bed.
Mm.
But no, I mean, you go back to the 80s and 90s again. I keep talking about Evil Dead and all that kind of
Mm.
shit.
Well, it's not just that though, is it? I mean, it's Terminator 2. It's a fucking epic, and you can just bang it through. I mean, I've just gone through the Terminator series again, as we
Yeah,
said.
yeah.
But it's there. I'm sorry, Terminator, Terminator 2, Terminator 3.
Yeah, you look at how many, you look out through history, you look how many of the great classic films as well that were sometimes barely over an hour.
Yeah.
You know, great horror classics. A lot of the Universal monster movies,
Hmm.
you know, they are seen as icons of cinema.
Do you remember when you could have a night out, you could go watch a film at the cinema, and still have time to go into town and have a few fucking drinks as well?
Yes, I do remember there back in the day on a Tuesday, we had a college film group
Hmm.
and we'd meet up at the cinema about 8 o'clock,
Yeah.
watch a film, and 9 times out of 10, we were in the pub by 10 o'clock. And
Exactly.
that's with previews.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? The previews
Yeah.
back in the day took an extra 20 minutes of your viewing time.
Yeah.
You know, back then,
Now they take an extra 40 minutes.
like people in Hollywood saying, "Oh, you know, you can't tell a good story in that short a time." I,
Yes, you fucking
I
can.
beg to differ. You look at just some of the older horror franchises, even just from the
Hmm.
1980s. You know, Nightmare on Elm Street. A lot of them were.
Yeah. Hour and a half. Bang, you done.
Um, my friend the Lee, who we had on the show before the other night,
Oh,
he
Leo.
pointed
Yeah.
out The Crow is one of his all-time favorite films. And
Oh, it's
I
great.
grabbed, as soon as he said it, I grabbed my DVD case because he asked what we were covering on tonight's
Hmm.
episode. I literally grabbed my Crow DVD, flipped it over at the back, running time 97 minutes.
Yeah.
And I was like, that film grips you from start to fucking end.
Oh, God, yeah, it does.
You know, it's fast paced, it's balls to the walls fucking action, and it tells a very, very tragic story,
Hmm.
which I think again we need to do an episode on the Crow.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That definitely needs to be done, you
But
know.
just The Crow, none of the sequels. Sorry.
Why City of Angels I liked for different reasons. I will say that I don't like it as much as the first one, but if you take City of Angels on its own merits for its
Hmm.
time, it was good. It was good.
Hmm.
It's one of those divisive things. It's one of those times where we're going to argue, everybody.
Hendrix says no.
I've never listened to a pussy in my life, and I'm not going to start now.
I heard that.
But right, I think that's pretty much about all.
Yeah. So pretty much,
Sorry.
folks, the conclusion of this shit is that, yeah. Jesus Christ, Hollywood.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for I
Yeah,
can
like
do
I
a
said.
3 hour movie at home. I can bear a
Hmm.
3 hour movie at
God, yeah.
home. But, and this is a big but, I keep saying that a lot.
It's a proper Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah, it's a Jennifer Lopez size, but it has to be an entertaining 3 hours.
Yes.
Like
God's sake.
Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice, the extended cut.
Hmm.
Fuck. By the time I got to the end of that film,
Hmm.
I was pissed off because of how long it had been.
Yeah.
I was tired. I
Hmm.
needed a smoke.
Hmm.
And my God, I have not watched that film since for that reason because it's not an entertaining. There's moments, there's moments that I was like, oh wow, okay. But the rest
Yeah,
of
I mean,
get on with it. I'm gonna
yeah.
bored
It's
them.
like okay, all our super geeky listeners, you're not going to like me for this, but I'm going to tell you because it's the fucking truth. I have not watched the Snyder Cut.
Oh, of
Uh,
Justice League.
yeah, I've not
I've
watched
not
the
watched
Snyder
it
Cut
either. I mean,
because it's too fucking long. I'm sorry,
yeah,
it's too fucking long. I ain't got time.
I'm split with that film because as much as I want to see it, because I have seen the officially released cut of
Yeah,
Justice,
so I've seen
and
the
that's really
yeah
all I can say on the film. I've seen it. That's all I can say
yeah
on it. I've seen it.
MEH spells meh.
Yeah, and I would like to see the Snyder cut just to see how
Mm,
it should have been. And I've heard that it is a really good watch.
yeah.
But like you just said,
I haven't got time.
it's too long. Yeah, I mean, between writing my book, making these
Mm.
videos here on YouTube, sorry, my lighting is it's getting darker, so I'm gonna have to put my light on. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh, put your light on. There she is.
Backlit for once.
Woo.
Woohoo, getting
There
back.
she is, folks, in all her glory.
Um, what was I saying? Yeah,
Snyder Cut.
yeah, it just sounds like too long. It's too long.
Yeah.
You know, when I'm working on my videos, my books, doing this, editing, doing all the things that I do not have time to sit and watch a film that long
Yeah, this is the thing.
in one sitting. No, 2 or 3
Mm.
springs into my head.
Fuck's sake, Violet, we're fucking parents, for God's sake.
That too. And speaking of that, I do remember when I was with my ex-partner, who was a big Lord of the Rings fan, had the extended cuts.
Mm.
And this is no word of a lie, right?
Oof.
When we were watching them, we actually watched them an hour per night. So it would take us nearly a week to get through one film. And that's what I'm saying. I think Lord of the Rings was the big turning point for
Yeah.
it has to be that long.
Jackson.
Gandalf.
I've not bothered because A, it's not my bag. B, too fucking long.
Exactly my point. So we're not saying every film that's long is shit. We're just saying that the shit ones tend to be the long ones.
This is just an opinion, folks. You don't have to
this
take
is
this
just
as the gospel.
our personal preferences. You know, we are of a slightly older generation, and we remember a time where a good film with a great story could be told in under 2 hours, and we appreciated it for what it is.
Yeah.
Saying that, I think another big point here is that I think with films now being longer, there's more for people to complain about.
Yeah.
That's the big problem as well. Back then when films were shorter,
oh shit, yeah,
so quick you couldn't complain about, oh, it was paced a bit this or a bit that. You know, that was not a point. Whereas now, when you've got, I don't know, let's begin. That intro, that first bit, it just drags on too long. If it was shorter, it would have worked better. Just my personal opinion.
Yeah.
But on that toxic bombshell that we just dropped, the fucking fandoms are going to hate us. Like, oh, I hate the MCU because it's too long. I'm not the only one who thinks that.
Violet and Guy are cunts.
Don't listen to that Violet Impulse, bitch. Oh, she wears a mask, all weirdo. Oh, fuck you. Anyway, don't like it, don't watch. Bye.
Yeah, exactly.
But yes, okay then. So, seeing as this is the start of the season 3, we are currently still on our fortnightly schedule, aren't we?
I believe so.
I think we are for the time being anyway. We're on our fortnightly I can't say the word. Schedule. Schedule.
Schedule. You have to work on your BBC voice, dear.
Yes. Anyway.
It's 9 o'clock on BBC Two, and now it's time for Pat Coombs in Cunt. Only lasted one series. I'm in Runcorn tonight. It's full of cunts.
Nothing new there then. Sounds very much like jab, gotta get one in there every episode. But anyway, I have been your demon queen, Miss Violet Impulse. Remember, if you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get sadistic. He, as always, has been
Random JB.
a random man, Jay.
If you
Jay
can't
gets
be
a
good,
great weight.
be random.
Yes. If you can't be good, be as random as possible. We're all a little.
Works for me.
Yeah. Anyway, see you next episode, guys.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Peace.
To show you. I am pain. But with crown I weep anybody.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Well, here we are again, ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from nowhere in particular. We are Hun Geeky Showing, and we are back with me tonight as ever, residing currently in a nice part of hell, no chavs, plenty of pineapple trees. It is, of course, the Queen of Mean, the mum rat to my lino. Here's Miss Violet Impulse.
Thank you. I'm old and decrepit. Cheers.
I was thinking more ancient spirits of evil, but okay.
Well, I got you on
That's
that
where you
one
wanna
as
go.
well. At first, it's one of those double meaning things, you know. It's like you take it one way, it's like, oh yeah, thank you. Wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah.
The minute you think about it, like, oh,
Yeah.
but yes.
And with you as usual is myself, the random fat.
Oh yes.
Hello,
Man,
hello, hello. Thanks for coming out. I don't know why I'm going into Nixon there for some reason, but okay, whatever. So tonight we are going to talk about Twisted Metal. Hooray! Both the game and the upcoming series. But before we do that,
Yes.
I want to give out a quick shout out to friend of the podcast, and I know we mentioned him both most weeks, but Tony Harris, bless him, he's been having a bit of a wibble, and just wanted to say on here publicly, keep going, mate. You're fucking sound. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Chill.
If we can keep going, you can keep going. Trust
Yes.
me on that one, honey.
And if Ancient Evil One says it, you know it's right.
Exactly. If you've got the forces of darkness on your side, you can conquer anything.
Too right. Said Russell Harty. No, maybe you didn't.
Anyway, moving on.
Yes. So, what have you been watching this week, mate?
This week I've been catching up with Secret Invasion.
Oh, nice.
Yes. It was one of the shows where I will confess I have a little bit of Marvel fatigue. I will admit this. And I liked Moon Knight. I didn't love Moon Knight. I liked it. I liked the premise. I liked the idea, and I liked the setup for the next season, if there is one. She-Hulk, for me, started quite strong and just went off a cliff in a flaming car carrying a boulder, and yeah, it went off the fucking. My kitten is playing in the background. Everybody, we have a new co-host. Say hello, Gizmo.
Hello, Gizmo.
So if you hear noises, it's the kitten.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
The first time your pussy's got us into trouble.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time, no. But yeah, so I decided to give Secret Invasion a try after the disaster that I feel that Quantum Mania was. I was like, you know what? For me, this was kind of the make or break for the going forward with Marvel. It's like, if this is crap as well, I'm kind of done with it. Pleasantly surprised, very pleasantly surprised.
That's a bold statement.
Yeah, it really is. And I think it's just because this is no fault to Marvel or Disney in any kind of way, but I just feel that with the pandemic and everything and the workarounds that we had to do to be able to film some of these films and some of the innovative things they did, Thor Ragnarok, I'm looking at you with these 3D sets. Like just the quality of the script and the stories kind of went like this, and it became more about the spectacle and the CGI and what you can see on the screen and how many different color palettes they can use. It became more about what you were seeing and not what was being told. Whereas Secret Invasion for me has brought it back to how it was in the early days of the MCU, where there's a good story, good amount of CGI, a good amount of action, and CGI is used as sparingly as possible.
Yeah.
And that's why I like it. I think if this is what they're going to do moving forward, great. If this is a one-off and it goes back to the flashy, over-the-top CGI bullshit, that's my cut-off point. Controversial point it may be. Have a go at me in the comments all you like, viewers. That's just my personal opinion.
No, I'm enjoying it, but it's spy stuff. I've always loved spy shit.
Yeah.
And I think we need a bit of that, really. We need a bit of down to earth, spy shit.
Yeah, and that kind of ties in with my thoughts with the MCU. I think the scope's got so big, and
Mm,
like you just said, we needed something that was back down to earth, back down to a guy doing his thing, like it was in the first Iron Man film. Before all the Avengers,
yeah.
it was just Tony Stark being Iron Man. Thor, it was Thor being Thor.
Mm,
I mean, it was simpler back then, and I think that's what we've needed. Not a reboot or a hard reset or anything like that. Just a
yeah.
course correction of this is how we started. This is how we got where we are. Let's go back to that. Remember your roots.
Yeah. Nice. Nice. I've got good feelings for it going
Same,
forward.
same. I'm hooked. I am hooked on this one. Like
Mm,
at the end of each episode, I'm like,
bring it up.
Marvel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've been watching Star Trek Strange New Worlds over on Paramount,
Ooh, any
which,
good?
yes, it really is. It's a great series. I can thoroughly recommend it. It's on its third. Are we on the third series? Thank you. The adjudicator has spoken. We're
Third
on
season.
third
I
series.
thought it was third season. My friend
Yeah.
watched it and they were talking about it while I was in the room and I was just like,
Mm.
oh, I'm not a Trekkie.
Well, no, but I am. But no, it's really worth a look if you're into that sort of thing. I
Mhm.
mean, I also watched while we're on break. I also watched Picard's season 3, which is just I can't say enough good things about it. It's just every fanboy's fucking wank off it.
I have heard that about Picard, and this is kind of the one backpedaling on what I said a minute ago.
Mm.
Not a Trekkie, but I did watch Voyager from start to finish because it's a topic for another episode. Quick story is I felt that Voyager had more of a point because they were trying to get somewhere. It wasn't just let's go and poke the bear this week.
Mm.
It wasn't overtly formulaic. It was like we need to get home. Then each season you saw a progression of them getting home.
Yeah.
But when I heard that Seven of Nine was going to be in Picard, I was like, oh, well, now see, that's got my interest because I love
See,
that character.
they
Not
dropped that card
the
for
way
you.
people liked her. I liked her for the actual character development she had.
Mm.
So to see that character come back, I'm like, do I dare get Paramount Plus just to binge watch that? I'm,
It's worth it.
I'm
I believe it's on Prime as well as Paramount
I
Plus.
don't have Prime either.
Oh,
I don't order enough from Amazon to justify having Prime.
fair enough.
So
But yeah, it's worth a go if you can get hold of it. It is worth a go.
yeah.
Also on Paramount. Oh god, it's fucking dicks up Paramount week, isn't it? Jeez.
In the Paramountain.
Yes, I'm Paramounted.
Yes, you have been Paramounted.
I have. Oh, blimey.
That's gonna be a new one. We're talking about Paramount. You've been
Yeah,
Paramounted for the
I've
week.
been Paramounted good and proper.
I'm gonna make a sticker for that.
You fucking bastards didn't use lube either.
Paramounted.
You right up to the elbow. Yeah, so
Why not?
shit.
Got you.
Oh fuck.
It only took me into the second episode to get him. We should keep count of these and add them up at the end of the season.
Yeah, whoever wins.
So you get some more.
Yeah, whoever gets the most gets the beers in.
Yeah. Loser buy a pizza.
Yeah. So yeah. So anyway, yeah, Quantum Leap, the
Ooh,
reboot.
I was gonna say I remember the original.
Well, this is the thing. As soon as I heard this was happening, I was like, "Hands off my Quantum Leap, you fucks!"
Yeah. And a lot of fans were from what I've heard.
But
Pleasantly surprised?
yes, it's not so much a reboot. For me, it's more of a continuation
Yeah, yeah.
because it does deal with the aforementioned. So there's links. So it is for me more of a continuation.
To be fair, one of my friends on Xbox who joins our party chat from time
Mm,
to time, he watched it when it first popped up,
yeah,
and he said pretty much exactly the same thing you said. He says they're calling it a reboot, but if you watch it, there's actually enough to tie it back to the old one that you can
yeah,
it's meant to carry it on. And I'm like, well, if it's a continuation, I may have to. Again, this is another reason why I'm inching closer and closer to getting Paramount Plus because it's like I
you
hear
need
a
to.
lot of good things about a lot of the shows that are on there.
Mm,
Here's me complaining about Netflix and Disney not having enough to keep me fucking going, and
yeah,
maybe it's time to swap over.
yeah, that's the thing. Also, there's Transformers Earthrise, which is worth a watch.
And we all know,
We all know. Yes.
we all know I'm a Transformers fan, bitch.
But
I'm not
yeah,
being
so
a bitch.
I say get it.
I think I will. I'm think I'm gonna see if I can get it on my PlayStation. If I can,
Mm.
I'm having it.
So yeah, folks, do try the Quantum Leap if you have the Paramount.
Yes. And last thing I've pretty much been watching just recently is Young Sheldon.
Late to the party.
Yes, I'm late to the party as always. I kept putting it off because I was like, oh well, and I'm not usually a fan of prequely stuff. We know this. I've talked
Mm.
about this in Star Warsy episodes. Prequel stuff where it contradicts stuff in the later stuff. I hate that, right?
Mm.
But I'm now on the third season out of five.
See.
And I've loved it. I have absolutely loved it. And I love the way that some of it's really subtle, but some of it's kind of feels a
Yeah.
bit forced, like where he got Bazinga from.
Mm.
That for me, where they did a dedicated a whole episode to it, I felt was a bit much.
Mm.
But the one little passing conversation he's having with his brother about, oh, how do you lie so well? And he's like, oh, well, it's all in the details. And then
Yeah.
today I was watching Big Bang Theory and it got to the
Yep.
episode with that. And I was like,
Yeah.
I love how it was subtle like that, but Sheldon clung on to it.
Mm.
That's what I liked about it. And it's little moments like that that I prefer over the more, here,
Yeah.
this is how this happened, or this
Mm.
is where this came from. And it's too in your face, but subtle like that, I love. But yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. If you've not watched it, like me, because I'm a sad bitch, go and check it out. Recommendation.
Yay. So I suppose we had better get on to the crux of the matter.
Well, actually, we've got a little bit of news popping up recently.
News. News. News.
At least it's not that apocalyptic anthem the BBC uses.
Oh, let's not go there.
No, definitely not. Anyway, Deadpool 3.
Ah, yes.
That
Do
costume. Oh my good God. I melted as soon as I saw it. I was just like,
your little fan bitch heart a quiver.
finally, finally, they've got it as close to as what it was in the comic books as they realistically can.
Pantsuit. Pantsuit.
I know it should be brown and tan.
Terrible cough. Terrible cough. Sorry.
I did see, right, this is quite an interesting thing I saw pop up on Twitter.
Hmm.
Some dude was complaining about the fact that his arms are covered up. And he pulled up a reference image of like what the suit was supposed to be based on, and it's sleeveless.
Hmm.
Now, okay, I'm one for comic book authenticity as much as they can. But then somebody literally had the set photo, showed where they were shooting. It's like the arms are covered up because Hugh Jackman's prone to skin cancer. Drop it.
Hmm.
And I'm like, see, I'd
Right, fair
rather
goes.
I'd rather him put his health first
Yeah.
and comic book accuracy second.
Yeah. You could always CGI out the sleeve afterwards.
Hey, if they can do it for DC to get rid of Superman's mustache, they can do it for Hugh Jackman's
Yeah.
shirtless arms.
Yeah. I mean, fuck's sake. If dude's prone to skin cancer, then Jesus Christ.
But yeah, we will throw up a couple of pictures, sort of here about around the screen somewhere, wherever it fits space.
All right. You just be careful about things that pop up on Twitter, though. All right.
I know, but I will post a few pictures around on the screen to show you the screenshots that we're talking about. You get to see Hugh Jackman in the Wolverine costume. I've seen some where he's masked and a couple where he's unmasked.
Yeah,
So
wasn't that was the? I thought the mask was a fan mock-up, but
I don't know. It may be. I'll have to double check my source, but I'm just saying I've seen one where
mm,
he's got the mask on, and I'm like,
I've seen that.
if that's what it looks like in the film, it's good.
Hmm?
It's got the right kind of proportions and everything for me.
Yeah,
I love a good proportion.
you just like a bit of Hugh Jackman's portion. That's what you.
Well, I'm not alone in that one. I'm sure our adjudicator will agree with us.
Oh yes, she would.
But right then, getting on to the subject matter at hand. It is, of course, Twisted Metal. Yeah.
That kind of just right. Okay.
Yeah, not the Twisted Sister. No, that's different. But no, Twisted Metal is guy's meant to be hosting here, but I'm the one with all the facts.
Yes,
But yeah,
you go ahead.
it's quite a long running video game franchise. Franchise?
Franchise.
Franchise.
It's a franchise as well.
I'll have some French fries with that. You know. Broke my own brain. Yes. Twisted Metal. The first game came out in 1995. Yep, it's that old. I'm showing my age again. Your age is showing.
You're right there, Mumra.
But yeah, it's a series of
Vehicle.
I'm trying to say it like the Americans do. Vehicular combat. It's a vehicle combat game, but it doesn't play like a driving game.
Mm.
This is the one thing I've always said about the Twisted Metal games is they play more like a third-person shooter because you push forward to go forward, back to back, left and right to move, left and right, but not turn, actually move, like tank control. Resident Evil tank controls, basically.
Yeah, okay, right, cool.
Right, and you had to press in different button combinations to do special moves, like throw a fireball or throw a freeze ball or something like that. So it was like Street Fighter in cars is the best way to describe it.
Nice. It's one of those games that just seem to pass me by. I don't know. Sometimes did you ever find that there's just some games you sort of just want?
Oh yeah. To be fair, right, the franchise very nearly passed me by because the first two games, which were kind of the bigger ones, came out in 95 and 96 respectively. I played the second one before I played the first one because with it coming out in 95, I didn't get my first PlayStation 1 until Christmas 97. So by that point, both games were coming up 2-3 years old.
Yeah.
And a friend of mine happened to have the second one on his PS2. So I naturally borrowed it. And I finished it with every character. And we'll get to this a little bit later, but the endings are some of the best parts of the whole game. And it wasn't until I think about a year or so later, late 98, I was walking past the second-hand shop.
Yeah.
And they had a copy of the first one in the window for a tenner. So I grabbed it. And okay, the second one was definitely better. But to play that original, like, it was just mind-blowing for me at the time.
Yeah.
I'm not very old. But seeing the colourful cast of characters, I mean, you've got a character, Sweet Tooth the Clown, whose head is on fire. Drives around in a white and pink spotted ice cream truck that has his head on top of it that is also on fire. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The whole premise of it is absolutely insane and wacky as all hell. But the gameplay, I think this is me just spinning on personal opinion here. I feel that without games like this, we wouldn't have games like Fortnite.
Yeah.
Because these were sort of the early DNA blueprints, basically, of what is now the Battle Royale games. It was literally, you pick your character, you dropped into an arena, you drive around, you get your weapons, last one standing wins. And you look at games now like Fortnite, and it's like, yeah, Twisted Metal really was the granddaddy of that shit. It was just on such a small scale because hardware limitations.
Yeah.
But yes, that's the little spiel about the games. We'll do a little bit
Mm.
more in depth with that in a minute. Guy, we'll throw it over to you
Yes.
now so you can talk about the upcoming television show.
Yes. Now this is interesting because I never thought this would happen, but you know, because let's face it, series made out of games, well, based on games, haven't done great.
All films, really. I mean, Doom,
Yeah.
Resident Evil, but I hate to say that that's based on a video game because it's Resident Evil in name only.
Yeah.
Me.
But it is it has happened. It's been done. It's been made. It's got a fucking great big £72 million budget.
Which
So I've
surprised,
got it.
really did surprise me, that did, because I
Mm,
thought, because we'll be fair, the video game series is kind of a very niche thing. I don't know many
yeah.
people who have played it. Like, I do
Mm,
know people who have played it, and we talk about it like at length. But if I bring it up just casually in a conversation, not many people have heard of it. Like, oh, heard of it, never played it.
yeah. I'm the same.
Exactly. So that's why we wanted to do an episode on it. Bring
Mm.
some more light to it.
But it's got a big old cast, so it's probably half the fucking budget right there. Because you got Anthony Mackie in the starring role as John Doe.
I did actually see on Wikipedia today he is actually executive producer for the
But
series.
yeah, he is exec producer as well. I think that is more and more becoming a sort of standard deal in sort of
Yeah,
Hollywood. It's like, well, you want me to star in it, then I want to be an exec producer as well. And if you
guaranteed a bit
don't,
more money as well, just in case.
yeah, and if you don't do that, then fuck you, I ain't doing it.
True, true. But Anthony
So
Mackie is a big gamer, so maybe there's a chance he
yeah,
played it.
well, yeah, true, true. So it's him. There's Stephanie Beatrice, Beatrice, Beatrice. Don't know. There's Quiet Neve Campbell. Neve Campbell's back.
Yeah,
She played Raven. That's nice. Uh, and of course, one of my favorite pro wrestlers, Samoa Joe, is Sweet Tooth.
being
But
voiced by Will Arnett.
yes, he is voiced by Will Arnett. So I think that's a good move. So you got the
Yeah,
actual voice from the game.
yes, yes,
A
exactly.
clever move.
Will Arnett, he's been like tied to the. He was when I was doing my research earlier. I think it was back in 2012. There was talks at Sony of doing a film, and Will
Yeah, there was. I
quite
was looking at this.
heavily quite deep in there with it.
Mm,
So, but yeah, just the trailers I've seen for it, I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, the post-apocalyptic setting's throwing me a little bit because the games hinted at that was how the world was, but it never really showed it. So,
yeah,
but I can run with it for the premise. I can run with it. Car combat. I mean, if you were to film that in crowded streets, the budget's just going to go.
yeah.
So I get it. It's a budget thing possibly, but
Well,
I
it's also a health and
respect it.
safety thing.
Could be that too. But then I look at the cars and I'm like, now
Mad Max.
that's Twisted Metal.
Mm,
The costumes and the characters. Samoa Joe, as you pointed out, Sweet Tooth. The minute I
perfect. He's
saw that costume,
got.
as soon as I
He's,
saw that costume, I was like,
mm,
that's Sweet Tooth. Oh, he just needs the head on fire and he's
mm.
got it perfect. But obviously,
Samoa Joe's got the perfect body type for it.
oh yeah. Well, I mean, if you go back and look at some of the images for like promotional stuff for Sweet Tooth, especially for the 2012 kind of reboot of the series,
Mm,
you look at the guy playing him in that, and yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So I'm very, very much looking forward to it.
Have you got the peacock?
No, but again, this is one that's making me go, I think I should.
Mm,
Even if I just get like a month trial and I watch nothing
yeah,
at all, I may have to give it a viewing.
yeah. Because I do think the whole series is dropping
I
at
think it is,
once.
yeah, hopefully.
So
Fingers crossed. We'll double check that.
we will. Oh no, it will. it news just in.
News just in, everybody.
It will release on the 27th of July with all 10 episodes.
So it is all drop in one go.
Mm-hmm.
Right, there's my week trial sorted.
Yeah, exactly.
I know what I'm doing that week.
Getting thank you.
Free trial, yeah. Do you want to carry on?
No.
But yes, going back to the video game franchise, sort of to do a comparison for those of you who are going to check it out. Maybe you've played the games. If you have, let us know in the comments.
Yeah.
If not, let us know in the comments.
Yeah. Or if you just generally want to scorn us.
Yeah, if you want to stalk us, you carry on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, going back to the games, the second one for me is kind of, it's not the pinnacle of the franchise, but for me, it's as it currently stands, it's at the top.
Well, it's the first one you got.
It's not just
So,
that. I've played most of the other ones, and having my adult head on it, not just the nostalgia goals, but actually having my adult brain and going, let's look at this objectively. It was the only one out of the whole franchise that the controls were perfectly balanced. The graphics were good enough for their time, 1996 PS1.
yeah,
We look at that and go, wow, it's so real.
we just.
So for its time, the graphics were as good as they could be. The combat was brilliant. The music, the soundtrack, right? The Paris level has a heavy metal version of Frere Jacques.
Nice.
I will send it over to you after the episode. Just check it out. It's right up your street. The soundtrack is right up your street.
Oh, cool.
It had some of the better, funnier endings for the whole thing. Because this is the thing about Twisted Metal. The whole premise of every game is there's this guy called Calypso who has magic powers. Whoever wins Twisted Metal gets granted one wish. And so the whole aim of the game is to play through with each character and see what their wish is. And you get such daft things as a veteran from World War II called Warthog, who's like a really wrinkled, old, decrepit man, says he's tired of being old but wants to keep fighting. So he wishes to have the body of a 20-year-old. So he does, with a little old man's head stuck on top of it. Or these two hippies who drive a vehicle called Hammerhead, and I hope these guys appear in the show because they could be some serious comic relief. They win. Their wish is, they say to Calypso, dude, we want to fly. So he does all this magic lightning in the sky and everything. The guys jump off the bird and go, we can fly! Splat. Splat to their deaths. And then Calypso holds up 2 plane tickets and goes, well, I guess I have to give these away now. It very much is like twist of the You've seen the film Wishmaster?
Yes, long time ago.
Yeah, it's along those sort of lines where
right. So he's just fucking him over.
It fucks with the word, like how Wish is worded, and it's very, very cleverly done. Now, the one thing we will quickly cover is I'll bring it up and then we'll go the guy. Canon within Twisted Metal is all over the fucking place, so I'll do my best to explain. But right, we'll shoot over to you back to the TV series. What are your hopes for it?
I want to be entertained.
Obviously.
As ever. I want good story. I want good action. Because that's what I always want. I always want a good story. And I think I'm going to get it. I've looked at the trailer, and it's all very sort of nice and
post-apocalyptic.
Yes, that. And so that sort of pleases the fuck off. Pleases the Mad Max fan in me.
Yeah, again though, playing the games, you do get that kind of Mad Maxy type feeling, especially Twisted Metal Black. I can't really talk about now. Twisted Metal 3 and 4, I can't really say much about because I never played them.
Yeah.
I think, especially the 4th one, didn't actually come out over here.
Yeah, well, there you go.
The 3rd one only got a very sparse stocking over here. I never saw it in shops anywhere. The 3rd one.
That's weird.
So I don't know. I don't know what happened there. Maybe it was the law of diminishing returns.
Mm.
Could possibly have been that. I don't know. But Twisted Metal Black, especially, it really does give you those Mad Maxy vibes because even when you
Nice.
even when you're plowing through towns, it's all dark, grey,
Mm.
dingy, and it looks like something from Mad Max, especially the suburbs area. It's all
Yeah.
abandoned houses and decaying churches, and you're driving around in these vehicles that have got machine guns popping out of them, and yeah, it works.
Mm.
The one thing I hope we see in the TV series is Sweet Tooth Special because in Twisted Metal Black, he turns into like a half transformer,
Oh yeah.
like a big mech pops out the back and just shoots missiles everywhere. I hope we see that somehow. It's power.
That'd be nice.
They own
Yeah.
Transformers. Cross it over. Why not?
Yeah.
You know what? There's an idea. There's an
Yeah.
idea.
There you go. Oh, Hollywood, take note. Oh, you can't. Oh, stuff. Too soon.
Nothing's ever too soon.
Easy.
I wonder what Mark Hitton was doing then.
I'm getting excited.
Apparently so. Anyway, back to the TV show.
Yeah. But let's face it, we can't really say anything until we've seen the bloody thing.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I've got to double check whether I've got Peacock on my Sky. I think I have.
Well, if not, we'll find some way of watching it. We will find a way. As Dr.
Yes.
As Dr. Malcolm said, life finds a way.
Yes, it does.
So will we. You make a good TV show, we'll find a way to watch it. But yeah, like I said, continuity with the games.
Mm.
And this is why I'm okay with the setting for the show being post-apocalyptic and everything, because it kind of hints at it, but not really.
Yeah.
Each game, and there's multiple videos on YouTube all about this. One channel I do want to shout out, I've never shouted them out before. It's a channel called Tactical Bacon Productions. That channel does a load of Twisted Metal kind of behind the scenesy type stuff and best levels, worst levels, continuity, is it all one timeline kind of thing. So go and check that out. But for me personally, I like to think of it as that each game is its own singular story, even if there are little connecting pieces. It's the multiverse theorem.
Yeah.
So, but continuity is all the same. Sometimes one character is related to another character, then they're not, and then this character is that character. It's all over the place, but honestly, I'm okay with the show not following the game's story, shall we say, because each Twisted Metal has told its own unique story anyway, and it's kind of worked.
Yeah.
So.
Well, they've only got 10 episodes.
Yeah, and
I don't know how long these episodes are. I couldn't find the answer on that.
No, we will have to. If we find out before this episode goes live, we'll put it in the description of episode length and all that kind of stuff. We'll do it as we're going.
Yeah.
Well,
show notes are for. That's what show notes are for, dear.
Yes, of course. But yeah, so continuity-wise with the games, take each one as its own thing. I mean, my personal favorite, because there's much more of a story to it anyway, and a rare thing in this day and age when it was on the PS3, is live action cutscenes. And they were actually done really, really well. And again, like I said, the actor who played Sweet Tooth in that, you look at him next to Samoa Joe, and it's like I can see where there's that connection between this character is Sweet Tooth.
Yeah.
Again, YouTube, there's all the videos from the 2012 game are on YouTube to watch. So go and check them out, make up your own mind.
Oh, look at
that. But yeah, the 2012 ones for me is storyline the best wise, gameplay wise, not so much, because it wasn't built as a racing game, and the studio mandated the developers to put in racing levels. And even the director David Jaffe, who is more famous nowadays for the God of War series.
Yep.
So, you know, thank Twisted Metal for God of War. You know, remember your roots, bitch. Speaking of which, I need to dye mine.
I didn't like to say anything.
Anyway, but yeah, I lost my train of thought now. Thank you.
Roots. Oh no, not roots.
Before
Continuity.
yeah, continuity is all over the place, but I'd like to think that this Twisted Metal is a follow-up to the original first game. Because there's certain little story elements from certain characters in the first game that, from what I've seen in this, kind of line up with what's going to be happening in the show. And I'm like, if it's that case, I can go with it. If it's its own little thing, if it's its own bubble, again, completely fine with it. Carry on. Right, I think we've.
I think that will cover it.
We've wrung the lead out of that metal.
We've
twisted it, we've untwisted it, retwisted it. Now it's a pretzel.
Pretzel.
I sound more like Hannibal Lecter than Homer Simpson. What are you doing tonight, Violet? I'm having an old friend for dinner.
Homer Lecter.
Oh, right. On that note,
Hannibal Simpson.
Hannibal Simpson. Homer Lecter. Homer Lecter sounds like some sort of chairman who works on like some sort of committee. I'm the Homer Lecter.
I just like to say.
Yeah, I just like to elect homes. That one's mine. That one's yours.
Right then, folks. On that sort of, I'd say bombshell, but bit of nonsense. Yeah. We're gonna finish. I'm about to finish in my pants, but there you go. That's a different story.
Is it because I got my pussy out earlier? Cat.
Saying nothing.
Cover that quick. Anyway.
Yes, we will see you again. We will be back for another episode of our usual babbling bollocks.
Yes, the amazing failure talking bollocks.
Indeed. Make sure you tune into Violet's Underworld because it's ace. And we'll be back next time. So this is me and signing off.
Mwah. Goodbye, everybody. Good night. And remember, if you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get sadistic. Mwah. Bye.
Comments.
Yeah, comment, like, and subscribe too. Remember.
Yeah. Give us a share. Tell your mates. Take it easy, folks. Bye-bye.
We have such sights to show you. We penny bombs.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Good. Fucking ass.
Yeah.
Right. From the top.
Leaving that in.
Yeah, I'm gonna do what Tony doesn't clip that in at the beginning. Right, okay. From the top.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Honey Ear Geek is Showing Season 3. And today, joining me, as always, is some random guy, JB.
Hello. Good evening.
How are you doing then, hun?
Yeah, I'm good, Tar. Yeah, I can't grumble. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Some sleepless nights due to kitten issues. But other than that, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Ooh.
I'm fine.
Line me up for a pussy gag. We've started now, ladies and gentlemen. We've started.
Also joining me tonight, Sid James.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for joining us tonight on tonight's wonderful episode. And tonight we are going to be talking one of those things that has raged for generations, a war seemingly without end. That is, of course, the console wars.
Yeah.
But first, Guy, what you been watching this week?
This week I've been watching Quantum Leap
Again.
again, and I'm a little frustrated.
Oh dear. No
Yes.
spoilers. No spoilers, though.
No, this is not spoilery. This is due to the fact that we've had 9 episodes,
Mm-hmm.
and now we're having a break. And I don't know when the next 9 episodes are being released.
I hate when shows
For
do
fuck's sake, we're not American. We don't need a mid-season break.
Yeah. I used to hate when the CW DC shows used to do that. I used to get to like episode 13 and be like, okay, see you in 3 months. It's like, huh?
Wankers.
Yeah. Like,
Don't just tease my taint and then expect me to be happy that you're fucking leaving me with a heart on here. Metaphorically.
metaphorically, yes.
I
One would hope.
don't need this shit. Either do it weekly or drop the fucking lot.
Yeah. That could be a topic for another episode. Do we still want weekly format or do we want it all in one go so we can watch it at our leisure? Topic for another episode, I feel.
Definitely. So yeah, so there's been that. What else have we been watching, dear?
It must have been good if you can't remember.
Yeah, the adjudicator can't remember. Nope. Oh yes, Star Trek: Strange New World continues. See, that's weekly.
Yeah, and again, you were watching that last time, so
Yeah. Well, it continues. I'm sorry.
Fair play.
Fucking hell. What have you been watching then?
Well,
Hey.
I finally finished up on Young Sheldon season 5.
Yeah, well done. Well done.
I finally finished up on that, and yeah, it's kind of going in the direction. I was like, it got to that last episode, and I was like, we're getting there now. We're kind of getting to the almost the crossover point,
The
So
crux of the matter.
yes, the real like.
Mm.
Him leaving home and all that kind of shit. We're finally getting into all that, and it's like, oh. And while my daughter was here for the week, we watched Big Bang Theory all day,
Every day.
for a week.
Oh, so you did the lot then.
Nearly. Started on
wow.
season 1, episode 1, and now we're on season 8, and they're all blurred together, and I can't remember which episode's which anymore.
Well, these
Sorry,
things
I
are
went
that when the whole
insane for a
universe is in a
moment
hot
there.
dense state.
So apart from that, though, we did finally get round to watching Venom: Let There Be Carnage,
Ooh.
and I'm going to play devil's advocate slightly here with it. I went into it having heard, like I'm sure yourself, is that it's not a good film.
Mm.
I can say that if you go into it with the same kind of mind frame that you watched the first Venom film in, and for me, I thought the first Venom film was good action film, good superhero film, but not a good Venom movie.
Mm.
And this is very much more of that. It's the action scene. When you see Carnage like letting rip for the first time, no pun intended, but when you see him, doing his thing, you are kind of like, okay, I like that. And some of the little one-liners here or there did kind of make me actually laugh out loud. Like they caught me off guard, and I was like, I was not expecting that. So it had its moments, but I was that nerdy bitch, that little geek in the corner going, they got that wrong, they got that wrong, that bit's wrong, that bit's wrong, this bit over here is wrong. See that guy in the background? Yeah, he's supposed to be a main character, but fuck him off for now. It's very much that kind of film.
And for this reason, I'm doing a Tony on both films.
I've not seen it.
Yeah.
To be honest, right, they are worth the watch. Even if you just watch them the once, they're worth it because they are entertaining. But when
It was going to piss me off.
when you look at the source material, you're like, that's not Venom, that's not Carnage. So, like I said, it's very much with the first film, good, good action film, good superhero film, just
Mm,
not a good Venom movie.
yeah.
So, it's kind of that. But anyway, that's literally all I've watched this week. So there we go.
Delights of children.
Oh, yes. Amazing having a near 15-year-old in the house going, do you want to go out? No. What do you want to do? Watch Big Bang Theory. Okay, then. Again.
Yeah. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's nearly over.
Losing the will to live. No, it's a good show, but there's only so
Because
many
it
times
is.
you can
But
watch it.
yeah.
Only so many times you can watch it before you start going. "Nah."
Enough now.
Yeah, I think what I may end up doing eventually is just going through it and picking my favorite couple of episodes out of each season.
Yeah.
Might as fucking well.
True.
But other than that, we have to give a huge, and I mean like
Mm,
huge shout out to the Retro Movie Zone and the wonderful Mr. Tony Harris for nominating both of us for YouTube Entertainer of the Month
yay.
for August. And I'm kind of stunned. I'm like, wow, we got
Yeah.
nominated. Like, I don't get nominated for nothing. Not unless it's designated, driver kind of thing. Like, you're not drinking tonight. Oh, okay.
I got nominated Guns of the Year once. So
Well, isn't that every year though?
yeah, but I'm so good at it, so I keep getting nominated.
Yeah, true. I mean, you win it hands down.
You gotta do things you love.
Exactly. They say you are what you eat.
Oh, well then.
That's why I'm an arsehole. Occasionally a dick. I'm sorry, YouTube. Please don't ban us.
Yeah. But no, seriously,
Thank you.
thank you, Tony.
Yes, and thank you to
Really.
everybody else who, in the comments on Tony's video, nominated us as well. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody that watches. We say this all the time. Like, we are so thankful for the viewers
Yeah.
we do have. We really are. We're a small time channel. We don't shoot for the stars. We're just here to do what we love, and this is what we
No.
love.
We don't shoot for the stars and we don't pay for likes. So
Exactly. We definitely don't pay for likes.
yep.
But moving swiftly on, as we said at the intro to the episode, we are talking console wars. Unless guys got any more you want to add?
Yeah.
No. Right, so we're moving on to the subject of the episode, console wars. Now, this pair of old farts here, myself and Mr. JB, we're old enough to remember the early days of the war. Cast your minds way back in the sands of times to that ancient period known as the 1980s.
If you remember it, you
If
weren't
you-
really there.
Yeah, that's what they say about the 60s. If you can remember it, you weren't there.
Yeah.
But I remember stepping my first foot into the console wars at the tender age of 7 with a Sega Master System with Alex the Kid built into it.
Oh, I had the same one.
Yes, I
That was the
wanted the
Master
Sonic
System too.
one though. I wanted the Sonic one,
Hmm.
unfortunately, because there was 2 versions released, but we'll get to that. But to really kick this episode off, we kind of have to wind it back just a little bit further to the late 70s when gaming consoles were you had things like the Atari, you had Amiga, you had Commodore, you had all these guys throwing their hat into the video game arena. Atari nearly killed it with the great video game crash of, I think it was 83 or was it 82?
Yeah. I believe.
I
believe so, yes.
Yes. With the release of E.T., the video game. That thing could get its whole other episode. There are channels all over YouTube that have done videos deep diving the whole ET thing and the fact that loads of copies were buried out in a desert in New Mexico, which turned out to be true. It was an urban legend and it turned out to be true. That was the shocking part about it. I think there's a documentary on Netflix about it.
Yeah.
There you go. Go check it out. Netflix, pay us.
Bad chance.
But it wasn't really until the release of two consoles from two companies, and they very quickly became rivals.
They did.
We are talking, of course, about the Sega Master System and the Nintendo Entertainment System, more lovingly referred to now as the NES or SNES, if you want to get American about it.
No, SNES was the next one.
That was a Super Nintendo, yeah, NES. That was it.
Come on now.
I'm
Come on, Violet.
been a long day, and I've got a kitten clawing at my knee.
What you do in your own home is none of our affair.
But anyway, with the release of these two consoles, it very, very quickly became, and this was kind of pushed by the fans, and the companies kind of adopted it as well and ran with it. It started what we now refer to as the console wars. You were either a Nintendo gamer or you were a Sega gamer. You were one or the other. You could not be both.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you had one or the other, and the two did not mix. There was playground arguments about which games were better.
Well, no one could afford both back then.
No.
Not even in Barton.
No. So, what was your first encounter with the whole console war thing? You mentioned earlier the Master System.
Yeah, I did have a Master System before that. Let's face it, we all had a ZX Spectrum
ZX Spectrum, yes.
with the tape games. So getting a console was just such a kick in the pants. It's like, what? There's no more waiting 10 minutes to 15 minutes to load a bloody game for it to then crash.
Yeah, you just pop your cartridge in, you hit power.
Yeah, off you go.
Away you
That was a total game changer.
Oh,
it really was.
Definitely. And
to have a game built in as well.
Oh yeah, that
was cool shit.
Nowadays it's so commonplace though, like digital gaming. You know, you can play from the cloud now.
Yeah.
But back then, like
back in '87, Jesus.
Turning your games console on and it having a game just load up, you were like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like it was mind blowing. It really was. So like, and it's kind of where it all started. Really, was Nintendo versus Sega. Like we're saying earlier, like you were one or the other. You were a fan of one. 2 seconds. My kitten keeps getting stuck on the curtain. Leave the curtain alone. Sorry, I might cut some of this.
No, you won't.
But yeah, back then to power up your console and the game load up, you were just like,
yeah, that was like tomorrow's world shit. That was.
God, yeah, definitely. Like it was, like I said, it's commonplace now, but back then, such a revolutionary thing. Nintendo didn't do that, did they?
No, they did not. But Nintendo had a crap controller as well.
Yeah, oh yeah, only 2 buttons. Ugh.
No, the Master System only had 2 buttons, to be fair.
Well, that's true. The Mega Drive upgraded it to 3.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll stick with what we're talking about here. So the Nintendo Entertainment System had the likes of Mario, Link, Kid Icarus, Metroid was another one.
Yeah.
Now it did have a lot of very good games, franchises that are still going quite strong to this day.
Yeah.
You know, that's testament to some of their franchises that they have staying power. They've okay, like every kind of franchise in the world, it's had its crap moments, you know, the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Well, the Bob Hoskins one.
Yes, that's what I was on about, the Hoskins one. That one was Dennis Hopper as King Koopa.
I've not seen the new one, so I can't comment on that.
I can't comment on that one either. Again, not seen it. So, but yeah, and then you flip over to the Sega side of things, which was my bread and butter. You had
a certain blue hedgehog.
You had Sonic. It showed how fast video game consoles could be. Like that sense of speed at that time.
Especially on an 8-bit machine. Especially on an 8-bit machine.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like the sense of speed you got on an 8-bit console was It seems
It's just mental.
archaic. It seems archaic now.
Yeah.
But back in that time period, we were used to like little stick figures and stuff moving around on a screen, and all of a sudden we've got these bright, vibrant colors and this
Mm.
hedgehog moving super fast with this really bouncy music and easy to figure out gameplay. Just pick it up, jump on the enemies, keep moving forward, pick up the rings.
Yeah. Well, sideways.
Easy. What you know what I mean?
Pedant.
I'm thinking in two dimension. I'm thinking in three dimensions of a two-dimensional screen. So yeah, you just
Yeah.
keep going.
But it wasn't just that. Though. I mean, things like Shinobi.
Oh, definitely Shinobi, Golden Axe.
Yeah.
I look to this day. I still love playing Golden Axe. Streets of Rage.
Yes. I was a big Streets of Rage kid.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these did come out on the Master System, but I played them more on the Mega Drive because it was that
Mm.
kind of period where both consoles were out and they were making the same games for both consoles, and then
Yeah.
Master System just sort of disappeared. But then
Funny
again,
that.
the Nintendo, Super Nintendo, did pretty much the same thing. Just was like, no,
Mm.
no more for that one. We're going to concentrate on this. And you got better games, the newer Mario's, the ones that
Yeah.
people remember. They introduced characters like Yoshi. They birthed these huge franchises. But again, I was a Sega player, so
Yeah. So was I. I was thinking, oh, maybe there'll be a bit of a to and fro on this episode, but I guess not.
no. I mean, I do have a real nostalgia for the Nintendo games. I think with a lot of them, it's because I played them for such fleeting moments, like round at a friend's house or
Mm.
at a neighbor's or something like that. You know, I'd never played these games before, and I was there for
Yeah.
like an afternoon, so I got to play what like this, like I think it was Zelda,
Yeah.
um, Link's Awakening, I think it was.
Mm.
I got to play that once for one afternoon, some 30 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, so when I see these things pop up, I'm like, oh, I remember that. You know, it tugs that little nostalgia string, you know,
Yeah.
presses my end spot for nostalgia.
Say nothing of that one. I ain't touching that one.
What she said.
Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum.
So,
Yeah. I know. I mean, yeah. I'd sometimes sort of go around a mate's house playing Nintendo. I'd be like,
Wolfenstein. That
"That's
was one that
good."
I used to
Yeah,
play on my friend's Super Nintendo.
but that controller. No, sorry, it's a no from me.
No. I used to call it the dog bone
Mm,
because it looked like a
yeah,
bit of a dog bone, you know,
yeah,
square in the middle, but
yeah.
that looks so wrong on the screen.
Oh, behave. He's gone, folks. There we go.
Sorry, did that to myself. Oops, I did it again. Anyway, console wars, Sega versus Nintendo.
Yes.
So we've
I
talked
mean,
about games. Let's talk about the hardware itself.
mm, did you have the one or the Master System 2?
I had the Master System 2, the one with the flappy lid.
So did I. I always wanted the original one with the triangle sort of
Yeah, yeah.
that looked cool as shit.
Do you know what, right? I've only ever seen one of those in person in my whole
Mm.
life. And I was on holiday with my parents down in a little seaside town called Breen.
Oh yeah.
And it was like a little car booty markety kind of thing.
Mm.
And someone had one of them for sale.
Oh,
And I can't remember how much it was, but I remember seeing it. And I remember going, Master System 1. Wow. Whoa, no way. And then yeah, ever since then, like you said, the red triangular kind of shape.
yeah.
I was just like, kind of
We'll
want.
need a picture.
I will try and get a picture up in the void around us somewhere. But yeah, the Master System 1 was, I loved the design of that. The System 2 was sleek, I
Yeah,
suppose you could say.
yeah. I mean, it cut down the fat of the actual space you'd need for the machine, but I don't know that original design I think is iconic.
Yeah, and I think the one downside that I remember from the original NES was because it was a top loader, basically.
Yeah,
If that spring on the inside went, you
yeah,
could get your games in or out. Whereas with the Master System, it was just slide the thing back, push it in, press the buttons, off you go.
yeah.
So slight design oversight there, but I think you'll have to agree that by 2023 standards, the design of that little grey box
Mm.
is fucking iconic.
Oh yeah.
Like the minute, like even people who aren't gamers, the minute they see a picture of that, if you held up a
Mm.
picture of it with none of the markings on it, went, "What's that?" They'd say, "That's a Nintendo."
Sure.
It's in the zeitgeist. It's in the public zeitgeist. Of,
Mm.
even if you're not into it, you know what it is.
Yeah.
You know, it's been referenced in everything. Anything set in the 80s has got a fucking Nintendo somewhere.
Mm.
So,
We are going to have to discuss the elephant in the room.
mm,
The winner. Unfortunately, Nintendo won.
yeah, I was going to go into that sort of over the generation of as the war intensified,
Mm.
because we all remember the infamous Genesis does what Nintendo don't.
Nintendo. Yeah.
Yeah, like we all know the clause came out, but I think yes, we all know Nintendo won. They
Yeah.
did. And I think it was Nintendo were picking up stride with the SNES. The
Mm.
Super Nintendo came out and they had all the Terminator arcade game where you could use the big light gun bazooka.
Yeah. That's the thing that peripherals were just.
Yeah. And it's something that Nintendo is still really, really good at now is the
Mm.
peripherals. They're brilliant at that. You look at the Switch, I've got one in my bedroom. The Nintendo Labo that you can get.
Mm.
Like that is a brilliant idea. Turning your games console into something you can actually physically build. Do you know what I mean? It's
Yeah. Yeah.
sorry, tangent there. Sega, I think, panicked and they
Yeah.
scrambled.
The strange thing is, Sega actually did better in Europe and Brazil
Yes, they did.
than
Did.
Nintendo did, but unfortunately, the important markets are America and Japan.
Yep. And Nintendo outsold pretty much everything over there. That's what I mean.
Mm.
Nintendo, Sega kind of scrambled and they were like, what can we do? What can we do? So they brought out the Mega Drive 2. Then they brought out the CD32, then the
Mm.
32X, and it became a
Mm.
Frankenstein's
Yeah.
cobbled together version of a console. And I remember one of my friends having one of my friends who was quite rich had the Mega Drive
You'll
2,
have one of them.
the CD attachment, the
Oh my God.
32X attachment. And I went round there one afternoon to play, you'll remember this, Sonic and Knuckles with Sonic 3, the double cartridge thing you had to
Yep,
do.
yep, yep.
Once he put that all together to be able to play it, it was like it's like standing this tall, and it was just
Yeah.
bits like plastic cases just kind of unevenly stacked. It was horrible, and I think that's when Sega kind of shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, because I didn't know anyone who had that whole setup.
I knew
So,
one person, and I think I'll do a mention here. The guy will never see it, so it's okay.
yeah.
Angry Video Game Nerd here on YouTube has done a video about this kind of thing, about the Mega Drive and all the add-ons and all that kind of crap. And if I remember correctly, he says that if you added it all up back in that day's, back money in that
Mm.
day's standards, it was over $600
Yeah.
to buy this Frankenstein's cobbled together console. Was it worth it? No, not really, because it was at the arse end of its life cycle, and they were bringing
Yeah.
stuff out for it when the PlayStation 1 was already out,
Mm.
you know. And I think that kind of brings us up to a little bit further into the console wars.
Mm.
To put it in fighting game terms, a new challenger appears. And this is what really kind of finished Sega off.
I'd say so. Yeah, it's Jesus.
Sony came stomping in with the PlayStation. No more of this cartridge bullshit. No, 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 no. We're
Nah.
playing on CDs now. Screw you guys with your console cartridges. We can do full motion video. We can do full 3D graphics. What can you do?
Mm,
And Sega did in quick succession the Saturn, the Dreamcast,
yeah.
and then they finally died.
I
Kind
don't
of,
know. I
kind of.
didn't know anyone who had either a Dreamcast or the thingy one.
I had a Dreamcast, but
Yeah.
it was mainly because it came out um late 99.
Mm,
I turned 16 in the 2000. So it was a 16th birthday present.
yeah.
And I will say this, right? I will defend it, right? The lovely little Dreamcast. When it was games that were tailor-made for it, or very good arcade ports, things like Crazy Taxi, House of the
Mm,
Dead, Soul Calibur, games like that, it was really good. It really excelled. But the problem was you had ports of games that were already on existing consoles
yeah.
and third-party games that were just inferior ports of PC. It had a back catalog that was this much good, this much crap. But we
Yeah.
should thank the Dreamcast for one franchise only, and that's Shenmue.
Shenmue.
Yes. If anyone's played that out there, please drop it in the comments. I played the first two and loved them. It's
Can
like a
have.
it's like a 70s kung fu movie, but as a video
Right.
game.
I was gonna say 'cause I'm drawing a blank.
Never mind. But anyway, roll it back a little bit. Yes, Nintendo did win the console wars to an extent. I think it was more the fact that once the PlayStation come along,
Mm,
Sega's days as a hardware company, at least,
yeah.
were over. Now they are still around. They're a development company pretty much
Yeah.
only now, but maybe one day, you never know. I mean, people are kind of getting bored of like same console, new shell,
Mm,
basically. You know what I mean? That's kind of where we're at with gaming now. We're kind of getting it's only 10% better than the last one. Well, we remember when we went from cartridge to CD. Could you not do some? Could you not
yeah. That's
reinvent the wheel?
yeah.
No, but
But hey, never mind. Do you have a favorite game?
oh, are we going to go by console here, like one for
Yeah.
each? Right. Okay, then on the Master System, purely because it was the one I played the most. Alex the Kid in Miracle World.
Mm,
It was the one that I played the most. I think it's one of the few games that I never finished.
yeah. Blimey.
Yes, Mo. What's up? Sorry, my cat is meowing at me. Come here, darling. What's up?
Oh.
Here she is. Look, Gizmo.
Oh.
Gizmo. What's up, darling? You can't be crawling around on me at the minute, darling. There you go. Anyway,
Yeah.
let
Hey,
me deal with my pussy. I'm sorry.
cat stops play.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Mm,
So what was I saying? I was the kid on
didn't finish it. Mm,
on the original NES. I'd go with Super Mario just because it's iconic, and it was the
yeah.
first game I played on it.
Yeah.
For the Mega Drive, a little bit out of left field this one because it's not a Sonic game. Well, okay, I have to do a tie here. Two.
Mm,
I can't decide between two. One of them is got to be the fantastic Sonic 2.
yeah.
It took everything about the series and just elevated it.
Mm,
Probably, quite possibly, in my opinion, one of the best in the franchise. The other game is X-Men 2, The Clone Wars.
yeah.
Because the one thing that I loved about that game is it caught you off guard.
Mm,
Put it in and hit power, it went straight into gameplay with a random character, and you had to do the first like level as a tutorial.
Yeah.
and then it went to the main menu, and it would always catch people out. Like
Yeah.
my friends who hadn't played it.
I don't remember a game doing that.
Yeah, there wasn't many. Um, for the Super Nintendo, trying to think which one did I play the most. I'd have to go with a fighting game for this one, and it's not going to be Street Fighter. It's
Interesting.
actually Killer Instinct
Yeah.
because it kind of took that idea that Mortal Kombat did with the almost stop motion Goro.
Hmm.
It took that idea and did it with every character,
Yeah.
and I thought it was very well done.
Yeah.
And then let's jump forward again a little bit more to the Saturn. Didn't have it. And for the Dreamcast, hands down, got to be Soul Calibur. It's the one I played again. It's the one I played the most.
Yeah.
The first game I played on it, but it was the one that I certainly played the most because with having the 4 controller ports,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. You could
have
have
team
get
battles
your
and all
mates
that
on it.
kind of shit. Yeah,
Mm.
I will say that is one thing actually that I did like about Dreamcast as well. You could have 4-player co-op, couch co-op without
Mm.
an adapter from the
Yeah.
get-go. And that wasn't something Nintendo did until the N64 and GameCube,
Yeah.
you know.
That's true.
So,
Yeah. Fair one. For me, let's see. Master System. Ooh, that's a difficult one. I'm gonna have to go Streets of Rage because I played this shit out of
oh yeah, I can agree with you. I still play it now, the fourth one.
that. Mm.
Brilliant.
So Mega Drive, it's got to be Mortal Kombat.
Oh yeah, because it had the blood, then Nintendo didn't.
Yeah,
Another point of Sega do what Nintendo don't.
exactly. We want, we want blood, people.
Okay, I mean,
Blood, blood, blood.
on the Mega Drive, you did still need a code to unlock the blood, but it was there.
Mm, exactly.
It was there.
Let's see. So that's Mega Drive. Dreamcast didn't have
Or the Saturn.
all the same. So, and I didn't have any mates who had it. So, off shit out. There you
Oh,
go.
there we go then. I think that kind of covers the console war, the Sega versus Nintendo years.
Yeah, at least the 80s.
At least the 80s and through the 90s, because they kind
Yeah,
of dominated the market. There were
they did.
from what I remember, there were some smaller video game consoles, like from smaller companies that were released around that time. Again, viewers, we're not going to go over all of them. If you want to watch something like that, go check out Angry Video Game Nerd. Again, he's done like reviews of
Mm,
pretty much every console that's ever come out.
yeah.
So you want to watch something like that, go check him out.
And there was a series on Netflix, and I can't remember the
High
name of
score.
it. Thank you. That was
High
all.
score. There we go. Not that I watch Netflix all the time or anything, you know.
Not at all.
Not at all. But
Bang.
yeah, I think that kind of covers the early days of the war,
Mm,
the days where it was at a stalemate really for a long time.
mm.
It wasn't in, like we said earlier, it wasn't into release of the PS1. That's when things got.
I do have a theory, and it might sound a little half-baked,
Mm,
but so am
eh,
I.
carry on.
Yeah, I've always maintained that Sega players went on to become PlayStation players,
Yeah, because I did.
and so did I.
Yeah. I mean,
So
I had my Mega Drive until it was on its last legs, until it was like the aerial was all looked all staticky and
yeah,
starting to degrade. I'd had it that long.
so
I mean, I got my PlayStation what late? I got it Christmas '97.
mm,
I had my Mega Drive up until 1998.
yeah,
You know, it was dying a death, and I wanted the PlayStation because I saw the kind of games that were on it, and I was
yeah,
like, that's more my kind of thing. Because the N64 was coming out at the same time,
yeah,
but then I saw like 3D Mario and 3D Zelda, and I was like,
mm,
is that it? On the PlayStation, we're seeing like these racing games and fighting games and shooting games, and I'm like, hell yeah, I want that. So
that's the thing. Yeah, and your Nintendo players became your Xbox players.
yeah, It's funny you should mention that, right? I have noticed that throughout my life, like I said, I kept my Mega Drive.
Mm.
I kept my PlayStation until it too died a death.
Mm.
But that was when I got the Dreamcast. So I went from Sega to Sony to Sega.
Yeah.
Then when my Dreamcast finally put out on me, I moved to PS2 and I've had a PlayStation ever since then. But whenever I've owned a Nintendo console, I think the longest I've ever owned one is about 3 years, and that was my N64.
Mm.
Every other Nintendo console I've had, whether it's GameCube, Super Nintendo, the original NES, even the SNES Mini,
Mm.
you know, I I've always ended up getting rid of them at one point or another because I don't play it. Get rid of it.
See?
So it's like this is my second Xbox One, so it's the same deal with that.
Mm.
Just saying, PlayStations I tend to keep hold of, other consoles tend to fall
Yeah.
away. But I think because we're now moving more and more into the PlayStation and Xbox and all that kind
Yeah.
of era,
We'll call it a night.
we'll call it a night and we'll do a part two of the console
Yeah.
wars
This will come back.
when the war really intensified to the point where it got a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah. Did a little bit, yeah. It's games, people. It doesn't need to be that serious.
And not everything needs a green and brown or grey filter put over it.
Yeah.
Looking at you, PS3. So, what's the color palette for the entire PS3 back catalog? Well, it's this shade of green, this shade of brown, this shade of grey, and this kind of shade of piss yellow.
Yeah, have it all.
But anyway, that's it from us tonight then.
Excellent.
Right.
I've got to be said, I've been the random man.
I have
I'll see you
been
next
the Demon Queen, Miss Violet Impulse. We shall catch you next time with a maybe slightly different episode. We're not going to double part this. We may take a
No.
break from this and do something special next time. So, catch you next time. And remember, everyone, it can't rain all the time. Bye.
Bye-bye, folks. Take care.
We have such sights to show you. I am pain. Far we've grown, now we pity bomb.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Yes, indeed. Here we are. Welcome once again to When Your Geek is Showing. We are coming to you live from Old Town Detroit, I guess. So, with me, as usual, is the Queen of Mean. Here she is, Miss Violet Simples.
Hello, my sweet tortured souls, and welcome back to another goth-filled episode of Hun, Your Geek is Showing.
Gothfield?
Yes,
Yeah, I suppose so.
it's a cat, but it's a goth-field.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I like it. We'll go with that. Write it down.
Goes
Oh,
goth.
shit. No, we can't. We're on strike.
Carry on.
Regardless. Yeah, so this before we get into tonight's subject class, what you been watching this week, mate?
Well, this week I have finished watching Big Bang Theory with my daughter for the umpteenth time. Finally got through it. But just like every time I watch it, that final bit in that final episode, yeah, I had to go and get a hanky. It was just every damn time. Don't shush you. But segueing from that, because she did appear in that final scene in that episode, I finally got my daughter to start watching Buffy.
Yay!
It's a many times rewatch for me, but it's very good for me seeing someone of her age kind of getting into it around about the same kind of age that I kind of got into it.
Yeah.
97, 98, that kind of time frame, 14, 15. And it's like she slowly got into it because, as I said to it, it's first season is 12 episodes and it kind of condenses the story a bit. There's not much character growth. It's not until season 2 that things start to open up and get a bit more in depth.
Will be, yeah.
Yeah. So we've been watching that, and we finally got round to watching the absolute masterpiece, 10 out of 10 in my personal opinion, Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Yeah, nice.
Absolutely loved it. I will save all of my gushingness for that for its own episode. I think Ghostbusters as a franchise needs its own episode.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But have you seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Ages ago.
I loved all, and I said this to my daughter after we finished watching it. I was like, I love all the, not the in-your-face callbacks, but the subtle ones, the like things you spot in the background, little items here and there that are just dotted about. You're like, oh, that's from that bit, and that's from that. Yeah, it's an Easter egg hunt-a-thon, and I love it for that. And the musical score, the musical cues from the original ones, they're all there for me. So, but yeah, 10 out of 10, love it. What you been watching, Guy?
I have been. What have I been watching? Well, not much because I went on holiday.
Well,
You
you
know.
were watching the world go by. That's what you were doing on holiday.
Yes. Yes, but thank you. The adjudicator has spoken. Good Omens 2.
Oh,
What's
I've
that?
not seen that yet.
That's very good. Well, you haven't got Prime, have you, sir?
I know. I'm behind on my subscription services. Maybe when I'm out of this hellhole and in a different hellhole, I'll have some more free money to be able to pay for such things.
Perhaps so. Perhaps so.
Mm-hmm.
That would be good. But yeah, that was really cool. Tenant on fine form. Ditto. Michael Sheen. Thank you. Thank you.
Michael Sheen, but not related to Charlie. That's how I always remember it.
Yes. But, cracking series. If you watch, I guess viewers, if you watch the first series and you haven't watched this, watch it. And plus, the fact Tenant in this is so doctory.
Oh, I bet. I've seen little clips of it.
You just tell he's limbering up.
The one clip I have seen that really kind of got my attention was like, I kind of want to see this is, I think it's from the first season where they're at Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
I've seen that scene on TikTok and it cracks me up every time I see it.
Yeah, it's full of those.
Oh, the unicorn's running off. Oh, it's all right. One of them would be all right with one. So yeah, I do want to see it, but recommendation from Guy. Good Omens 2.
I also watched. I started watching a little. Oh, thank you. The adjudicator has spoken once again, folks. I also watched A Man Called Otto. It's not particularly geeky, but it's a bloody brilliant film, so watch it.
Oh,
Tom Hanks being awesome. I don't think that bloke can do a shit film, to be honest.
Well, there you go then. Another recommendation from the random mad.
And finally, on Disney Plus, a series called Light and Magic.
Oh,
that's worth a watch.
Is that about Industrial Light and Magic by any chance?
Yes, it is.
I would check it out because you know I love my special effects. So
yeah, it is really where you will just love it.
I forgot one.
Oh,
maybe this is sentiment to how much it fumbled the ball. I finished watching Secret Invasion.
Yes.
It did the same mistake that She-Hulk made. It started strong and it ran off a cliff with the ball.
Did a bit.
I did not like the ending. It became another CGI bullshit fist fight. I wasn't in. By the time it got to the ending, I was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, there's been a lot of people saying that.
Like I'd say the first 4 episodes I really enjoyed. The last 2 just fell off a cliff. I was praising it the last time we spoke about it as well, of how much I was enjoying it.
So was I.
But then final 2 episodes and that final fight just no.
I did enjoy Olivia Colman in it though. She was great for it.
To be honest, if she pops up in the MCU going forward, I'll find her character entertaining because she was one of the best parts of the show, in my
Yeah.
opinion. So if we see that character pop up again, great. But
Yeah.
it went down like a flan in a cupboard. Or a
No need an effect. No need a sound effect of like a balloon losing air.
yeah, that's pretty much what Secret Invasion was. But anyway, continuing.
Yes. So then tonight, so I guess that's it.
Um,
All right. Good night, everybody. See you.
yep, see you next week.
Yeah.
No, you
No.
don't get off that easily.
Mm.
Especially a certain Mr. Tony Harris. We have a pineapple with your name on it.
Yeah, we do.
Mm-hmm.
You
On
know.
that subject, guy.
Yes. So tonight we're going to talk about that coffee classic way back in 1994, The Crow.
Oh, I've waited a while for this one.
I'll bet you have.
Oh, where do we begin? I think we should
At the beginning.
probably begin like we do with all things at the beginning and how we both came across this wonderful little gem. Would you like to go first?
Aye, I saw it at the cinema.
You lucky fuck. I was only 10. I was not allowed. I had to wait for the home video release. Wrong
Oh,
instrument, wrong tune. I don't care.
you missed a treat, I've
I know it's
All
one
that
of those films.
on the big screen.
It's one of those films that I wish they would re-release in a cinema.
Mm, yeah.
Because there's so many good films out there that are now kind of hitting there. Because I didn't realize in this until I watched it earlier that next year The Crow is 30 years old. I remember when everybody was making a big fuss about Aliens
Mm,
being 30 years old, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting older. But I think it's films like that on their big anniversaries, like 30th, should be released as for even just for a month, for the month
mm,
of their original release, be put back into the cinema so that people like myself who didn't get that chance first time around to see it on the big screen with the surround sound and everything. Closest I got today was sitting really close to my TV with my headphones on. No word for lie, I actually did. I actually did do that.
why?
Because they're 3D stereo sound headphones, they make it sound like surround sound. So I just got
Oh,
close enough to the TV that it was like I was at the cinema. But yeah, back to the original point, tangent alert there.
yeah.
I think that more films should be re-released in the cinema on their anniversaries so that people
Mm,
didn't get the chance the first time around can get to see it and get to see why people who did, like yourself, saw it the first time around, why it's such a special place in your heart, more so than when you saw it the first time ever.
yeah.
But continuing.
But yeah, I mean, stellar tour de force performance by Brandon Lee.
And unfortunately, his final, but we will talk about that
Yes.
later.
Moving on from that. Also, Ernie Hudson. I really enjoyed Ernie Hudson in this.
Yeah, one thing that I kind of missed, or I don't know whether I missed it or it's just because it's such an enjoyable film, you don't notice it. Ernie Hudson is actually the first character you see in the film. His character is the first one you see in the film because it zooms in onto the window and he's there looking out the window. And I was like, oh, yeah. I mean, I remembered Ernie Hudson was in it, but I didn't remember that the first person you see in that film is him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but Ernie Hudson, yeah, absolutely amazing part. Absolutely amazing. I watched the special features and if you can get hold of the 2-disc edition of the film, there's featurettes and stuff with some brilliant interviews with like Tony Todd, Brandon Lee, most of the other cast, and it's just
yeah. Again, another great performance by Michael Wincott.
oh, I was actually going to comment on that. I think he's one of those actors that if you need a believably evil bad guy, not just a bad guy, but I mean an actual like they enjoy being the bad guy. Bad.
Yeah.
Go to him.
Yeah. But then again, I saw him, I think it was a couple of years earlier, maybe in The Doors. He wasn't playing a bad guy, he was playing Paul Rothschild, The Doors' producer. And he was equally brilliant in that. He's on one of these, he can't do a shit role.
See, I remember him from Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
Yes.
Because
Guy
he's the
Gizmo.
one who says to Alan Rickman, why dig his heart out with a spoon? Why not something sharp like a knife? Because it's dull, it'll hurt more.
My wife just said that along with you. We have audience participation.
Great minds think alike. That's all I can say.
Yes, he played Guy Gizmo.
Yes, he
That's
did.
what
He
you said.
did, yes.
That's the one you were going for.
That's the one I
Anyway,
put.
there's another tangent, folks.
Yeah, sorry. Back on track. The Crow. Tony
Yes.
Todd.
Tony Todd, yes.
Always amazing, Tony Todd. Always.
Mm.
I loved him in Candyman. I love him in the Final Destination films. One of my all-time favorites of his is actually the Night of the Living Dead remake
Oh.
by Tom Savini, his directing debut. May
Mhm.
have to talk about that one on an episode at some point.
Yeah.
We never know. We never know around here.
We
But
don't.
yeah, I suppose we should get into the story, the opening
Yes.
set in Devil's Night.
Yes, which is the night before Halloween.
Yes, for those of you who don't know, in the lore of the film, it is the night before Halloween where several hundred arson attacks happen.
Yes.
So, and I will say this, watching it again today, I literally watched it today, right before, before doing all of this. I forgot how powerful and impactful and dark as all hell those first 5 minutes are.
Yeah, they are
Like
dark as shit.
you are walking in on the aftermath of something. You don't know what until they start, doing the exposition thing, but they start going through what's happening. And you're just sat there. If you've never seen it for the first time watching it, you're sat there hearing all of this, and you're just like,
The
it's like
fuck?
one punch after another, just like,
Mm.
holy hell. And then it jumps forward a year.
Mm.
And that's when everything really starts to get magical.
So basically, Eric and his other half are attacked in their house.
Yes, they were fighting tenant eviction.
Yes, so of course, hoodlums arrive.
Yep,
They kill
T-Bird and his
Eric.
gang.
Yeah, they kill Eric. They beat and rape Shelley, wasn't it?
Yes, Shelley Webster. Shelley Webster and Eric Draven. They were due to be married on Halloween.
Yep. And of course, a year goes by, doesn't it?
Yes, it's 1 year later. Yeah.
1 year later, and a crow arrives and resurrects Eric Draven.
Yes.
And all hell breaks loose.
Yes. And the one thing I love about that scene, especially, I'm a big when your geek is showing, please in the fucking name, right? I'm a big geek. There's a scene. There's on one of the featurettes. There's a bit where Eric Draven is talking about, not Eric Draven. Brendan Lee's talking about the character of Eric Draven being brought back, and he's like, "You tell me how a person who's come back from the dead is supposed to behave." And when you know that was his mindset when he was playing the part, it makes the character a lot deeper, because it's like, how would you behave if you came back from the dead a year after you died for 2 days and had to kind of process that? How would you? You can't say, how does a person act? What's my mindset going into this part? You're so open, you can do literally anything with it, and it can be taken as, well, yeah, he's just come back from the dead. But yeah, powerful imagery, him literally pulling himself up out of his own grave. Like, Brendan Lee, again, we will be saying this a lot tonight. fantastically portrayed that
Oh God, yeah.
moment. You know, it still hits hard now. I've seen the film several times over the years,
Mm.
and it still, to this day, hits me hard seeing him go through that. It's
Mm.
powerful stuff, very powerful stuff.
Oh God, yeah, totally.
Yes. So what I wrote down for I'm just checking my notes.
Yeah. I do have trivia if you need me to fill.
I can do some trivia too. I put for that
Mm.
bit waking up dead. We just covered that bit. Like, what would it be
Mm.
like to wake up from the dead? Um, we'll talk about this now because this could be one hell of a fucking tangent. And I know, Guy, you want to talk about this. The music.
Um,
And not just the music. I'm a big fan of musical scores. We talked about this during Hellraiser episodes.
yeah.
I like the actual musical scores from films as well. And both
Mm.
of these are top notch. Boom. Like you can put them on the the soundtrack album with the actual tracks. Guy, I'm sure you know these tracks. Go for it.
Yeah. Oh, we've got everyone from Nine Inch Nails doing a cover of Dead Souls by Joy Division.
I
We've got
love that song.
we've got Stone Temple Pilots. We've got Pantera. We've got My Life with the Thrill Kill Cult, which
Mhm.
I think is one of the best tracks on the album. Crap, I can't remember the name of who did it, but Time Baby Free is the penultimate track.
Yeah.
That's lovely. That's a great song. And there's all sorts. There's the aforementioned Cure.
Sure, Burn. That song, I think,
Mm.
it is so synonymous with The Crow. Like it just, mm.
Mm.
I hear that and I instantly think The Crow. There's certain songs on there you could listen to them and think of other things, but that one is so quintessential The Crow.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those. The soundtrack just sold and sold and sold. Everyone I know had that.
Yeah,
Geek or not geek, everyone I know
I
had
had
that
it. I had it.
soundtrack.
I went through a period in my early teens of buying horror movie or movie
Mm.
soundtracks if I come across them. I had things like Spawn, Blade, The Crow, Bride of
Mm.
Chucky, Freddy versus Jason. I went through this period of just if there was
Judgment Night is another notable.
yes, yes, and the on the actual musical score side of things, for
Mm.
me, the one that always will always stand out is those guitar solos.
Yeah, yeah.
Just it gets I don't know what it is, just something about it just fires me up every time I hear it. I'm like,
Mm.
and I guess that's what the intent was for to feel like the character is gearing up to go for this one last thing,
Mm.
one last person he needs to get
Yeah,
because it's that scene in the movie. We'll get there. We'll get there.
we get that.
I'm looking at my notes and I'm like, I can't even
Don't
read
know.
half of this.
Yeah, I
Right.
did have some notes, but due to technical difficulties, I don't have access to them.
Okay, right. So we'll jump a little bit forward. One of my personal, it's kind of a favorite scene for me because I don't know how to put this into words really. It's almost like the character's going through PTSD for a certain extent of it.
Mm.
He comes out of his grave, he's led by the crow back to where he used to live, kind of rediscovering his life again. And when he walks into that apartment, he gets these flashes, like psychic
Mm.
things hitting him that are causing physical pain of what happened to him, and he's reliving it all over again. And I'm just there kind of going, that's kind of like what PTSD can be like for some people. You walk into a place and
Mm.
just lock up. And watching it again recently, it kind of hit me differently than it did when I was younger because, life experience.
Yeah.
And I definitely think that this film, whether it was intentional or not, does kind of portray those sorts of feelings
Mm.
very, very well. And I love how in those scenes as well that the real world is very monotone, very washed out, very black and almost black and white, but
Yeah.
hints of color still there. But then these flashbacks are vibrant and bright and violent and aggressive. And it's like, oh shit, kind of hits different. But yeah. And for me, it ends with that iconic scene where he swings himself out the window
Yeah.
and then back in and looks at his hands.
Yeah.
Like, it's at that moment you go, oh, hello,
Yeah, we got powers.
what's going on here a little bit? You know,
Mm,
for a first time viewer, you're like, hold on. If he's a zombie or whatever the fuck he's meant to be, how can he do that? And
mm. Yes, those of you who don't know, he has regenerative powers. Regenerative. Regenerative.
regenerative, yes, that's the word you were looking for, my dear.
Yeah.
Yeah, he due to the being brought back by the crow, he can heal wounds and stuff, which
Mm.
I think
Yeah.
was in comics. I think I'm not.
I don't know. I've never read the comics.
It's
It's one
been
of
a
those things.
very, very, very long time since I've read the comics, and the only one that I can really remember reading because I read it 3 or 4 times before I took it back to the library was The Crow, Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
And in that one, instead of healing, they kind of had to staple themselves back up.
All right.
Like if they got shot, they kind of had to stitch it up, and if they got cut open, they had to staple it. And they had a time limit. It was like the more injured you get, the faster you're going to rot, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether that was the same in all of the books, but in that particular one, it
Yeah.
was. But yeah, it was part of the film, and it led to some quite funny scenes.
Yes, it did.
The bit with the hand.
Mm. Yeah. Yes, we'll try not to spoil too much, folks,
Yes.
because there may be people who've not seen this.
That's true. I have to remember this that it's because it's still such a popular thing. It
Yeah.
definitely ingrained itself in pop culture. We'll talk about legacy kind of stuff with it in a little bit, I think.
Well, let's not go scene by scene, because
No, no, no. But the one thing I will say, jumping forward, it's kind of a scene thing. When he comes across his first person that he's after, and he says that one really, really quotable line that most fans will know is victims, aren't we all? I love that line. I have even said that in some of my cosplay stuff that I do. You know, victims, aren't we all? It just getting hot thinking about it.
Well, cool yourself off.
I'm trying to. I'm reading my notes. Right. Going a little bit forward, we have the big ass shootout at the nightclub after he's picked them off one by one.
Yeah.
We have the big ass shootout at the nightclub, and we'll go with your thoughts on that one first while I kind of formulate what I want to say because I'm taking over here a little bit.
It's all right. I don't mind.
Carry on.
Yeah, that is a pivotal scene. Again, brilliantly soundtracked by My Life with the Thrill Kill Cool. Whoa. When it comes to shootouts, there's not many better than this. I don't think.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Again, rewatching it today, and I suppose this kind of goes for a lot of the fight scenes that are in this film. But this shootout in the nightclub, more so specifically for me, as a fan of that old school way of shooting a fight sequence.
Yeah.
It's not all this shaky cam bullshit, and it's not all getting up right close on the actors. It's camera in one position. The actors are dancing in front of the camera, essentially. This film is very true to that. And I think that screams out more to Brandon Lee and his lineage with his father, Bruce,
Mm.
fight scenes are done a certain way. So you can see what's going on and you get it all. And I love the way that every punch, every kick, every move that he does is seamlessly tied together. It's not like he's following a choreograph. It's he's doing what you would see someone in a fight naturally do of that situation. He's going from target to target to target and moving as he's going.
Yeah.
It works. It's fluid and it's fast. And the editing, the soundtrack, the everything about it. The one bit that stands out in my head is where he gets shot off the table, lands on the floor. They go looking for him, and then it's almost horror movie-esque. Like people start getting grabbed under the table.
Yeah.
I was like, that's like some out of Alien all of a sudden. Like,
Yeah.
just
Wow.
seeing people disappear, like getting pulled under. It's like, I like that. Like, just out of nowhere, almost horror film moment of, I'm gone.
Yeah. And again, love that bit of dialogue. He's like, I just want him. Michael Wincott's well, you can't have him.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
in that,
Tintin can't
that
be here tonight. He's suffering a slight case of death. That for a very long time in my college years, that was our go-to thing. Like, oh, why isn't such and such at this party? Oh, they're suffering a slight case of death.
It's
It was a quote
quotable.
reference.
You know, a great film is a quotable film, and it's a very quotable film.
Oh, definitely. I mean, one of my favorite lines, and it's for kind of very deep personal reasons. I'm not going to go into it. But it's the line where he sat with Ernie Hudson's character,
Officer Albrecht.
Officer Albright. Yeah, he sat with him, and he says, "Little things used to mean so much to Shelley. I always thought they were kind of trivial. Believe me, nothing is trivial."
Yeah.
And I was again not going into it, but I was going through something the first time I saw this film, and when I heard that, it kind of it got locked in the old brain somewhere, and I'm like, yeah, that is true. Nothing is trivial. Never treat anything like it's trivial. So, but yeah, again, quotable lines, but that one really did stick with me.
See, there you go, folks.
See, it's not just an action superhero comic book film. It's an onion. To quote Shrek, it's an onion. There are layers.
Yeah, it's got pathos as well as action.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
noticed today again on a rewatch how beautiful some of the cinematography is. Just the establishing wide shots of this is where we are. You know, it was when it was even when it was just doing those, it's like again being slightly gothic like I am. That goth aesthetic of the blacks and the greys and the blues, reds and browns, it's all just done so well. It's almost like an art house movie at times with some of its establishing shots. It's very like, and it never directly says where it's set either. I mean, it's hinted that it's Detroit, but it might not be.
Yeah.
It's one of those, it's set here, but it's not, but it is, but it's not. Like the second one, City of Angels. We'll get to that. Our friend, the Ginger Ninja, Mr. JK, wants us to talk about that one. Yes, I forgot we had shout outs over here. Sorry, we forgot the shout outs, everyone.
We'll do the shout outs at the end. Don't you worry.
Yeah, that way you've got to sit through the episode to hear your own name. Oh, I love to make people suffer. What can I say? Anyway, moving on.
Got you.
I suppose we'll kind of wrap the little bit of the film up. We get to the end of the film. We're not going to spoil the end.
No, we're not.
We're not going to spoil the film. We're not going to spoil the ending. All I will say is that, again, like we just said, for a comic book action movie, have your hankies at the ready, is all we're going to say.
Yeah.
You need them. So there we go. But I think with wrapping the film up there, we'll quickly talk about the legacy of the first film in particular before we talk about the
Yeah,
sequels.
because let's face it, there was going to be sequels because the 23 million budgeted film that takes in 94 worldwide is going to get a sequel.
But, and I've raised this question a couple of times with people, right? And it's kind of a little bit of a taboo question, really. Given that comic book movies at the time were seen as, apart from the Batman, they were seen more of like a kids kind of thing.
Mm.
It wasn't really until Blade 97 that Hollywood really started taking notice of like, oh, comic book films can be for grown-ups too. I sometimes think that if maybe the accident hadn't have happened and Brandon Lee was still with us,
Mm.
would the film have been, I think fan-wise it would have been just as successful, but I don't think it would have been successful box office-wise.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those, I think it would have had the same popularity as it does now, but it would have been slower over time.
Mm. Yeah, it would have been even more of a cult.
Yeah, it'd be more of a cult classic than a
Yeah.
phenomenon that it is now. I that's my personal feeling. I don't like to think it, I don't like to say it all the time because it's like it is a good film in its own right. But like I said, at the time, 1994,
Yeah.
we were only 5 years out from Batman and 3 years away from Blade. We had to
Yeah.
suffer through Spawn before we got to Blade. No, the Spawn films just don't. Save yourself an hour. Don't. In fact, a more enjoyable time than watching that Spawn film would be to wash your eyeballs in bleach and then clean them with a blender.
Mm. Shite.
It is. I've seen the director's cut as well, and it's not much better. Although the HBO series, tangent, sorry, the HBO series, go and watch it. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to The Crow.
Mm.
The legacy of it. I think the fact that we're still talking about it now, 30
Yeah.
years later, I think
Goes to
that
show.
shows everything, really.
Yeah. Got to be. I think, if it's 30-year anniversary coming up, then I think we need a 4K release.
Yes, with all the deleted scenes they can find and everything all tidied up and polished and everything. Because there is, I didn't really want to go into this too much because I don't really know the full story behind it, but famous horror actor Michael Barryman was hired to play a character called the Skull Cowboy, who was sort of going to be a guide for Eric.
Yeah, he appears in the comic, apparently.
Yeah, he does appear in the comic. But apparently he got cut for reasons unknown. And I heard kind of an urban myth, urban rumor kind of thing. I think it's since been disproven, but apparently they shot a scene with him outside the church. You know, the scene as he's approaching the church and it cuts to them inside the church.
Yeah.
Supposed to be a bit with the cowboy saying that if you go in here, you will die. And then the next day they filmed the scene where Brandon Lee tragically got shot. And a lot of like superstitious people were like, oh, well, we need to take that out of the film because it's like a portent of real events. Like,
yeah,
I think it's since been disproven that that's not the case. From my personal understanding and from what I've seen research wise, films are shot out of order. They shot everything with him in makeup first and everything out of makeup last.
Yeah.
And he actually got shot during the scene where he's being pulled up like that at the beginning bit in the apartment.
Yeah.
Actually, that bit where it happened, where the accident happened, it's in that set of scenes, apparently. It's not, I'm not saying it's concrete, I don't know 100%. It's what I found from online research, okay? Don't come at me in the comments. But that apparently that's why it was removed. That's one of the reasons, but I'm not 100%. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's only so much research you can do before you start going down a rabbit hole of conspiracy theories and you get lost and then you come out with a fetish for masks and horns.
Mhm.
But anyway, yeah, so your thoughts on the legacy of it, Guy?
Oh, it just continues, doesn't it? It's like a shadow
Well,
over the geekdom.
yeah, I mean, there's
Got a
still
really lovely
merchandise
shadow.
coming out for it even now. There's still action figures and
Yeah.
t-shirts and posters, everything. It
Mm,
it's got a lasting thing. Again, that
has a
may be
long
down
shadow.
to it's a lot. It does cast a long fucking shadow. You're very very right there. Um, but I think a lot of that is again to do with the passing of Brendan Lee and the connection to the film.
Yeah.
And I think it's in a way it's all kind of slightly poignant that we remember the actor who died bringing a character to life that so many people in a way can relate to because we've all had that moment where we've been hurt and we've been wronged and
Mm,
we want justice.
yeah.
You know, a lot of people worse off than others. And there's many a time I'm sure people have watched a film like that and gone, if it wasn't going to kill me and I weren't getting arrested, I'd go out and do it. But watching
Mm,
something like that, it's kind of a release for that feeling.
yeah.
And live vicariously through a fantasy. Just don't try
Yeah.
and live out the fantasy. Don't do it in reverse. Don't watch something and get inspired. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Watch
Don't do
something
this
to let it
about
out.
it. Mm,
So I play Grand Theft Auto. Doesn't mean I'm going to go stealing cars and shooting people.
no.
You know?
But
But,
hey,
right.
it could
Then
have gone so
hmm?
wrong. It could have gone so wrong.
It could have.
Because
It,
apparently, the first time the writers pitched this film to an unnamed studio, they said to him, said, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. We could do it as a musical and cast Michael Jackson in the lead role. Really?
oh, please don't.
Oh. Well, you know, the writers turned that down.
Yes. One little bit of trivia that I do know is that there is only one actor who has appeared in all of the Crow films. Just one actor.
Who's that?
That would be Magic the Raven, who played the Crow.
Ah, so same bird.
Yep,
Cool.
it's
I like that.
literally from all the way up until I suppose the most recent one because the last one was 2005. So I don't think
Hmm.
that Raven's probably around anymore. But
No.
I did think that was an interesting piece of trivia that they got a Raven to play the Crow because they're naturally they look better in Hollywood apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when you get someone in the 30s to play a teenager, it looks better apparently.
The
But yeah, it was Magic the Raven played the titular Crow,
actual crow.
the actual Crow in the film in all of the films.
Cool.
So
And I guess we need to move on.
we do
Time to
to City of Angels. Now, I know, Guy, you don't like this one.
No. That was
What
another waste of time at the feckin' cinema, wasn't it?
what didn't you like about it?
All of it.
It had a good soundtrack.
Not as good as the first.
Well, no, I got right. This is going to be the thing with Crow. My phone just went off and scared the crap out of me. I'm so sorry. Goofy just fell off my sofa, apparently.
Real life intrudes.
The one thing we're going to be saying now about this Crow City of Angels is, yeah, but it's not as good as the first one. And I think we kind of have to give it its due. It will
Do we?
not, no matter how you deconstruct the two side by side, the original is always going to be better because it started the franchise. Well, it didn't start the franchise, but it started the cinematic franchise. It was the reason why the City of Angels one existed.
Hmm.
But if you look beneath the surface with, again, layers. If you look beneath the surface of Crow City Rangers, I watched it a fair few times. I had it on DVD at one point, and my DVD player kept playing it from the beginning all
Mm.
day. And when you've got depression laying on a sofa, you ain't moving the press buttons, leave it alone. And I watched it several times over. And the more I watched it, the more I watched the subtle little bits with some of the characters, it's like there is a good film in here, but much like a lot of sequels, it got fucked over by studio interference.
Yes.
Apparently, there is a director's type cut out there somewhere where someone's found a load of the deleted scenes,
Mm.
deleted subplots, and things like that, and kind of re-edited it and uploaded it somewhere. I don't know where. I'm not 100% certain. But I personally think it it was a good underrated sequel in my opinion, just for certain scenes and certain little moments in it.
Mm.
Again, overall, not as good as the first one, but compared to Salvation and Wicked Prayer that came after it,
Guess what?
hindsight's a wonderful thing.
Guess what? Didn't watch them.
I only caught the arse end of Wicked Prayer.
I bet it was an arse end as well.
It was it was not good. It didn't even come across as a good made for TV movie of the late what 2000 yeah, well, early 2000s. Like
Mm.
even the Sci-Fi Channel originals would look at that film and go, "You released that?"
Mm.
Like it was, and David Boreanaz was in it. You know, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I heard that. What? Yeah,
Yep.
he was in it. He played the bad guy in it.
My other half has a liking for David Boreanaz.
To be honest, right,
Now you've let that slip, I'm probably going to have to sit through it, aren't I?
watch it on mute. You'll be fine.
Puts her on mute. Oh, Judy.
There we go. We've talked about the sequels. There you go. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, and the less said about the TV series, the better.
Oh, I watched
Because I'm
the
not even
pilot.
bothered.
I watched the pilot, and
Really?
just,
Okay.
it was a rental, 5 videos for 5 nights for a fiver. It's totally bundle. I gave it a viewing just on brand recognition alone. Oh, The Crow, there's a new one. No, it's not. It's the plot of the movie done really, really wrong and really, really bad. No, turn it off, burn it in a fire now. So
Yep. There you
that was
go.
my view on it. But before we finish up, as Hollywood is known to do,
Yes.
they will not leave the dead to rest. And they're remaking, or it is finished filming now. The Crow remake.
Mm.
Now, before I go on my rant, I'm trying to avoid one here. Rumor has it that this interpretation, as it's being described, not a reboot or remake, it's an interpretation.
I hate
Call it
it when they
whatever,
say
call it whatever you want. A reboot is a reboot, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Paint a duck white, it's not a swan.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, I've tried. Bored college night, too much alcohol, excess white paint. Anyway,
Okay.
I've heard rumors that this remake, whatever it is, it's closer to the storyline of the original comic book.
Yeah.
And having done research between the differences between the book and the film, there are some big, big differences because in the comic book, Eric Draven wasn't a rock star. They weren't attacked in their apartment. They were just paranormal people who were driving along, broke down, a gang come across them. Same thing happened. They got, killed and everything. But yeah, and the rest of the story is different here. So I'm thinking if it does more follow the book and it's a better, closer adaptation of the book, I may give it a chance. If I start seeing trailers and I start seeing redone scenes from
Mm,
this, for me, untouchable classic, I will not give it a time of day. I won't.
fair one. But hopefully we won't see it for ages because of the strikes.
From what I've heard, it's been slated for late next year.
Suits me.
I think it could come out late this century after we're all dead and fucking gone. There's just certain to me, there's just certain films you should never remake. And with the legacy tied to this film and the tragedy tied to this film,
Mm,
the loss of Brandon Lee's life in bringing this book to the screen, making a remake of it is, in my opinion, a little bit disrespectful to him and his family.
yeah, but Hollywood don't give a shit.
No. I mean, like I said, if it's a completely different story, it's just the Crow in name only. If
Mm,
I'm actually praying, I'm actually praying for once, let it be a remake in name only. Maybe then I'll give it a chance. But if they try to do it scene for scene, like that crappy Psycho remake that came out in the 90s, that one.
yeah,
If they try something like that with it, I think they're gonna piss off an awful lot of
yeah,
people,
there'll be a backlash.
and justifiably so. It's like you can't piss on the memory like that. You can't. But
Yeah,
that's just me. That's just my thought process. Whatever.
no, totally agree.
It's late. My
Totally agree.
coffee's wearing off. My
Oh, we've
kids
still
are
got
waking
shout
up
outs to
now.
go. But so yeah, there you go, people. We'll put a pin in it. The Crow.
For now, anyway, until the remake comes out, until we hear more news.
Mm,
But can definitely say, if you have never seen The Crow, unless you're under 20, you've got no excuse. You should have seen it by now.
correct.
If you haven't seen it, if some of our, I say younger viewers, I'm pushing 40. For me, a younger viewer is someone who's 20.
Yeah,
If some of our younger viewers who are watching this have never seen The Crow, go and watch it.
yeah, get
Because
out there.
it is proof that you can do a comic book movie at 97 minutes long,
Mm,
enjoyable 97 minutes long, and it doesn't have to be a CGI butt fuck fest of green skinned aliens punching each other.
no, exactly. It's practical effects, brilliant cinematography work, great story, great acting. All you need in a timely package.
Exactly. It's like the best thing I can describe it is if you liked Batman 89, but you wanted it to be a bit more darker and a bit more violent,
Yes.
The Crow is for you.
Yeah.
It's got that dark, gothic, moody edge, banging, amazing, stellar soundtrack, great cast, like not just the main character, but the supporting cast, all
Mm,
great actors. There is not one bad part played in that film.
no.
Not one. There's not any parts where you see a character deliver a line and you go, oh, that's a bit wonky.
Yeah.
Was that their first take? There was never any scenes like that. It is, for me, a perfect as a comic book movie can get. And for me, it will forever live in my black broken heart with a score of 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Oh, well, I will agree that 10 out of 10 for me. Definitely. Cool. And with that, it's time for some shout outs.
It is, yes. I will just get the old YouTube channel back up so I can
Get
check.
the shout outs out.
Well, a little bit of the shout outs. We have
Get the
two
shout out.
comments from the Ginger Ninja JK.
Yay, JK.
Commented on our. I'm trying to look at the thing here in the corner.
Amateurish delivery.
It was the Console Wars Part 1.
Ah.
And he says, memories. It all began with the Intellivision for me, and then it was the C64 followed by the Amiga 500.
Yeah,
And
I
the
remember that.
NES and SNES, fond memories from all.
Ooh, a Nintendo boy.
Oh, yeah. And in our episode, Are Films and Shows Getting Too Long? Which ironically, our episode was longer than normal for that one.
Yeah, it was.
Said, welcome back, just playing catch up. I'm glad I did. Awesome episode. And the fact that someone also agrees with me that The Crow City of Angels is a good movie, not compared to the OG, which is great. Made my day. So,
Yeah.
JK, we're on the same page. We both like Crow City of Angels.
That's me in the corner then.
Yeah, back to you in the spotlight.
Well, I lost my religion years ago, but there you go. You know.
The only religion you've got is bad religion.
Yeah.
I'm swapping drinks over. I'm sorry, my coffee's gone cold. And then we have also on Twisted Metal episode.
Oh.
Appeared on the show. Lee said, hello again. I'm here to stalk you. Also, I know more about the nameless game I played at my cousin's many moons ago. So there we go. Someone who didn't even know what the game was called had played it.
Hey, stop stalking us.
And also on the episode are films and shows getting too long. We have friend of the channel, son of the Pertwee, Mr. Tony Harris himself. Great to have you guys back. Really enjoyed this video. I'm in full agreement with you. In full agreement with everything you said, especially about being able to watch 5 or 4 normal length films in an afternoon as opposed to maybe 2 3-hour epics. Thanks for the shout out, by the way. Really appreciate it. You're more than welcome, Tony.
Well, Tony, if it's great to have us back, then catch up with the fucking episodes.
Hey, yeah, why are you 3 episodes behind now? I'll get the glove. I'll get the pineapple.
I'll write your name on it in the Sharpie.
We love you really, Tony.
Do we?
Well, I mean,
Of
yeah,
course we do.
I guess.
Of course we do.
Yeah. We're only pulling your leg. We would pull something else, but we're not that close.
You should be so lucky. You're matron.
All right, Kenneth, calm down.
Sorry. Yeah. Wait, Sid, stop it. Right then. Well, that'll do us, folks. That's enough of the shout outs. We're going to let it go because we're just getting silly now because we're tired.
Yes, we are. Sleep
And we get
deprivation is
tired.
kicking in.
Yes. So we will be back next time talking about some old shite. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we're in the pattern at the moment of we decide what we're going to film after we stop filming this one. So you don't see it, but we know what's coming. I could have said something else there, but I was really not going to. Right. Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Good night, all. Take it. Take care.
Random man.
Take it there. I have. I've been Random Sid. Yeah.
Random Sid over there. Miss Violet over here. I've lost the will to live. We'll see you next time. Mwah.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Take it easy, folks. Bye-bye.
We have such sights to show you.
Fire weep, cry now, weep, penny bomb.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
They don't like you, but they find time to comment on every photo, watch every story, and tune into every single live stream from a fake profile. In my eyes, your haters are your biggest fans. They don't hate you, they love you, and they wish with every ounce of their fucking being that they could be you, but they can't, so instead, it's easier for them to hate on you. Shout out to all my fans in disguise as haters. I see you and I love you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Coming to you live once again from New York, back in 1984. It is Hun Your Geek is showing. Whoop, 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 whoop. With me, as usual, is the Queen of Mean herself, Miss Violet Impulse.
Hello, my sweet tortured souls, and welcome to another fun-filled, ghost-busting, ectoplasm-covered episode of Hun Your Geek is showing.
As long as it's only covered in ectoplasm. Jesus.
Well, I hope it's ectoplasm.
God, started already. Come on. So, right, well, I suppose we better get started, and we'll start with some shout-outs.
Oh, yes, some shouty outs. We have from the Retro Movie Zone, Mr. Tony Harris, the son of the Pertwee.
Yul Brynner himself.
Yep. There's a great episode, guys. Really enjoyed it. I'm ashamed to admit that I haven't seen The Crow. Naughty Tony, I still have the pineapple.
And it ain't going on your pizza, bitch.
But I fully intend to correct this glaring oversight, so please hold on to the pineapple and maybe stick it on a pizza. Ew!
No.
No!
Wrong. Meat
What
goes on pizza.
pineapple
Meat,
does
meat,
not
and
go-
meat.
It's not on pizza. It goes on to say, I'll also be checking out the soundtrack. If you've not listened to the soundtrack, oh, Tony, slippery slope here, love.
He's been on a slippery slope for years.
She's saying, cracking episode, folks. You've inspired me to take a look at another movie that's slipped under my radar. A film I wouldn't normally have bothered with. Oh.
I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
Yeah. It goes on to say, it's what I love about our little community. We're constantly bringing each other's attention, to each other's attention, get my words right. Movies that maybe take us out of our comfort zone, and I love it. It's what we're all about. Anyways, you've given me a load to talk about on my channel, and you've sent me away with a movie I think I'm going to enjoy. Looking forward to the next episode. Well, here it is.
Yes. And we're also going to send you away with Fleeing. Come on. Nick off.
But thank you, love, as always, Tony. Next, we have Mr. JK, the Ginger Ninja himself.
JK!
And it says,
fucking area.
I in love The Crow. And yes, please do Night of the Living Dead 90, another great movie, remake or not. I do intend on doing that, but I think as a movie just on its own, I think that's more of a Miss Violet's Underworld episode rather than a Hun Your Geek is Showing episode. So when I get back around to doing those episodes, they're currently on hold due to life situations. I will definitely cover that one, JK, definitely. Okay?
Yes, because we can't cross the streams.
No, we can't do that. We can't
So
cross.
we did
We
that.
can't cross the shows. We'll call us an implosion.
Hey.
We're thinking. Hey, see. I still have the soundtrack, and it's still on my playlist. Absolutely kick-ass soundtrack that perfectly suited the tone and style of the film. Yes, we said that in the episode that like they're just burn on its own. I absolutely love that song, and the minute you hear just the intro part of it with the crows crowing, echoing in the background, you know instantly what it's from. Even if you've never heard it before, you go, "Is that from The Crow?" You know. Here we go. Spawn. It's not that bad, really. Yes, it's bad, but it's a fun movie with another great soundtrack. Slight tangent here.
Tangent alert.
Tangent alert. We still need to get the button for that.
Yeah. Go.
Tangent alert. Spawn the film. I've got the director's cut, and it does bonk it up to a 15 because there's some the burning scene at the beginning is a little bit longer. There's a little bit more violence. There's a little bit more swearing. But like JK said, it's still a bad film. It's still not very good. Was it entertaining? To an extent. But I think for someone like myself who saw the HBO series straight after seeing the film, the such stark contrast of how close it got to the comic book with the animation, and how far away it was with the film, I gravitated more towards the animated show. But that was me personally. Feel free to address that in the comments for this episode. And he also goes on to say, go on, quick, guy, quick.
I'm gonna say, talking of comments. Looks like we got bitches.
Oh yeah.
We got bitches in the commenters.
What is it they said that before I quickly had it removed because it was flagged as potentially harassment? So I reported it for said harassment. Worst YouTubers ever. I'd like to point something out to you, dear commenter. We're British. Being the worst at something is actually a goal. It's something to aspire to when you are British. If you're the worst at something, well, at least I've been fucking recognised for it. So
Yep.
thank you. Please.
And if we're the worst,
Sorry?
if we're the worst, we're actually doing it.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
We got enough attention for you to call us the worst, so thank you.
Yeah. Living up here. Living right there.
Rent free, rent free, rent free, rent free.
So please do come back on and
Feel free.
explain why we're the worst.
Yes, tell us 5 reasons why we're the worst.
In 100 words or less.
Yes, JK also goes on to
Sorry, yes.
say,
Sorry, JK.
we tangented from Spawn there, but yeah, it's not a super shit film. It's not the worst film ever made, but when the HBO animated series is out there in competition with it, I'd rather watch that every time because it's a better story. It's closer to the comic books. It's violent. It's gory. There's full of everything you can think of. It's in there. Just trust me, you will like it. But anyway, sequels, City of Angels, good if you don't take it as a direct sequel, but stand alone. Same with Salvation, though that's though that's a slightly worse movie. I think Salvation wasn't great. It was passable, but yeah, the last one, Wicked Prayer, I own that one. Couldn't tell you anything about it because I watched it once and erased it from my brain with electric shock. That's one way to deal with a shit film. Just be like, yeah, get it out of my head. I love a good bit of old electroshock therapy, which reminds me of my sessions due tomorrow at 4.
Yeah, no.
Oh, this is a long comment.
It really is.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my.
Most of it goes da-da-da-da-da.
I know, it's very strange. It was more fun than watching it as for the remake. I don't disagree, it's somewhat disrespectful to Brendan Lee and family, but it is a comic book graphic novel, and as a source, they can make it from that and still have the OG as is without pissing on his memory. Thanks for the shout out. Haven't watched the Twisted Metal episode as I still haven't seen the show. Yeah, there was no spoilers in that one. We talked more about the game and the show's inspiration because the show hadn't actually come out at that point.
Yeah, we couldn't spoil it.
We couldn't spoil it if we wanted to. Most we could spoil was what happens in the trailer.
Yeah.
So,
which I'm sure you've seen, JK. So you know.
More than likely.
So give it a watch, mate. Give it a watch.
And that is it for the shout outs for this episode.
Thank you. If you want to shout out, please make a comment.
Exactly.
Even if it's a bitchy comment.
Right then, I think.
Yes, I suppose we ought to mosey on down the track there and ask the question: who are you going to call? Fat bastards. I'm here. Fat bastard.
No, sorry, that's a meme.
Yeah, of course, folks. We are going to talk about Ghostbusters this week. So we shall begin as we always do. Every single time. Violet, where did you first see Ghostbusters? Or how did you first see it?
Well, how did I first see it? I first saw it as a video rental on VHS from a local video store because this little demon over here was born the year this film came out, 1984. Another film that's approaching
Sickening.
an anniversary next year.
Sickening.
40 years. Wow. But anyway, yeah, I first saw it on VHS as a sort of a family film night kind of thing. We did it sort of once a week. I think it was Saturdays. Usually we did like family film night.
Yeah, nice.
I saw it. In fact, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure I saw the first and the second pretty much back to back.
Oh, yeah.
Because the second one came out in '89, so I would have been 5 years old.
Mm.
And I do remember being very, very young seeing it. So it's very hazy, but I'm pretty sure I did see the first two pretty much back to back. Like one week we watched the first one because the new one was coming out the following week. So then we watched that the following week. But yeah, that was how I first saw it, and I was hooked. And very, very soon after, obviously, we'll talk about more about this later. The cartoon, The Real Ghostbusters. That really got me into the franchise as a whole. But I saw the films first and I loved them. But the animated series just.
Oh, we're gonna have some disagreements.
So, guys, when did you
I'm
first come across it?
Same video rental.
Hey.
Shout out for West End Video in Button. What a cracking place that was. A little independent video shop, doing your rentals, arcades in the back, one-stop shop. So big shout out for them. So bring back a lot of memories. Sadly no longer, of course. So yeah, I first saw it video rental. I think it was about 86-ish, maybe I first saw it. I think
Around about the same age as me, because you're a few years older than me.
Yes, just a few.
Not many, but enough. You love me, really.
Debatable.
Twat.
But yeah, I mean, again, saw it. Bloody hell, loved it. It's all my favorite things. It's sci-fi, it's comedy, it's horror. You know, it's thrills and spills and action.
Oh yeah, and there's the love story in there as well with Venkman and Dana.
Yeah, I wasn't fussed about that, but
Well, no, neither was I. But when you
because I was a kid at the time, I was like, "You're kissing."
yeah, but when you grow up, you can kind of appreciate that little subplot within the film, like, oh,
Mm.
you know,
Oh yeah, but you know what it's like when you're that young man, kissing.
yeah, ooh, God, ooh, get it on screen. I just want to see the game. Yeah, I get, yeah.
Yeah.
Right then, so kind of going on with this, where we first encounter it, we'll talk about each film. Oh, go on.
As usual, I got to talk about the numbers.
The what?
The numbers,
sorry,
the
I
numbers.
didn't hear you. The numbers. Go on then.
The numbers. 25 to 30 million budget.
Yes, it was.
And its theatre run was that raised profit of $282.2 million.
Yeah, I've got a little thing up here.
Yes.
Yeah, it's up here, 30 million budget, but grossed approximately 240 million in the United States and over 50 million abroad.
It's all in about 282 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit, there was a sequel.
Oh, yeah.
But apparently the Columbia Pictures were very sort of nervous about it.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to have flop on their hands.
Yeah, which, I mean, the second one, I go back and forth on that one, but we'll talk more about the first one first. I mean, go on.
It's got everything, though, hasn't it? It's got everything you want.
Yeah, I mean, from the opening with the librarian ghost.
Oh, I love the library ghost scene.
Yeah, I would love to see that character make a comeback.
Mm.
We'll talk about this a little bit later in the episode, but we will get there.
Look at that.
But just from that opening alone, yeah.
Mm.
And that iconic thing with Ray running, grab her!
Grab her.
Really, Ray?
But yeah, I mean, originally, the way that Dan Aykroyd wrote the whole idea in the first place, it would have been impossible to do it.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Budget would have been up to been 200 million.
It was what was it supposed to be set like in a post-apocalyptic world, wasn't it? Or
Yeah, it was supposed to be set in the future, and they travel back in time and interdimensionally to
yeah,
fight ghosts. It was originally going to be John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd with Eddie Murphy.
yes, I remember.
Unfortunately, Belushi died.
Yes, but they did kind of make Slimer out of him. So
Yeah, exactly. It was a bit of a nod and a wink.
yeah,
And here's another thing about this film that will touch whatever passes for a heart that you have. All practical effects.
yes, yes, and you know me, practical effects absolutely revs my engine.
Mm,
One of my favorite guys is Tom Savini because he does everything practical if he can.
yeah.
And I'm the same. I'd love to do it, but yeah, all practical effects, very very early visual effects as well, sort of overlaying
Mm,
shots and shots to get that ethereal look of some of the characters. And I'm like, see, you don't need all these computer bullshitty bollocks to do all the stuff. There's people that can do it. We've shown that. Go back and do it.
yeah.
You're going, oh, Red, when did you get to fucking Amsterdam?
I'm in New York. Look at that.
In
Just
the
have us look like my dining room.
Anyway, but
Yeah,
yeah,
anyway.
practical effects. The story, we got to talk about the story, kind of. So we get three guys. Dr. Egon Spenkler, played by the late great Harold Ramis, who also co-wrote it, with Dan Aykroyd, who also stars in it.
Yeah, Ramis had to rein Aykroyd in.
Yeah. It's like, no, can't go that far. Bring it back. And the ever legendary Bill motherfucking Murray and Peter Venkman. I think my phone going off in the background again. he just brought that comedy naturally. Like, you knew that this guy would. It was almost like he wasn't trying to be funny. He was just a funny guy.
Yeah.
You kind of got that. Like the bit with the electroshocks at the beginning.
Oh.
But yeah, they lose their job. And
they lose their funding.
They lose their funding, yes. And then they decide, screw this, we're going to do it our own way, and they become the Ghostbusters, which kind of opens a plot hole. It's not really a plot hole, it's more something I would have preferred to have seen in the film, but we'll talk about that more when we get to the 2016 film.
Yes.
But anyway, yeah, so they go out in New York, start busting ghosts. They're joined by receptionist Janine, played by the wonderful Annie Potts.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Who? My fucking brain, I don't realize shit sometimes. I've watched all 5 seasons of Young Sheldon. It was not until I watched Ghostbusters Afterlife I realized she plays Sheldon's Mima in that. Like, oh my God, I did not realize. I've seen Ghostbusters so many times and I did not realize.
Was that her?
That's Annie Potts playing Sheldon's Mima in Young Sheldon, yeah.
Hold on a sec, we need the adjudicator. Is that her?
Yeah.
The adjudicator has failed, ladies and gentlemen. This is a first.
Oh dear.
Well, she is ill.
We'll give her a day off.
All right.
Well, maybe a half day.
Yeah, come on, let's not take the piss.
Yeah, and then later on they're joined by Winston Zeddemore.
Yes.
Played by
Ernie Hudson.
And we didn't plan this. We didn't plan to do 2 films in a row back to back that were
Hold on.
Oh, go on.
Hold on, I have word.
Yeah, no.
It is her. The adjudicator has spoken.
See? I did not realise that was Sheldon's
taking
Mima.
ages. There you go. So there you go, folks. The adjudicator returns.
And what was I saying?
Ernie Hudson back to back
Yeah,
last week.
we really didn't plan it this way. It just kind of happened naturally because we mentioned watching Afterlife in last week's episode. When we were doing our after filming wrap up that we normally do,
The staff
just like,
meeting.
should we do Ghostbusters? We've not covered it yet. We've mentioned it, but we've not covered it. So we've mentioned it. We might as well cover it. So
See, folks, this shit is unscripted, but it is prepared in advance.
yes, I like to call this podcasting improv. Basically, we have the idea of what we want to talk about. Whether or not we stay on subject, your guess is as good as ours. Like right now, we're going off subject again.
Yeah, we are. Tangent.
I think Goes is on her way. But
Look,
yeah.
I'm fucking out. We can go on tangents. Everyone knows Ghostbusters.
Oh, exactly. We know the story. We'll
maybe even Tony's actually seen Ghostbusters.
Has he?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, if he pops up in the comments and says this is another one he hasn't seen, I'm unsubscribing. He can't call himself Retro Movie Zone if he hasn't seen Ghostbusters. I'm sorry, you can't.
Yeah, this is true.
I have faith in you if you have not seen Ghostbusters, Tony.
You've been warned. Tony. Been warned.
Right. Well, everyone knows the story. Everyone knows what's what. One of my favorite characters. Pardon?
Favorite bits and characters.
Yes, one of my favorite characters is one of my actual kind of secret favorite actors.
Ooh.
And it is Lewis Tully.
Yes.
Played by
Rick Moranis.
I couldn't think of the name for a second there.
Yeah.
He is one of my kind of low-key favorite actors because I like whatever I've seen him in, I like him in.
Yeah.
One of those actors that for me, he's not done a shit part.
He can do a shit part if his life bloody depends on it.
Exactly. I mean, you've got both the Ghostbusters films, the Honey, I Shrunk Kids franchise.
Little Shop of Horrors.
Little Shop of Horrors. That will get its own episode because that was very, very influential on me. It'll get an Underworld episode. Don't worry, guy. I was going
to say, you might get a guest host as well.
I'm hosting solo that one. Is that going to be the same with the Gargoyles episode?
Maybe.
That I've been trying to do now for 3 seasons.
Which I've successfully avoided for 3 seasons.
Fucking dodging them bullets. You are not Neo. I will catch you. I'm dodging your bullshit.
Bullet time, baby.
You haven't got the budget for that. You haven't got a budget.
Laptop.
Our entire budget goes on my masks and his alcohol.
What alcohol?
It's tea, really.
It is. It's not in the budget this week. Sorry.
Oh dear. I was going to say, is it a T with a G in front of it?
No.
But yeah. So Lewis Tully, Rick Moranis, one of my favorite actors. I love how clueless he is, but kind of like
that long speech he did at his party apparently was ad-libbed.
Yes.
So that just goes to show just chops on that bloke.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, have you seen the film that he's in? Tangent. Have you seen Canadian Bacon?
Canadian Bacon.
Yeah, it's with
yes.
Yeah.
And Alan Alda.
Yes. That shows his comedy chops, in my opinion.
Yeah. Give us back our prisoners pronto, or we'll nuke Toronto.
Exactly. But back on subject, I've got a picture of it looking right in my field of view, so I'm going to talk about it. The car.
Ecto 1.
Ecto 1. Modified from a
1959 Cadillac Meteor.
Yeah, Millimeter, yeah.
Millimeter. There you go. See?
Yeah, see? So
up here.
Cars, he knows his cars. But for me, again, much like anything with Ghostbusters, that thing. That car is iconic to the point. In fact, actually, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to pause this while I quickly run and fetch something so you're not waiting around with a weird silence. Give me 2 seconds. And we're back. What I ran to grab was the Ghostbusters Transformers crossover Ectotron, and it does transform into a perfect little replica of the car, and it comes with the two little ghosties, Slimer and Chopper. Because this one was more aimed for the Afterlife release because it's got the rust in. You can get hold of a from the first film edition where it's all clean and white and everything, but this is the only one I come across, so I grabbed it while I had the chance.
Fair one. Yeah, I mean, if you get your vehicle crossed over into the Transformers, then you are doing good.
Oh yeah, definitely. The car just that siren is iconic.
Oh, yeah.
I'll try and get a
It's a
sound
leopard.
of it.
That's a leopard.
Is it?
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know.
leopard reversed and then cut. So it
Oh,
just does a
I
that's a
did
leopard.
not know that. I did not know that. Wow.
See, all sorts of trivia up in this bitch.
See, you want trivia? Go to the random man. He knows random things. That's why we call him the random man.
Mm-hmm.
But going onwards then.
Ghostbusters 2.
Two. We're back, as the fucking DVD cover says.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, it's good. It has the original cast.
yes, that is one
Yep.
thing I can say is that
It's a necessary caveat.
yeah, you have to have the OG guys, right?
Mhm.
For any sequel, really. But for me, the second one, it's a good film.
Mm.
Don't get me wrong, but it's not as good as the first one. And we said this about The Crow with the City of Angels that it's a good sequel, but it's for me, I didn't like it as much as that one. I didn't like it as much as the first one. The whole thing with the slime and being positive
The mood slime, yeah.
I just I didn't get that. And Vigo to me did not seem as big of a threat as
Goes with the Gozerian.
yeah, goes to the Gozerian, goes to the Traveler, goes to the Destroyer,
Mm.
and all the other names that they have. Like I just didn't like it as much. Vigo for me wasn't threatening enough.
No, but it was a great performance from fucking hell. Bill Murray, as usual, just baiting him.
Yeah.
Baiting
Hey,
him,
Vigo.
baiting him,
Hey,
baiting him.
Vigo. Look at me. Look at me when I'm talking to you, you pussy.
It's like, yeah, fucking hell. Just Bill Murray, let's face it, he is another one. That bloke cannot phone it in.
No.
Not possible for him. It's just gold every time.
He is. Yeah, he's good in whatever he's in, and in Ghostbusters he really does shine.
Yeah.
Because and I think it's quite a subtle thing with an actor like Bill Murray that where they're funny all the time, that when they are serious, it
Yeah.
has more of an impact because it's like once even the funny guy is now taking shit seriously,
Yeah.
things are bad, or that things are bad right now, but they're gonna get better. Like that about the character. It's a subtlety, and it shows a true acting prowess, in my opinion, that you can go from ha 1 minute to emotional the next.
Yeah.
It blends seamlessly. Because sometimes with characters in films where they have that, they're the Joker, but then they have the emotional scene. Sometimes it's very fucking jarring.
Yeah.
Like, wow, that came out of nowhere. But with Bill's character, it's very, it flows. You get it. But anyway, continuing the second one, not my favorite, but I did like it.
I can watch if it's on. I can watch it.
Same.
Especially
if it's the unedited TV version, because watching the TV version where they cut out all the language and stuff, just
yeah,
sanding the edges off. It's not.
yeah. It's not, It's not like we have to have gratuitous swears, but you know,
No, but when they're done at the right time with the right
yeah, well placed.
it works. It works.
Yeah.
But then that was it. No more films.
No, we got a crap cartoon.
It's not crap. Sorry.
Can I borrow your handbag? Need a visual aid.
The real Ghostbusters.
Was shit.
No, I enjoyed it for what it was because it kept that creepy element. Much like we talk about this with the X-Men cartoon, right? How they didn't dumb shit down for kids.
Mm.
Real Ghostbusters was the same. It it was a precursor, in my opinion, to things like Goosebumps. You know, those scary books for kids. It was like the monsters were still scary enough for a kid's cartoon, but not too scary that it was going to be rated PG and shit like that.
Yeah, and they turned Slimer all cute and pet.
Well, I mean, okay, I can agree because I saw this growing up. Over time, as the series went on, the focus did shift more and more towards Slimer, and I was there going, I like Slimer, but where's the guys? It got to the point where, like, even in most episodes, maybe one or two of the Ghostbusters would show up. The rest of the time, it was Slimer, and I'm like, this isn't what I'm here for. The first few seasons, right? The first 2 to 3 seasons, yes, because there's a recurring one with Egon going against the Boogeyman
with his stupid blonde hair,
the tunnel thing, the loofah hairdo. Fair enough. I can agree certain bits of it, but it was good. I enjoyed it.
I didn't like it as a kid.
Ton of toys. It's shit ton of toys. You can't
well,
get that many toys out. It gave us the firehouse in plastic form and the car, which I had both as a kid. Because you know,
I didn't even like it when I was a kid.
Why not?
Because it was shit. I knew it was shit then. But I had a thing. I did bump against cartoon versions of films, like the Rambo cartoon, for instance, was fucking shit.
Have you seen the RoboCop one?
Yes, it was fucking shit.
Oh, I agree with you on that one.
I just back then, you know, when you're a kid and you usually just like any old fucking whatever that's on. I didn't like
it. I didn't like the RoboCop one because there was one scene in it that just made me go, no, he would never do that. Him and Lewis went to a fucking restaurant and she's all there in a nice pretty frock and everything, and RoboCop's just RoboCop, but they've stuck a little bow tie.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
what? It's shit like that. Oh god, no, wank.
But yeah, okay, back on topic.
Yes.
Ghostbusters did take quite the hiatus as a film franchise. Because looking at the release dates here, we've got 1984, 1989,
2016.
2016, and then 2021. We will now talk about the 2016 one and what I thought could have been a good addition to the original, but it was not there.
We've been talking about it for a very long time. See? For
me, the one thing I liked about the 2016 one, right? The film itself is forced jokes and relying too much on Chris Hemsworth shirtless, which I'm glad to see. But there's got to be a reason for it.
Oh, the adjudicator's nodding.
Thor, Love and Thunder, you get to see his butt cheeks.
Oh, we saw it.
Oh, I saw it. I paused it.
It got accidentally rewound. So. Funny
anyway, yeah, what I liked about the 2016 one is the way they were testing the gear and figuring it out and putting it together and getting it to work, right? Because for me, what always felt like a bit of a plot inconsistency is in the first original film, they lose their funding, they're kicked out of the university, they get the firehouse, and then a amount of time passes. You're not told if time passes. It's just they get the firehouse and then the car's all done up and they've got the proton packs and they get the first call for the Sedgwick Hotel. And there's like, even Ray's there like, oh, it's untested. It's like, these guys are meant to be pros at what they do, right? Building this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know any scientists that would take untested equipment out into the field for a use.
They didn't have any choice, did they?
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, compared to the 2016 one,
They were shitting money.
Well, apparently they were, because
Yeah.
they're flat broke, and then all of a sudden they've got all this like.
Yeah, because didn't Ray chuck in some inheritance money or something
Or
like that?
mortgaged their farm or farmhouse.
Yeah.
Something. I don't know, but it just felt very jarring to go from seeing them like get the business idea and then the stuff's already built and done. And I'm just saying that the 2016 one, I like the fact that it showed how it was all put together and how they figured out how to catch ghosts. And I kind of like that. I think that if that kind of subplot had just been dropped in the original, even if it was just a one-shot scene of them like firing at a wall or something, and oh yeah, that works. I'm fine with that.
The problem was they were so under time constraints making the first one.
Yeah.
Time for that shit.
Yeah.
It wasn't time for it.
Exactly. But I'm just saying that for me, personally, that's the only thing I like about the 2016 one over the original ones is that you actually get to see them putting it together and figuring it out. That was an interesting point of view. Like, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
So then, techie stuff and a shirtless Hemsworth. Sounds about right for you.
Yeah, you know, give me some tech, give me a semi-naked Chris Hemsworth. A bit warm in here, isn't it? A bit warm in here.
No.
Well, it is under this mask. And under the desk. Sorry.
Yeah. So I guess we better move on because I haven't got anything to bring to this. And I've not. Disclaimer: I've not seen it because it's women. I couldn't give a crap if it's women. I just didn't want to see a reboot of the original.
Yeah. I can kind of see.
I've no problem with it being women.
Oh, neither did I. I mean, I was like, that seemed to be the big sticking point for a lot of people with that one. It's like, oh, it's girl Ghostbusters. It's like, and
couldn't give a shit.
Does it matter as long as, you know, okay, we had great actors in there.
Yeah, Melissa McCarthy is without doubt fucking awesome.
Exactly. So, you know, it's not that the talent wasn't there for the film, it's that the writing and the directing really wasn't there for it.
Well, so there you go.
But anyway, moving on. We get to, I think, the real cream of why we did this episode, because we both watched it.
Yes, I watched it this morning.
I know you did. You sent me a picture.
Yeah.
But Ghostbusters Afterlife, I say true sequel. Tangent here, people. Did you play the video game that came out on the PS3 or Xbox 360?
No.
Right. A lot of fans, I don't know whether this is meant to be canon or not, so don't come at me with it, right? But the video game that they brought out, just called The Ghostbusters, the video game, it was set after the events of the second film.
Right.
It had all the original cast doing the voices and everything.
Yeah.
It was shortly before Harold Ramis passed.
Yeah.
So, you know, you had all the original cast, and it kind of told its own story, but it also retread a lot of ground. Like, you went up against the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and things like that. But the general premise is you played a rookie, you were joining the Ghostbusters, and a lot of people have said that the storyline for the film, for the game, was actually adapted from a disused script.
Right.
I don't know if that's true. Could be an urban legend. I don't know. But so we did kind of get a third film, but not really. It was in the form of a video game. If you go and watch the cutscenes and stuff. You can make up your own mind whether or not it's canon.
Yeah.
Or
Well, I'll check that out. Sure, it'll be on YouTube somewhere.
more than likely, I'm sure there is a remaster available for the PS4.
Oop,
So
there you go.
I want to check it out. If you find it cheap, why not?
Yeah.
But yeah, Ghostbusters Afterlife, the actual proper sequel to the original.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem to acknowledge the events of the second film.
Not yet. It does say on Wikipedia here that there is an untitled Ghostbusters Afterlife sequel, which is due out March 29th, 2024. So, I mean, maybe, I don't know. It definitely does have more ties to the first film than the second film. I did notice that about it. Like, it's definitely more, it's there, but
But I thought it was bloody awesome, to be honest. Scott. Again, it's got everything you want. It's a love letter to the first film, but it's also its own thing.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, I don't want to say too much about it because with it still being fairly recent, a lot of people might not have seen it. But I like the fact that
light spoiler alert.
Yeah, I like the fact that the very opening of it, you've got Egon driving away.
Yeah.
And as he drives past the sign and it's the Shandor mine.
Yeah.
My brain just instantly went, that's the one who built the tower in the first one.
Yeah.
And then obviously there's more about it later in the film, but it was just from that very little thing, that sign hanging above a mine, my brain just instantly went, that's from the first one.
Yeah. And then you get that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah. But suppose we should discuss this because, like I said, we don't want to do too many spoilers. So if you've not seen it, this is your spoiler warning. Skip forward by 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe not even that. The one thing I do want to talk about with Afterlife is how they brought Egon back.
Oh.
The beginning bit was fairly simple. You know, his face is always in shadow.
Yeah.
But that ending bit.
Oh God, right in the feels.
It's very much a continuous punch of emotion, that bit, because you've got the girl trying to aim the thing, and then he appears and he helps her.
Yeah.
And then as the camera moves around, and I loved the fact they did this because it was one thing I was hoping they'd show in the film. As it pans round, you get that beautiful shot of all 4 original Ghostbusters kind of standing there, and Bill and Ernie keep
looking
like, and then looking at each other like, you go, yeah. But yeah, just the way they did it, and I said to my friend Dave about this. I love the fact that they didn't use any voice lines; they kept him silent.
Yeah.
They didn't do any voice synthesizer bullshit to bring his voice back. It was just the visual.
Yeah.
And for me, that I was in floods of tears by the end of it.
What's the thing by not going that route? Because it would have been so easy for him to go, oh yeah, we'll do a bit of digital wizardry.
Well, look at Star Wars with the likes of Peter Cushing.
Yeah.
Like they could have gone full that way with it, and I think that would have been. I wouldn't want to say disrespectful, but I wouldn't have liked it if they'd done that way.
No.
I just preferred the fact that he was
just there.
He was just there. Like he'll always be part of the team. I mean, his ghost even had on the costume, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like he will, even in death, he is still a Ghostbuster. You know, and that I think was, and the little bit right on the credits for Harold.
Oh yeah.
Heart.
See, I didn't know this morning was only the second time I've seen it.
Oh.
I didn't realize it was post credits.
Yes.
And mid credits.
Yes, the stuff with the coin.
Yeah,
I've got a feeling that's going to have something to do with the ones coming out
yeah.
next week. That's going to have something to do with it. And the very end stinger
Mm,
with Ernie Hudson.
yeah. So, it's like, oh, wow, cool. Because I didn't know they existed. Because the first time myself and the adjudicator watched it,
Watched it
it
all
was,
the way.
no, yeah, we just sort of, well, for how, oh, that's nice. And credit start, oh, that was really cool. Yeah, nice. Go for a fact. I thought we were done. And no,
There's that last little
yeah,
bit just to get you ready for the next one. And I'm excited for it. I must admit, this film has kind of got me back into Ghostbusters in a big way.
yeah, I think it's like the first one, it's handled perfectly.
Yeah.
It's got a great cast, it's got all the bits you need, and it's got enough callbacks. You got the little Stay Puffs.
Yeah.
That scene with the little Stay Puffs is just
The bit that cracked me and my
fucking
daughter up with
brilliant.
that one is where the little cocktail umbrella
Yeah.
through the back of his head and he grabs it, and pulls it, and that cracked me up.
Mm.
Yeah, I must say
Um,
it had a lot of laugh out loud moments for me.
yeah. I've got to give a shout to Paul Rudd as well, because normally he just likes to dominate a bit.
Mm,
He just held it back enough, I think. And there was, a bit less is more.
yeah, I like Paul Rudd in.
I don't get me wrong, I like him, but you know, I think you didn't need too much of him in this, and you didn't get too much of him in this.
No. I will say before going in to see this film, because the guy from Stranger Things in it, Finn Wolfhard,
Mm,
I was very much like, oh look, here we go. It's Stranger Things does Ghostbusters, and I was expecting that even when I first started watching it.
mm.
But it's very much its own thing. It really is, and it's not
Yeah,
all about the kids being the Ghostbusters. It's more. It starts off more
small
like a
town
mystery.
American kids.
It starts off for me more like a mystery, like what's going
Mm,
on? Why was Egon all the way out there? Why that you get a lot of questions in the first
yeah.
15 minutes of the film.
Why is he pissed off with all their equipment?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the bit that got me was when the girl phones Ray
Mm,
and he says Egon Spangler can go to hell.
mm.
I actually sat on my sofa and I was like, why would you say that, Ray? Why? Like that got me. That
Yeah.
got me right in the. I was like, what happened? Why would he say that about Egon?
Fair
Like,
enough.
but yeah, right. Spoilers done. Go and watch it.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm sure the next one's probably going to be cool as well.
Oh yeah, the one thing I'm kind of hoping for, and this is no disrespect to any of the actors involved, I really do hope that this new film is almost a passing of the torch kind of thing.
Next generation.
Yeah, like I'd like to see, much like they did with this one, where they didn't make it gratuitous with the original Ghostbusters.
Mm,
There was the bit with Ray with the phone call, and then the bit where they show up at the end.
yeah.
And the line that got me was Venkman says, "We're from home office,"
Yeah.
which implies that the Ghostbusters, in some way, are still in business.
Yeah. But it could also be one of them bank throwaway ones.
It could just be, yeah, Venkman being
It's a
Venkman,
bit.
exactly. But if they are going to do that, where it's the old Ghostbusters basically training up the new
Mm,
ones from Afterlife, the young girl
yeah.
and all that. If they go that route with it, and then by the end of that film, it's like they're retired, they're gone, they're not coming
Mm,
back. This is the new Ghostbusters. From what I've seen in Afterlife going forward, I'm kind of okay with that.
yeah.
Just because the reality of the fact is, well, just look how old they are in Afterlife.
Yeah.
You know, they're not going to be around for another 30 years for another legacy sequel, really.
Yeah.
So I hope this next one is a passing of the torch between the old Ghostbusters and the new Ghostbusters, and if it's done right, give up
I'm
the
pretty
send-off.
sure. I'm pretty sure it will be. I think that's the only sort of route they've got.
Yeah, really. You can't have Bill Murray at his age getting thrown off buildings and chasing after ghosts and things like
Mm.
that. It would not make an entertaining movie.
No, wouldn't.
You know, as much as I love the actor and as much as I love the characters, we are at that unfortunate time frame of they have to kind of step down and say, "We're done. We
Yeah.
retire. It's up to you guys now. It's up to you're the younger generation. Take over where we left off."
Yeah, so, and there we go.
Right, that's been Ghostbusters. Night, everyone.
Hey, I'm the host.
I'm joking. Go on.
Okay, now slow your roll. So, yeah, that is Ghostbusters for you folks. I mean,
Oh,
what do we have to say? We don't have to say much about it. Jesus, we have to say something.
one thing I forgot to talk about because I
Oh,
liked
oh.
it. You're gonna fucking hate it though. Extreme Ghostbusters. I like it. Again, I like it, and I think that those characters need to pop up in like a Ghostbusters multiverse or something like that because they did that in the comic books. Yeah, there's a Ghostbusters multiverse in the comic books.
Fucking multiverses for everything.
Oh, there fucking is, isn't there? And crossovers.
Mm.
I mean, proof. I've got the fucking robot transformer thing.
Exactly. We'll have a bloody multiverse next.
Oh god, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no, we do. There's Tony.
The Tonyverse.
Tonyverse. We've got retro movies on and all. It's a little multiverse going
You could call it the TYU.
on. Yeah.
Universe.
But yeah, so there we go, folks. That will be Ghostbusters. Obviously, if you've not seen any of them, go watch them. Apart from the cartoon series, save yourself some time.
Both of them.
But yeah, so there we go. I guess we better round up tonight with what you've been watching, mate.
This week, not really too much. Been busy packing, as my lack of figures on the shelf can attest to. I have been re-watching Stranger Things purely because I finished all my other box sets and I got to the episode of Buffy that really, really does make me cry and I couldn't watch it. So
Fair enough.
it is. But I have been playing a video game.
Good, googly moogly.
Yep, one of my all-time favorites, a remaster of a PS2 classic, Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed on the PS4 because it came out as part of the PlayStation premium thing that I get.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, it's just, I mean, you've got to bear in mind, it still plays like an old PS2 game.
Right.
It's just got updated graphics, but the gameplay and the audio and everything is just straight ripped from the original.
Yeah.
So it even puts a disclaimer up like, some of these views are not quite okay today, but we left them in because, you know, it's a game.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just as fun as I remember. I've just got to the level where you're in London and you're running around with a guy called Ponsonby, who works for MI6. He's dressed like Austin Powers and voiced by Anthony Stewart Head of Buffy fame.
Wow, cool.
Yeah. So
Awesome.
there's that. I've been playing that, having a lot of fun with it.
It's about time we had a Time Splitters too.
Oh, don't get me started on that one. That will be another one for a gaming episode, the Time Splitters franchise, because I'm quite fond of that one. Like, yeah. But yeah, so that's it then.
Okay then, folks.
Wait, what have you been watching? You didn't cover what you've been watching.
I have finished off Light of Magic. That was fan-bloody-tastic. Can't rate that enough. It's so good.
I will sit and watch that possibly tomorrow.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Do it.
Do it now. That's mine.
Yeah. I've started rewatching Breaking Bad because I can't find anything else to watch. Because I'm patient
thing done.
I'm patiently waiting for Ahsoka.
Oh, that's one thing I was supposed to ask. Have you watched that Stan Lee documentary yet that's on Disney Plus?
Yes, I have.
Right.
What's happening? So
Been meaning to watch that. It's on my list of things to watch.
watch it.
I keep forgetting it's on my watch list because whenever I click on any of my apps, it's like continue watching, and I just go, oh, well, I'm busy tidying up, so that can be on in the background. I want to actually sit down and properly watch that. So, yeah, but there we go.
Tony.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing a Tony on this one. I've not seen it. I was too busy
Right.
with my dad's TARDIS.
Yeah, too right.
Love you, Tony.
Pineapple on standby. Right, so folks, that will be it for this time. We will be back at some random point.
Yeah, some random time, some random YouTube channel. We don't
Indeed.
know.
But yeah, so for Miss Violet and Sports, and for me, this has been Honey Geeky Showing. We'll see you next time.
Goodbye, my sweet tortured souls. And remember, if you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get sadistic. You fucking copy me, asshole. I'll slap you. It's my sign off. I have to do it. All right. Bye, everyone.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Off my mouth.
Such sights to show you.
Why we cry now, we pity Bob.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Want to win this mask easy? Just follow, like, comment, share, and duet any videos featuring this Terminator-themed mask.
Terminator is out there. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear, and it absolutely will not stop until you are dead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are again. It's that time. I know where I am. Do you know where you are? Ooh.
Aren't we in a bomb shelter in the year 2029?
We could be, or we could be in downtown LA in 1984. We don't know. We don't know. Or 1991.
Or it could be August 29th, 1997. We're all going to have a pretty fucking bad day on that one.
We are. Ooh, blimey. Factor 1000. So, here we are, Honey Geek Showing once again. With me as ever, scaring folk, waving pineapples around, is Miss Violet Impulse.
Hello, my sweet tortured souls, and welcome back to another fun-filled episode of Honey Geeky Show. Yeah, fun.
It's
in
fun.
Fucking brackets.
It's fun.
You will have fun. Mandatory fun.
Oh, there we go. There's an album title. So, yes. So, tonight we will get straight onto it. We're not doing any shout-outs.
There's no shout-outs this week, and as for what we've been watching this week, it's pretty much the same as last week because I've been a busy little beaver this week, so I didn't really watch much, and if I did, it was things like Buffy or Gargoyles, stuff I've watched repeatedly, and you don't need to hear about it.
Yeah, I've carried on with the Breaking Bad marathon. I
Ahsoka?
did break off to watch something else.
Been watching Ahsoka?
Yes, of course I've been watching Ahsoka.
Of course, of course.
Of course I've been watching Ahsoka.
Need to know, that's all.
The latest episode was frankly bloody great, especially at the end. Oh, blimey.
I may have to wait for... I'm one of these bitches who will wait until a series has its full series run and then it all the way through because I don't like cliffhangers. I don't like waiting. I'm an impatient, viewer. I like to be able to just watch it all as one continuous story, one go, get it all done and out of the way in one go. Much like my love life. Oh,
All right.
nearly got you on that one.
Nearly. Very nearly. But not enough.
Not quite. Not.
Yeah. So this week, folks, as you may have probably already guessed, we are going to be looking at the Terminator franchise.
Oh yes, yes. And as part of this little Terminator thing that we're doing, on the day that this video drops, this mask right here that I painted up myself, a Terminator themed mask, very much like my own.
It's
Are
lovely.
the same mask. This will be getting given away on TikTok. And on TikTok only, I'm afraid, for my YouTube viewers. I may do something for you guys later on down the line. We'll see.
Hey, if you're
But
not signed up to Callie on TikTok,
get on it.
get on it.
Yeah, get on
You
it.
heard me. Get on it. Now, we'll wait. Hold on.
But yes, so Terminator theme mask going up for giveaway on TikTok. If you want to be in for a chance to win it, get over on TikTok. Keep an eye out for the details coming soon.
Tickety top, tickety top. I won't be on it because I'm too old for TikTok.
Chances are the videos for that giveaway will drop before this drops over on TikTok. So if you follow me from TikTok over to YouTube, you will already know about this giveaway.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Well, I mean, that's the Terminator franchise in the whole, isn't it?
No, that's Doctor Who.
Well,
Voicey laugh.
continuing onwards, the Terminator franchise.
The Terminator franchise. As you all know, if any of you have been watching this show, you know I am a sucker for time travel. You know I love it.
Same. Well, I think for me, well, we'll jump straight into the how we encountered it, where we first come across this wonderful franchise. And for me, I'll go first, my show.
Yeah. I'm full.
Whatever.
I'm supposed to be fucking hosting, but
Oh, sorry. Okay, you go.
Fuck me. Well then, thank you very much. Let's have a bit of order. So, Violet, where did you first see Terminator?
Well, Guy, it's funny you should ask. I'm leaving this in. Totally fucking snapped my character there. Nice one. Compose myself. Continuing, funny you should say, Guy. I actually first come across Terminator because when I was a lot younger, I had a fascination with robots because Transformer fan, hello. And my parents did what a lot of parents did in the late 80s, early 90s, which was record shit off TV. So I had the slightly edited for TV version of Terminator on a VHS cassette.
Nice.
I watched it one time. I was ill off school. I was very ill as a child. So I watched a lot of films. That's why I have such a fucking encyclopedic knowledge. We've been over this before. But I watched it.
No.
Sorry. Fly down the wrong way. I watched it when I was ill and I got hooked. But even though it was the edited for TV version, and to this day, I still remember that, the whole knock, 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 you got a dead cat in there, buddy? Chooses the response. Well, whatever channel did the dub where they change the swear words, this one became buff you a-hole. But the thing that made me laugh though is literally right before it, you still see the scene where he's got the selection of what he picks.
Yeah.
So it's like, I feel sorry for the people who are watching with subtitles. They're like, that's not what it said. But yes, that was how I first encountered the Terminator franchise. And it's been kind of not an obsession. I do like the Terminator films. The first two in particular, we'll get into that later, folks. But for me, they are just quintessential 80s sci-fi action. The soundtrack, the cinematography, the whole premise.
Well, the first one is.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The first one. That's what I was saying.
I was going to say. The second one's 90s. Just saying.
Just saying it.
Just saying.
I did say the first one.
No, you didn't. You said the first two.
80s. Well, all right, the second one was 90s. Oh, fuck you. I like the first two. I was on about the first one. We're having one of them nights, aren't we?
Right, I'll be mostly splitting hairs.
Antic prick. Right, continuing. You. What is you with you and the professional over here?
Really?
Well,
First fucking time.
on with it. How did you first encounter Terminator, guy?
When I was a young boy, I went to a mate's house. He was having a birthday party, and instead of pass the parcel and the usual shit, we were a bit too old for that, so we rented movies. So in the same night, we watched what was it? RoboCop and Terminator. Marvelous.
Two of the best cyborg films from the mid-80s to watch back to back.
Yes. So thanks to my good buddy Kerry, nice one, dude, I got to see Terminator and not the watered down for TV version.
Yeah, I did.
Full on rental.
I know. I did get the rental version later on down the line, but yeah, my first encounter was taped off TV. But I was at that age where a lot of films were recorded off of the TV onto cassettes for home viewing. I remember I had a cassette that, because we had a long play video player.
Oh,
comments if you remember those things.
long play, can't be beat.
Take a 3-hour tape and stretch it out to 6 hours. Fuck yes.
Yeah.
On tape, I had Universal Soldier.
Nice.
The Fly.
Nice.
And Darkman, starring Liam Neeson, the Sam Raimi, not Batman trying to be Batman film.
I've not seen that.
If you've never seen Darkman, especially the first one, the second two are, but the first one is really, really good.
Ooh.
Really, really good. It stars, like I said, Liam Neeson, Francis McDermott, and Larry Drake. Played Dr. Giggles.
Nice. Well, I'll check it out since I'm doing a Tony on it.
Yeah. It's a good superhero film. If you like your superhero-y, origin-y story kind of things, that's kind of what this was supposed to be.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, that's where I first saw it, and I was just sort of like, time travel, guns, Arnie, boobs, ooh. Shooty, bang, bang action.
The most paused scene of my childhood.
Yeah.
And this was before HD, everybody. You had to squint to see that shit. You had to know it was there.
Well, that's the problem is you DVD, you get a perfect pause. You pause a fucking VHS.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's like having a wank with Parkinson's.
Oh. Oh, that's Michael J. Fox.
I'm thinking Calico Productions will now be shutting down. Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
I thought I was dark, and you just there. I drew the line. You fucking pole vaulted over it.
Do right. That's what I do. Let's face it. There is some deleted footage.
Yeah.
That we didn't even dare show. So.
As soon as we recorded it, we went, "Oh, we can't let that go out." That would literally be the end of our YouTube career if we released that footage. Like, even with the context around it, it was still like, "Oh, I don't know about that one,"
YouTube careers?
Wow.
Really?
As much as they are, apparently we're the worst YouTubers ever. Fucking hell.
I still stand by it.
Gotta be the worst. Everybody's got to be the worst at something. You've got to have the best. You've got to have the worst.
Yeah.
Speak to the German football team about that one.
So anyway, so pack to it.
Yes. I think what we should do is we should go through favorite
Well, not-
moments from each film.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're watching this, then you know the plot.
Yeah,
Of
we're not going to
so-
go through the story. We're not. I mean, we do it on certain things that people may or may not have seen, Tony. But we try to keep it as spoiler minimum as possible around here, and we also try to just do our favorite moments without giving the whole thing away.
Mm,
In case you haven't seen it.
yeah. I think one of my favorite moments from the first one has got to be the police chase. That's so fucking cool.
Oh, definitely,
When he's
definitely.
first rescued her from Tech Noir, the most 80s
Oh yeah.
sounding nightclub name ever.
Oh fuck.
And yeah, they're nicked off, and yeah, Arnie's chasing them, and the police are chasing them. It's really tense, and the music's going. I was fucking hell.
For me, one of my favorite parts in it, and again, anyone who watches this channel knows me, the practical effects work in it. The scene where he's doing the eyeball
Yeah,
and fixing the arm. That for me at that time, I mean, okay, it looks a little dated by today's standards, but it
Yeah,
does
but
not
it's
look as
fine.
dated as some CGI from 5 years ago
Mm,
or from a couple of months ago.
yeah. And at the time, it won a fucking buttload of awards for it.
Oh, it
So,
really did. And that's testament to Jim Cameron's kind of vision of the whole thing
mm,
and Stan Winston's work.
yeah.
You know, that guy sorely missed in the world of practical effects and things like that.
Yeah.
Absolute fucking legend. And kind of Terminator was kind of the film that really kind of put that stamp of his on Hollywood.
Mm.
This is what I can do. And you've got to remember that for its time, Terminator was a relatively small budgeted movie.
Yeah, it started out with a budget of 4 million, which got boosted to 6.5.
Mm.
So, you know,
Yeah, I mean, even for mid-80s, that was still a small budget film. I mean, you consider that what Aliens came out, what, 2 years later, and how much budget was that?
exactly.
Just saying, you know.
Mm. And while we're on the subject of numbers, yeah, 6.5 million, and it raked in 78.6 million. So, where the chicken dinner?
Still took it 7 years to get a sequel, though.
Yeah, well, you know, Cameron was a busy boy, wasn't he? Did the
And,
Abyss.
and Arnie was a busy boy as well, because that was why he turned down Predator 2, because he was just in the pre-production stage of
Yeah.
T2.
Yeah. You know, they were both busy boys.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Aliens, The Abyss. He wrote the script for Rambo 2, such as it was, but there's a script in there.
Yeah, yeah. And Arnie was doing all the action films, Predator, Commando.
Oh, yeah. Terminator fucking made him.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
17 lines in the whole film.
But you remember them.
Yeah.
You know, you remember those lines, the fuck you asshole.
Mm.
I'll be back.
Apparently you struggle like football, I'll be back. It's the aisle.
Yeah.
Struggle like a bless him. Bless the Hardy.
Slight tangent here. I do remember, I can't remember whether it was a special feature on a DVD or something in a documentary that I saw many, many years ago. But it was with an interview with the vocal coach who worked with Arnie to get over that bit. And he basically kind of went through like how to sort of help Arnie repronounce the words so that it came across clear enough, but still sounded ever so slightly off. Because they didn't want him to sound completely human. And I think that's one of the subtleties with a lot of the Terminator lines is it's like nowadays where you put if you were to put that text through a text-to-speech thing, like that. So it kind of worked in my, retrospective hindsight looking back at it. It's like, well, you listen to text-to-speech apps now, they do sound like that on certain words. You know, it's an ever so slight mispronunciation, but you still get what they're saying.
Yeah.
So anyway, but yeah, quotable lines. One of my favorite scenes in the entire film. Doing another one. The police shootout in the precinct.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That is just tense, 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 tense.
Mm,
Sarah's trying to get away from Terminator. Terminator's trying to get to her. Kyle's trying to get to, Kyle Reese is trying to get to her to get away. There's all these different things going on. And the policeman, what was his name? Not
Vukovic.
Yeah, the other one. Yeah. He's like, you can see when he dies, he's like, oh shit, maybe they're right.
Mm,
Like, oh shit. But yeah, I love
yeah.
that scene. That scene made the film for me, and the finale,
Yeah.
stop motion.
Oh,
But again, for its time, for the budget,
yeah.
amazing.
Fucking, it's great. It's a great film. It's so tense and it's so fast paced.
Oh, definitely. Again, this goes back to what we said in previous episodes, where our films getting too long nowadays. The original Terminator film was what, hour and 40, I think,
If that.
if that. Yeah. So again, go if you've not watched Terminator, go and fucking watch it.
If you've not watched Terminator, what are you doing watching us?
Yeah, go and watch that and then watch us. You know,
Yeah, if you've not watched Terminator, then you're not a geek.
exactly.
You're not in our key demo. Go away.
Well, I suppose then we'll talk quickly about the soundtrack for the original film. I was listening to
Oh,
it earlier.
Brad Fiedel. Brilliant.
Yeah, some of the best synth work from that time period that I've heard since that time period, really. I mean, I've heard some stuff nowadays that pays homage to that old
Yeah.
wave stuff, and it's almost there, but it's not quite.
Dun, 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 dun.
I love the Terminator theme. Any variation of it, covers, guitar versions of it, whatever, I will listen to that.
It's hard to cover. It's in a really complicated time.
Yeah.
It's in a 13, 16 time signature, which is fucking hard to tell you. I can tell you, being a musician, I can tell you that's fucking hard to play.
I can imagine.
That's why it's a bit jarring. It's done on purpose. Yeah, it's that sort of it's robotic and a bit off. So it's clever. It's clever.
And I must admit, though, the minute you hear those beats, the dun 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 dun, you instantly know what that is.
Yeah.
It's like the na na. That's just instant. It's a pop culture thing. It's in the zeitgeist out there in the universe. You hear those bars, you know what you're watching.
It's called a hook.
An earworm. But right then, moving on.
Swiftly on. Terminator 2.
Judgment Day.
Violet, where did you first see this?
I first saw it as a family film night, not long after it first came out on VHS. Again, I was a little bit too young to go and see the first one. You went to cinema, didn't you, bastard?
Several times and for free.
Okay, right, good night. Bye, everyone. I'm fucking kidding. I'm not going anywhere. I am not going anywhere. But no, lucky you. Not jealous at all.
My sister used to work at the Odeon. Free tickets for me.
Okay, look, you're making me that anxious. My mask is twitching. Anyway, so
Free
Terminator
popcorn
3.
too if her best mate was working.
But yes, I watched it as a family film night. Loved it, and I was one of those kids who had the whole range of action figures to go with the film. That was toys for an R-rated film.
Yes, of course.
It was at that time period in the 90s where things like Beetlejuice, Rambo, RoboCop, all these the kids really should not be watching. We're getting action figures. It's like, oh well, but yeah, I had the action figures. I had the Arnie with the swappable arm. I had the motorbike. I had the car. I had a T-1000. If you press his legs together, his butt cheeks flew over his head and launched missiles out of them. I don't remember that scene in the film, but apparently there's an action figure of it.
Oh, yes, that deleted scene.
Oh, yeah, where he shoots poop missiles at them from his overhead bum sheets.
Yeah.
Maybe it
Metal
was meant to simulate that bit where he gets blown up. You know, I don't know.
Mm, could be.
One cool one that I did have though was the White Hot Liquid Metal Man. That was what they called him. They didn't call him the T1000. They called him the Liquid Metal Man. The action figure line. That's what he was called.
Mm.
But I had one that was called the White Hot one, and basically it was a color change one between hot and cold water.
All right.
And I think NECA did do their own version of that a few years ago to pay homage to the old Kenner toys. Big up Kenner toys.
Yeah, Kenner.
I still got some of their gargoyles somewhere. I will do that.
Moving on.
We will cover gargoyles.
Yes, coming up in season 7, folks.
Continuing. Terminator 2. You saw it at the cinema. I saw it at home.
Yes. I tell you what, as a young lad, seeing that spectacle in the cinema with that sound, oh, God, wow, Jesus Christ. Oh, it made a young boy's heart flutter.
Among other things, I'm sure.
Oh, no, there's no boobs in it.
I know. But yeah, so favorite bits from T2.
Oh, blimey. Your cars, your boots, your motorcycle. Love that.
I must admit, the bit that always makes me laugh every time I see it. It's that first bit where he walks into the bar and the waitress is just sort of coming out of the kitchen. She goes,
Yeah.
Oh. Like she's shocked at first and then just sort of looks him up and down like, oh, all right, hello. But yeah, that bit, that intro.
That's one of my favourite bits. Again, the chase through the storm drains. Let's face it, that location in LA, those storm drains have been used for so much. It's iconic.
God, yeah, exactly. I mean, I think they appear in more films than you realize.
Yes.
One of those locations that's doubled for a lot of things in a lot of films.
Mm.
I mean, I remember one Saturday night when my mum and my sister were working at a Chinese restaurant. It was me and my dad at home. I was maybe 10.
Mm.
We decided to watch Terminator 2. But this time, after watching it for like the 100th time, we decided on certain scenes we were going to slow it down to see if we could work out how they did the effects and everything.
Mm.
And you can see it more clearly now on, as we said earlier, HD copies and DVDs and all that kind of stuff. You can see it a lot more clearly now. But we saw on an old VHS the fact that when the lorry comes off the ramp and crashes down, the windows fall out of it. But it cuts to the next scene and the windows are back there.
Yeah.
And it's like, obviously continuity is not great when you're working with stunt things like that. But
Well, no, but you're also chucking a truck off a bridge for real. So,
again, we have to mention this. A Terminator, although it was a big pioneer for early CG with the T1000, pretty much everything else was still done practically. The car chases were done with stunt people, the bike chases, everything. The little silver effects that pop up when T1000 gets shot, they're actually practical. They're like flowers stuck up underneath the thing, and on cue they pop, 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 pop. They pull them.
As we saw on Light and Magic.
Yes, that's where I got it from. But yeah, that's what I mean. It's very much like you look at it and it's like, oh, nowadays all that shit would be literally everything fucking CG.
Yeah.
But to think that was a film from 92?
Yeah.
91, it says here 91.
Yeah, it did good. Yeah.
We got it 92 over here in the UK, I think, because of how it came out, I think.
I believe so. I don't know, I was just too busy watching it over and over at the cinema, so I didn't care.
But yeah, it was still practical effects, early CG, and it's...
Oh, that's another bit I love when he's T1000's like the lino flooring
Oh, with the twin
Love that.
cops.
Yeah,
That I must admit, that did impress me. Seeing that, like going from the tiled floor all the way up, like
he's Lino Terminator. I love it.
yeah, he's the Linonator. I need your keys, your car, and your lino flooring.
Yeah. Yeah, that I mean, Doctor Silverman again comes back. Bless him.
Yes, yes, he was in the
Um,
first one.
he was, and I just love him shitting himself at the sight of T1000 swapping through the bars there.
Oh yeah. I think what's really cool about that is you can almost see that moment of realization of oh shit, she was telling the truth.
Yeah, we're all gonna fucking die.
Yeah, like which they did. We'll get into it later, but they did kind of carry that story on in Sarah Connor Chronicles and number 3, sort of more of a cameo than any fucking thing else. But
Someone's got no.
anyway, my one of my favorite scenes from Terminator 2 is the whole chase and steel meal thing. Basically, after they've blown up Cyberdyne, that whole last part of the film,
Yeah,
chase and then the fight in the steel meal, just that whole part of it, to me, is a filmmaking masterclass. It
yeah,
really is. You've got multiple stunts. They flew a real helicopter under a bridge. You know what
yeah.
I mean? Like, even the stuntman was like, I ain't sure about this, but I'll try.
Mm,
You know, when your stunt guy is like, this is sketchy. Like,
yeah. We'll
but they did
get
it.
away with that now.
They did it, and it's the chase with the helicopter is just fantastic. Again,
Yeah,
like you said earlier, the music, the shots, the angles, everything, the intensity of that chase.
yeah. I mean that whole thing is just a masterclass.
Yeah, well, I mean,
How to do it? Tense action.
yeah, I mean, there's a reason why it's now considered one of the best sequels ever made.
Mm.
And I think something about James Cameron doing the follow up to a mega film. Aliens and Terminator 2 are considered two of the best sequels to their respective franchises ever.
Yeah, I think they are one of the best. I think they're both
Oh yeah,
probably the best sequels. Just period.
exactly, exactly. I think they're only kind of eclipsed slightly by the likes of Star Wars.
But
There's
yeah,
more of them. There's more of them.
Empire Strikes Back. Of course, it's in a class of its
Let's just forget Phantom Menace. Moving on. Your favorite parts of T2?
We already did that, but I've got loads more. I
Okay,
mean, pretty much the whole fucking film.
yeah. From start to finish, it's a fucking amazing film. Amazing film. Right then, that's it because there was no more films. At least to me, there wasn't.
Oh, here we go with the hatred. Stop being a hater. Stop being a pacifist.
Haters gonna hate. What can I say? Anyway, go on then, guy. Carry on.
T3, Rise of the Machine. I didn't mind it. I thought it had some interesting ideas.
I kind of liked it. I liked some of the ideas it presented. The whole fact that Judgment Day was kind of inevitable. I mean,
Yeah,
the whole thing.
I like that.
The whole thing for me between 2 and 3 was a company like Cyberdyne would not have just one bloke in one building working on such a big project. There'd be copies of files everywhere. So the designs and the specs and everything, even if there wasn't a working prototype, the designs and specs would have been sold off to recoup losses. And they kind of mentioned that in the third one, and I'm like, see, I like that idea that just because Cyberdyne was destroyed doesn't mean that Judgment Day stopped. It's just been pushed back.
Yeah.
You know, no matter what you try, it's going to happen.
That's the thing. I mean, it's what's it? You know, he doesn't have to stop Judgment Day. He has to survive it.
Yeah, and that's kind of that's the
I like that. I enjoyed that aspect of the film.
Yeah, and that for me kind of was, like I said, I liked the premise that Judgment Day is inevitable.
Mm.
It will always happen. And the Terminator designs were slightly different enough to see that, oh, another different company took over.
Mm.
I liked the idea of the TX, a kind of combination of the two Terminators, where it's got liquid metal skin, but it's got the skeleton underneath. I liked that
Yeah.
idea. What I didn't like was the fact that it was a 12A.
Mm.
I didn't like the fact that Arnie's character was. There was humor in the second one from Arnie's
Mm.
character, from the Terminator itself. You know, the lines like "Hasta la vista, baby," and you know when John's trying to teach him things, that kind of stuff. There's natural kind of humor in that. And if you've seen the T1000 edition where he tries to do that smile,
Yeah.
like there's
That's
moments,
great.
there's moments in there that do make you giggle, right?
Yeah.
But in number three, it seemed more like the Terminator became, I don't want to say an idiot, but like the whole talk to the hand thing, that just,
Mm.
and putting the star glasses on and then taking them off and crushing it. Okay, as funny as it was for the first viewing, it was very much like, this does not feel like a Terminator film to me. It from the get go to the end, it didn't feel like it was a Terminator. It felt like it was Terminator fan fiction at best. Sorry, sorry, but it did for me. I can understand why some people like it, but I don't hate it,
Mm.
but nor do I like it. I'm kind of like, if I'm doing a series watch, I'm watching all the films for one particular franchise. Yeah, I will watch it, but I'll probably be on my phone half the time.
Mm.
So that's my thoughts on number three. Although I did like the crane chase sequence, that was fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
That reminded
That
me
was
of
really cool.
that would reminded me of old school Terminator.
Mm. Yeah.
And then the rest of the film happened, and I wanted to die.
Mm. Well, we'll move on then. So next we would have.
Your thoughts on number three, if you want, go for it.
No, I did. I'm pretty much the same as you. I enjoyed it. I think more than you, but I'm a little more tolerant.
Okay, then moving on. We get to
Terminator Genesis.
no, it was Salvation before Genesis.
Oh, of course it was.
It
Yes,
was the Bale one,
Salvation.
where Christian Bale had his meltdown.
Yes, shouty, shouty Christian Bale.
Oh yeah,
He's a
I am
shouty
John
man.
Connor.
Again, parts of this film,
Mm,
yeah, I enjoy. Christian Bale shouted too much.
yeah, I mean, I don't know whether this was bad writing or bad acting on his part or what, but it just seemed to me, and I had this discussion with someone recently, that
Mm.
if you watch that film, John Connor is basically famous for being John Connor.
Yeah.
Like, he's not even the head of the resistance like it was made out to be in the first two films.
Yeah.
He's basically just a low-level grunt. He doesn't really do anything overtly heroic until right at the end, where he goes and saves Kyle Reese, but that's saving his own ass.
Mm.
So he's doing these radio broadcasts, and all these people are listening to him like he's some sort of fucking messiah. And it's like, dude, you've done nothing. You've literally done nothing. Like, these people follow you. Why? Because you're John Connor. It comes across as he's the savior of humanity because he says he's the savior of humanity. So people just like him because he's John.
Yeah.
I
See that? Yeah, that annoyed me. Oh, sorry, Mum. What's happened here? Ooh,
have you broken it?
I hope not. Whoa, fuck. You fucking Christ.
Gotcha. There you go.
Fucking Stevie Wonder now.
Once Guy regains his vision, we will get back on track.
Hello, you there?
All right, Hans Molman.
Yeah.
But
Oh
yeah,
no, you've done it.
Terminator Salvation.
It's the worst, I think, of the series.
Uh,
It's got Michael Ironside in it.
for like 5 minutes. It's again for me like number three. I don't mind it, but for me, it's the least entertaining.
I actually enjoyed the story of the Terminator more than the John Connor stuff and the Kyle Reese stuff.
See, what I think should have worked better for this is cut out the human Terminator, whatever he was, guy,
Mm.
and they should have focused the story on John Connor first encountering Kyle Reese and sort of seeing that bond
Mhm.
form between them because you know as a viewer that at some point they're going to trust each other enough to send him
Yeah.
back through time. And one plot hole for me that Terminator Salvation opened up is in the first three films, it's always reported that Skynet did not know who John Connor's father was. It was listed as unknown. You even see it in number two when the T-1000 does the search. It says mother,
Yeah.
Connor, Sarah, father, unknown. Now, all of a sudden, in Terminator Salvation, Kyle Reese is on the kill list because they know he's John Connor's dad.
Yeah. Yeah, that needed a bit.
When did they find
Yeah. That needed a bit of tying up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I don't like Salvation. It opens
Mm.
up a few plot holes that make you go, hold on a minute. If they knew, why not wipe out Kyle Reese instead of Sarah Connor?
Mm.
But anyway, yeah, I didn't like it much. I can tolerate it, I can watch it, but again,
It is the worst, I think, of the
it's
franchise.
boring. It's boring.
Yeah.
That's the problem with it. It's boring. Couple of good
It's
action scenes, but other
I
than
was gonna
that,
say it's got some set pieces apart from that. Yeah.
it's boring. And yeah, it's okay, then moving on to the next
Moving on.
franchise.
Genesis.
Genesis, yeah, or Genesis, or
Genosis.
yeah, Genosha. Yeah, they're gonna go hang out with the X-Men.
Yeah.
This one, oh dear, oh dear. What?
It's the whole thing's an alternative timeline, isn't it?
Cue the Marlon Brando. Look how they massacred my boy. Just what were they thinking?
They were thinking about ooh, cash.
I know they were thinking all cash and to try
Oodles.
and kind of soft reboot the franchise with new actors and all that kind of stuff. I get it. It was kind of the trend when it came out that all movies were doing this Halloween, all that kind of stuff. They were all fucking doing it, right? And I hate Terminator Genesis because it kind of just pisses on everything that was great. Like the calling the Terminator Pops, having him work a construction job, like just all these things. They built a time machine in 1984. What? And
Yeah.
and the casting of Kyle Reese, right? You go from skinny yet athletic looking dude to Jai Courtney, who ain't a small dude. And in my opinion, not a very good fucking actor either.
Mm.
I've only ever seen him in one other film, and I fucking hated him in that.
Yeah, it looks like a bank manager.
Divergent. I saw him in Divergent, and I didn't like him in that. The casting of Sarah Connor with Emilia Clarke wasn't bad,
Yeah, that's pretty good.
but I think you could definitely tell the studio were like, "Oh, Game of Thrones fans will watch it because she's in it."
Yeah.
You can definitely tell it was very much that kind of casting choice. It was casting via popularity. Not that she's a bad actress, because she is not. But as a Sarah Connor, perfect fit? No. Did she do a good job? Yes.
I did like the what's it, the redoing of some of the scenes.
I did like that. The beginning bit was good.
Yeah, because
I
you
can
got
say that.
because they're going, oh look, there's young Arnie, we got him there. But well, we can do. Yeah, no.
Yeah, it was a little uncanny valley for me that,
Mm,
but still, like you said, good.
Again,
Good
a
intro.
few for me, yeah, a few good action bits, but mostly,
Oh, one thing I will actually give it praise for. You know the bit where they flip the bus on the bridge?
yeah.
I thought that was all CG. It's not actually. The bit where the bus actually does the forward flip,
Mm,
they actually flipped the bus for that.
nice.
The rest of the scene around it, though,
Yeah.
that's CGI to hell.
Well, yes.
But for me, I personally think that Genesis was the worst one in the franchise.
Oh,
That's my personal pick. I think it was the worst
yeah,
one.
I've gone for Salvation from my list.
For me, it was. I just, like I said, I didn't like the premise. I didn't like the
Mm.
idea. The fact that they were
I,
fucking the timelines up left, right, and center. It
mm,
was just. It got a little bit confusing because it's like, well, if your timeline no longer exists, and how does this and how does this work and how does that? And a Terminator got sent back from the 1970s to look after Sarah when she was younger. Well, who the fuck sent it back? Those files have been deleted. Oh, great, we're gonna have to wait for a crap sequel.
I
It was.
enjoyed Matt Smith.
Yeah, Matt Smith playing a baddie. I've noticed
He's good at that.
more and more recently. He made his name as the Doctor, playing the hero, but you cast him as a baddie, and
He's a bloody good buddy.
there's something about him that just is unnerving when he plays the
Mm.
bad guy.
See?
But yeah, for me personally, it was the worst one.
Mm.
Bad jokes, bad CG, really bad CG, and the thing with John being the bad guy, and
Yeah.
fuck that off. No.
Well, that'll take us on to Dark Fate,
Yep, the most recent.
which Cameron describes as the direct sequel to Terminator 2.
Yeah, looking on Wikipedia, they do actually have a bit where it kind of not discusses, it kind of separates it out into timeline for you. So
Mm.
you've got original continuity is 1, 2, 3, Salvation, Salvation, that's it. Then you've got Battle Across Time continuity, which is 1, 2, and T2 3D Battle Across Time, which was a Universal Studios thing.
Yeah,
Then you've
which
got
we're not counting. Sorry.
then you've got the Genesis continuity. I love the way they've done this. Terminator Genesis Future War, which I assume was a comic book or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, see, Terminator Genesis, it's the only one in the fucking franchise that's got its own timeline because it's that bad.
Mm.
And then Dark Fate continuity, which is what James Cameron has said, like you just stated there, that this is the true sequel. It's 1, 2, and Dark Fate, which I'll let you go first on this one.
I actually enjoyed Dark Fate. It was nice to have Sarah Connor back.
Linda Hamilton back as Sarah
Linda
Connor.
Hamilton
She's
back again. Bless her, damaged beyond repair by a fucking shit life.
yeah. I mean,
Ground down like fuck, bless her. I enjoyed that aspect of it, and Carl.
the ex-Terminator.
Yeah. But on the whole, I thought it was, I thought it was an enjoyable film. It's an interesting concept.
I liked it. I have
Yeah.
issues with it. I have issues with it.
You have issues. No.
It was more a case of, I don't want to say it was a bait and switch where they were like kind of setting up that this girl was meant to be the new Sarah Connor, but it turns out she's actually the new John Connor. That to me just, it's not that it didn't sit right. It just didn't feel right. Like you could have said that, yeah, this woman is the mother of the leader of the resistance, and it still could have been a girl. She could have had a daughter that went on to lead the resistance, not a son.
Mm.
You know, it was the fact that it's like I don't know. I just there was something off about that part of the story that I just didn't like. I liked the stuff with the older Terminator. You know, he grew a
Mm.
conscience, and he's now a drapes salesman and all that kind of
Yeah.
shit. Which a friend of the show, Lee, did point out that I think the writers missed a trick there. They could have made him a pest control specialist because then he would have literally been an ex-Terminator.
Yeah.
You know, and he's an ex-Terminator, exterminator. And I was just like, they could have gone with that, and that probably would have
Yeah.
got a laugh. That probably would have got a really good laugh. Like, what do you
Good
do,
shout.
mate? I will
Excuse me a sec.
go on, go on.
Cool. Cool. What you did?
Fuck, excuse me. Sorry, folks.
It's okay.
Can't be an answer.
Wait for a few minutes, can't we, audience? We don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm entertained by shaking my boobs for 5 minutes.
Anywho.
Anyway, so Terminator Dark Fate.
Yeah. It's all right. But this is the thing. We're having to compare to 1 and 2, which were both fantastic.
We kind of have talked about this before on this channel with certain sequels, mainly dealing with Predator and Alien and that kind of thing.
Mm.
And I think the problem is with we'll call them legacy sequels because when a film is 30, 40 odd years old and there's still sequels coming out to it, you can consider them legacy sequels, right?
Mm.
And I think the problem, like you just very clearly said there, Guy, is that there's so many films now that are held with such high regard by so many people that you're never going to top it. You're never going to, it's a high bar to hit. And we talked about this with Prey. For me, it wasn't better than the original, it was as good as.
Yeah.
And I think that's
No,
what,
I agree. As I believe.
I think that's what filmmakers should shoot for, not shoot to be better than
Yeah.
what came before. Unless what came before was a steaming pile of dog shit, of course. But you know, try to be better, try to match what came before you. Because you might be better, but you might just match it. If you match it, you've done well enough. Because people will remember it.
This is true. But so yeah, that's about all for the films. So we better talk about the small screen.
Yes, the Sarah Connor Chronicles. I remember with the big hype behind it coming out.
Yep.
And on hearing the unfortunate news that after season 2 it was cancelled, and it was again, seems right kind of prevalent these days. It was again due to a writer's strike.
Yeah, that and the at the time there was this big thing of American companies just going, "That's not getting the audience we want, right? Cancel it."
Yeah.
That happens to a lot of shows.
Well, I mean, it happens nowadays as well. Netflix.
Yeah.
Amount of good shows on Netflix that have got cancelled because it didn't do the numbers they wanted it to do.
Yeah.
And again, we've talked about this before when doing a TV show. Do it, it will find its audience. It'll take a while. Episode 1's not going to have, 445 billion viewers.
No.
Episode 1, a couple of million if you're lucky.
Yeah.
If your numbers keep going up, great. If they start going down, then you change shit up. And if it doesn't work, then you cancel it. Too many shows nowadays, they get one season, and because it didn't do what we wanted it to do. Fuck off. There's people who like it.
Give it time.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, TV execs, give it time. But anyway.
Yes. Sarah Connor.
I found the two seasons to be, I enjoyed them actually.
I did. I thought they were really, really good. I thought it was a nice kind of continuation / alternate timeline. Because they jump forward I think it's in the first episode, they jump forward from, is it 97 to 2007, I think?
Yeah, something like
because that was when it was set, 2006, 2007. But yeah, Very, very good show. Again, if you've not watched it,
Yeah,
track it down. It's
here's our
available on Blu-ray.
recommendation.
Blu-ray. It's available on Blu-ray. I only know this because my ex-partner has it. So you can get the box sets on Blu-ray with loads of
Nice.
and whatnot.
Mm.
And Lena Headey as Sarah Connor in that is amazing.
Yeah, I thought she did a cracking job.
Yeah. Oh, and Summer Glau as Cameron.
Yes.
Yeah, the female Terminator in that, which the name Cameron was obviously a nod to the Terminator creator, James Cameron. But,
yeah, she had that really cool kind of offness
yeah.
that they have.
Yeah. But the one thing I did like about that character, though, is through the 2 seasons, you do see more and more human-like behavior coming from the character. And the one bit that confused me is there's one scene, it stuck out in my head because it's like, they can eat. She started eating some potato chips, and I'm like, hold on, Terminators eat?
Well, yeah, they can do.
That raises a few questions. But there's the expanded media for that. There's comic books and video games and
what I did enjoy Summer Glau doing was she did great head tilt.
oh yeah, I did like that. Nice little nod to Arnie because his character used to do the
That's enough head tilt, Jimmy.
yeah. That's lower from Essex.
So there you go, folks.
That's our Terminator episode.
That is it, because I'm tired and it's hot and
yeah, I need to get this off. My face is sweating.
yes. I thought that was your face.
Yeah, but the skin underneath it sweats too. I'm multi-layered, you see. I'm an onion.
You're spoiling the illusion for me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Christ, next you be telling me Santa don't exist, you bitch.
Who doesn't exist?
Santa.
What guy? I do hate to break it to you, but
La 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 la.
you do know about the Easter
La
Bunny
la 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 la.
and leprechauns?
La 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 la. The leprechaun, you.
What?
The leprechaun.
Ow! She's got a microphone in the eye.
This was only a microphone.
Thank fuck. But yeah, okay, so that's us for Terminator this night. I mean, we're hot, we're sweaty, we're sorry, folks. The energy tonight, it kind of started off strong and we've just got more and more tired.
Yeah, we're frig, but it's 20 degrees and it's like
nearly 10 o'clock.
Nighttime. Yeah, what's going on?
Time for my meds and my straitjacket. I need to get put back in my cell.
Yeah. And it's time for a cigarette for me.
They got to tuck me in my cell before they close the asylum for the night.
Yeah, they do. But we will be back, folks. Have no fear. We will return stronger.
Jump over onto TikTok if you want
yes.
at winning this awesome Terminator theme mask. It will be signed on the inside by yours truly.
Woohoo!
And like I said, for my YouTube viewers, I may do a little giveaway. Something may be coming in the pipeline. We'll see later on, won't we?
Nothing coming in my pipeline.
Wrap it up then, guy. You're hosting.
Oh, I was waiting for you to do your thing. All right, do your stick then.
Hey, give me a minute.
Well then, folks, this will be the Random Man signing off. Old T1.5. I'll be seeing you down the street there, moseying around. Take it away, Violet.
And I have been Miss Violet Impulse, your T-girl, all the way. Saying good night, my sweet tortured souls. And remember, if you can't be good, be twisted. Don't get mad, baby. Get fucking
sadistic.
Mwah. Night, everyone. Bye.
Take care, folks. Bye bye.
We have such sights to show you.
While we drown our we penny bomb.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's that time again. And it's time for Your Geek is showing, and it's showing all over the fucking place. With me, as ever, is the Queen of Mean. She makes them scream, she keeps them keen. It is Violet Impulse.
Hello, my sweet tortured souls, and welcome back to another fun-filled episode of Fun Your Geek is Showing.
Indeed, indeed. Fun. Quick bit of housekeeping. We can't do shout outs tonight because we record weekly and release fortnightly. So we can't do comments on comments we ain't got.
Exactly. It's due to a little life getting in the way kind of situation on my side of things. We're having to record on a weekly basis rather than fortnightly like we normally do. So comment. I know it's my fault, but comments will be shouted out and things like that in next week's episode.
Yes.
Just to let you know.
Shout outs, cocks outs, and everything else. So there you go. But what we will do, as per usual, is what have you been watching this week, mate?
Well, I've been watching a bit of Buffy again.
Again.
So my daughter revealed to her other parent, after telling me that Buffy was okay, I quite enjoyed it, saying that it was crap and really old looking.
Cassie.
Yeah, I demoted her. She's not getting her horns for a few more years on that one now. Other than that, though, we did enjoy the final chapter in the Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy with Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and oh my god, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. There was moments that were gut punches, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But I think the way it ended, it ended happily for me, even though the spoiler warning, big spoiler warning right here, even though the team was kind of going its own way, they're going off and doing their own thing, they were moving on to better things. You could see that. So it's not like the team split up on bad terms.
No, true.
You've been watching Mr. Random Man in the Corner over there?
Well, let's see. What have I been watching? Oh, funny enough, Ahsoka.
Oh, of course, the new Star Wars show.
Didn't like it.
I've not watched it.
We do this show.
You know me and Star Wars. I like the films, the shows I've not really gelled with, but that is more because things got spoiled for me and I kind of switched off.
We do this show. It's called Your Geek is Showing.
Things, just not Star Wars geeky things. I'm not a massive Star Wars fan. I've got the films. I like the films. I've played some of the video games, but I'm not. I couldn't tell you where the thermal exhaust point is on the death cube.
Thermal.
Whatever. I don't care
if at the end of the Meridian Church.
I don't care if the Borg are at war with the Jedi. I mean, I don't.
Oh, you better tread carefully, or there's a pineapple with your name.
1,000 angry nerds with torches and pitchforks heading my way.
Yep. I can see him. They've just gone past my window.
Considering last week's episode was Ghostbusters and don't cross the streams, don't cross the franchises.
Ooh.
I mean, do you remember that time when Spock went looking for Kirk on Hoth? And they bumped into Doctor Who along the way.
Hate comments down below. Hate comments directed to certain demon to the side of me there. Well, I watched it.
I'm sorry, but Ahsoka, yes, come on, do tell us.
I watched it and I enjoyed it. It's incredibly lovely looking.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also, it deals with, it's sort of basically, it's going to be Rebels season 5 in live action.
Yes, I do know of the character because weirdly enough, and this shows you kind of how far Star Wars has a reach. My daughter, for a time on her Xbox 360, had the Disney Infinity game. And the story mode for that is you actually play through as Geek's gonna hate me for this one. Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka, you played through as them. And it was basically like a Clone Warsy kind of thing going on at the time. And I liked the design of the character, I liked the idea of the character, and I was like, but where does this fit in with the canon of everything? Like between them being Anakin Skywalker and becoming Darth Vader, where does Ahsoka fit canonically? For me, I couldn't place where it went, so it's always confused me a little bit.
The Clone Wars, during the Clone Wars.
Yeah, but I hadn't really watched the show and I'd only seen the films at that point, so it felt a little bit jarring to me that this character was kind of inserted. I'm going to stop right there. You get what I mean, though, from sort of a casual observer of Star Wars, this character suddenly popping up and being the Jedi apprentice of Anakin Skywalker, who didn't appear in any of the films. I was like, who? Because that was literally my first exposure to the character. And it wasn't until after that I learned more about them. So my first interaction was like, what? How does this fit?
You've a lot of catching up to do.
I know. I'm going to be Wikipediaing it for a month or so now. I know. I will get caught up. I'll watch your stupid Star Wars show with your lightsabers and all that bullshit.
Well, folks, that'll be me announcing my withdrawal from the show. I'm sure you'll have fun with my replacement, Tony.
Oh, I don't think Tony could put up with me 24/7, not like you can.
It's a gift. Helps buy the grape juice. Cheers.
Is it a gift? Is it a curse? It's like immortality. We're not sure.
Exactly. But what's it? Apart from Ahsoka, what else have I watched? Dear? What else have I watched?
Judicator, help, he's lost.
Getting on, you know. Well, I didn't watch anything yesterday because I was busy doing a gig and then going out and getting shit-faced.
As you do after a gig, of course.
Yeah. Shit. We watching Breaking Bad. Oh, in big news. Sorry, folks. Big news. Remember a few weeks back, I had a bit of a rant at Paramount regarding the Quantum League and the mid-season break.
Oh, yes.
Well, I think they're listening because they put the rest of the bloody season on, didn't they? So I've been watching that.
And they say that Big Brother isn't a real thing.
I fucking told them what, and they listened.
It's kind of coincidental, that, isn't it? We have a whinge about it, and then they drop it, and you're kind of like,
yeah, see what I did there, folks.
Are they listening? Is my phone? Is all this going on here? Is this really just? I like, maybe it is. Maybe we are influencers. Maybe, I don't know.
I fucking tell them what's what. You're welcome, people. You're welcome.
Thank you. All bow the random man for his TV casting abilities.
Yes.
But I think, swiftly moving on, we should get on to tonight's topic, Guy. What do you reckon?
We should. Yes. I had a quick sip there. That's a lovely mailbag. Right. So, tonight we are doing films that we want to see in the cinema that we didn't get a chance to.
Yes.
So, ladies first.
Thank you. I'm going to go first with my number 5 pick because we did sort of top 5 each, 5 ones we really want to see. And for me, this one is probably going to be a bit of an underground one. Not many people may have seen it, but for me, it's sort of quintessential. I saw it at such a young age, it's kind of stuck with me.
Mm.
And that is The Return of Swamp Thing.
Mm.
Now, I'm going to defend this film. If you've not seen it, right,
Doing it, Tony.
it is a sequel to the Wes Craven directed original.
Right.
Was very, very low budget. The Swamp Thing costume was just a guy in a green bodysuit with a few leaves and stuff stuck to him. It was very low budget.
Oh dear.
Second film, they upped the budget. You had actress Heather Locklear starring, yes, stuntman Dick Dorrock, which I swear to God to me sounds like a porn actor.
Dick what?
Dick
what?
Dorrock. You heard me. Playing Swamp Thing, but the suit had been massively upgraded. It looked like what you saw in the comic books at that time.
Cool.
And for me, like I said, it's a good, dumb, fun superhero film. It knows what it is and it runs with that idea. It never tries to take itself seriously. It has the cheesy, stupid, corny one-liners. Like there's a scene, Swamp Thing gets blown up. Spoiler. And to get into the mansion that he's trying to get into, he goes in through the sewer pipes. And when he meets back up with Heather Locklear's character, she says, "How did you get in here?" And he says, "I was piped in." Yeah. And when Swamp Thing does something like heroic, like appears for a fight, even the music swells, but like what you would imagine a cheesy late 80s, early 90s comic book music to be, it's like all heroic and American sounding, like it's like it never takes itself seriously, and that is why I love it, because you can just switch off and enjoy the fucking journey. You know, it's just one of those films, and seeing that on the big screen would just be brilliant for me. And hello, Gizmo.
Oh, I can see your pussy.
Wrong channel. Hello, Gizmo. There she is.
Oh, I like Giz.
There you go, making her first appearance on the channel. Gizmo, new co-host.
Yeah.
Won't say much.
No, I can hear a bell ringing.
Yep, she's having a drink of water. So go on then, guy. That was my number 5 pick. What was yours?
Oh, you're gonna love my number 5 pick. I'd like to see, I would have liked to have seen Star Wars on the big screen.
I think,
as it was originally, not monkeyed about, not with George
special edition.
Toyings.
Not the special edition. Oh shit! Sorry, tangent.
Boom.
Completely forgot mentioning the original Star Wars stuff. You just sparked my brain. Thank you. We watched, me and Cass, we watched the Light and Magic program you were on about.
Finally.
And seeing those clips of the original footage.
Oh, I told you, didn't I? Told you.
My nostalgia button was like,
see?
Oh.
Listen to your Uncle Random.
Yeah, I will. But then again, the last time you did that, I woke up naked with one of my kidneys missing.
Oh, I can't be blamed for that.
Well, you left me there.
Well, I can't be blamed for
that. I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations.
But yeah. So that's the tangent film.
Sorry, yes. Continuing.
I fucking told you. Anyway. Sorry, it's my problem. I'll do it.
Yeah, Star Wars. I completely agree with you on that one. One thing we will say in this episode is these are films that we would have liked to have seen in the cinema, and 2, for their anniversaries, we'd like to see them do a comeback and do a week or a month or something in the cinema. So people people who like us who didn't get to have got that.
Yeah. Yeah, you won't get to see the original monkeyed around versions because Lucas won't allow it,
I know.
but just to see, the first shot with the star, just well, the Blockade Runner, the Tantive 4, actually, if you want to get to really
And that's
thingy
how
about
much
it.
of a geek I'm not, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies, I'm already married.
God
Yeah,
help her. God help her.
that's what she says. But yeah, to see the Tantive 4 go over and then get
I'm
see it getting chased by the Star Destroyer just that on the big screen. Oh, fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, I am in full agreement with that one. I mean, like I said, I'm not that big of a fan of Star Wars, but the OG films, specifically the OG trilogy.
Yeah, I didn't get to see it the first time at the cinema, obviously, because I was still in utero.
I wasn't even a twinkle.
So,
84 over here.
So there you go. So that's number 5 for moi.
Goody, 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 goody. Right, number 4 for me, horror seminal classic, Nightmare on Elm Street, the first one, the very first one.
Nice, good pick, good call.
Oh yeah, I mean just that scene with over the bed through the wall, a real shot you see of Freddy. That shot for me on a big screen would just it creeps me out enough seeing it on kind of a big screen TV, but seeing it on blown up full
Nancy in the bath
with the claws coming up the dwarf. Yeah, it's the reason why I take showers now, just in case.
Yeah, actually, I do. It's been fucking years since I've seen that. I want to see that again. Actually, so.
If I were you, right, I really do recommend watching at least the first 3. A lot of these long-running franchises, we have said this many times on the channel before, that with a lot of the long-running horror franchises, Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers, the first few, sort of up to number 3, sometimes number 4, are pretty good. They're pretty good films.
Yeah, I mean, I watched all of them originally as they came out. But...
Oh yeah. I was terrified of Freddy as a kid, but when I came to kind of conquer that fear and finally watch it, I realized that this was right up my street.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
I was never terrified of him. I always
loved him. Yeah, Freddy terrified me as a kid, but I kind of got over that fear quite quickly. Thank God, because I wouldn't have the love for the films that I do now. But yeah, like I said, that back on the big screen just sets my heart aflutter.
Nice.
It's when the guy, what's number 4?
Number 4. You'll love this one as well. Empire Strike. No, I'm not. I'm kidding.
Don't be that twat. Yeah, my top 5 films are Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi.
I'm doing that voice. You must do it in that voice. You need to do it like that.
Oh yeah, it's right.
Star Wars Empire. Yes. Have you know? Thank you very much.
What? Tally ho and tally forth and all that shit.
I had to put my pinky up. Yes. Now, at number 4, you will believe a man can fly. This is a 2 parts because I'd love to have seen Superman and Superman 2 at the cinema.
Yeah, double feature kind of thing. We will get into that a little bit more later on. But double feature.
It's 2, but it can be 2 into 1. So yeah, I mean, I first saw this as a kid. I believe it's 80 something. It was the big Christmas Day movie. So I don't know. Answers on a postcard, please, because I can't remember the year. But
Tony, get on that one. You're good with the old Radio Times magazines. You'll find out what Christmas that was on.
yeah, there you go. So, but yeah, to you know, as a kid watching it on telly, I was just like, oh, how do you do that?
Yeah,
To have seen it on the cinema,
that would
that
just,
big screen, and that's the sound system just booming out that soundtrack. Oh, fuck
oh, definitely. That soundtrack is iconic. The minute you hear those notes, you know
it.
it's and the way it builds as well.
Mm.
That is one thing I will say about a lot of these films that we've mentioned as well. The soundtracks as well,
Oh, yeah.
like the original scores for the films, go and check them out. They're really good. I'm trying
God,
to
yeah.
get more into movie kind of musical score stuff because it's perfect for me sitting and writing to just have one of those on in the background and kind of inspires me a little bit. You know,
Yeah, because it'll give you a sense of, epic grandeur and,
exactly. I mean, I'm
faith.
not that I'm stealing anything. I don't steal anything. I'm just listening in, and I'm like, this is
Mm.
really epic, and it kind of leads epic moments in the book. So,
Well, if you're writing a book, you can't really steal music.
yeah, which you can mention song names, I suppose. You just got to be careful. Tangent, sorry, people.
Weird tangent.
Yeah, but anyway,
Yeah. So,
Superman.
Superman on Superman.
Superman.
Will kneel before Zod.
Oh, that scene, yes. Neil before Zod. Played by the wonderful Terrence Stamp.
Terrence Stamp, yes. What a marvelous man.
Yes, yes.
So, excuse me, I'm just pouring. There we go. Thank you. So, your turn. Number five.
Number three for me.
I
Pure 80s sci-fi action satire by the absolute legend Paul Verhoeven with a script by Ed Niemeyer. It is, of course, the part man, part machine, all cop, RoboCop, or if you're buying him from Mexico, Robert Cop.
Robert Cop. Ah, yes, Robert Cop. I remember him.
Yeah, RoboCop for me.
Mm.
I'm going to make a little bit of a confession here. I first saw RoboCop at the tender age of 6 years old.
Nice.
Yeah, I was going through this thing. I was a Transformers fan. I was hooked on robots. There's this film called RoboCop that my parents have just rented from the local video store. They want to watch it. It's rated 18. I'm adamant that I'll be okay with whatever I saw. I had nightmares for a month. But you know the bit? Do you know the bit that did it for me, right? It wasn't any of the swearing or the nudity or it was that bit. The toxic waste guy, as I called him for many, many a year. But that scene where he comes out and the skin's hanging off his fingers and he does that scream. That scream haunted me for a very long time.
Can't remember the actor's name, but he looks like Ron Howard.
He does, doesn't he?
Richard Cunningham's all kind of fucked up.
But yeah, that for me, RoboCop is just quintessential 80s viewing. If you're talking about 80s films, not just any particular genre, but just 80s films in a generalization, RoboCop should be on that list. And to see it on the big screen, because I never did.
Yeah, I never did.
It would just be heaven. You know, all those explosions and gunshots and the epic score. Again, another fantastic score, the RoboCop march. Which, segueing slightly there, or tangenting slightly there, the remake, the one thing I did like about the remake is they used that theme at the beginning. That was that moment where I went, oh, it might be good. 30 seconds later, no, it won't.
Samuel L. Jackson was good.
Yeah, he was decent in it. But it's Sam Jackson, I mean, I could read the phone book and it'd be fucking funny.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, so for me, my number 3 pick is RoboCop. I suppose you could kind of say double feature it with RoboCop 2, because although it's not as good, I think there's more links between those two than there is between 2 and 3.
Mm.
Like number 3 for me feels like a completely different timeline for RoboCop. If you take the first two together, like you said with your last pick,
Yeah,
you know,
Star Wars,
Star Wars, yeah,
Superman. Sorry.
then yeah, double feature it. Anyway,
Yes.
number 2 pick.
No. Oh, it is number 2, isn't it?
Yeah, because you did number no.
Oh, bollocks.
Wait, I went first for number 5.
Mm.
Let me number 4. It's your number 3. Sorry, I got lost. My mistake.
Oh, I thought we were doing 5 each.
5 each. Yes, this is number 3 for you.
Oh.
How much is that drink? How much is
That's
that?
enough.
Anyway,
More booze.
pick number 3 for you then, guy.
Right, that would be, and I'm not sure why I didn't actually see this at the cinema because I would have been old enough. But Heat.
Oh yes, I do remember that film. My dad watched that film. I don't think I actually watched it all the way through. I think I caught parts of it because he was watching it on one of his weekends off from work, and I was kind of in and out with friends.
If you get the chance.
Is that it's the one with Val Kilmer and Al Pacino, isn't it?
And Robert De Niro. Yes.
And yes, I saw the end of it.
Mm.
I only saw the ending. I can remember seeing the ending. But yeah, I would like to see that on the big screen if it did make a
Because yeah, because just the whole atmosphere, just the way Michael Mann works with cinematography and camera,
oh, definitely.
so fucking stylish. And apparently that the bank robbing scene in it is apparently was just fucking awesome at the cinema.
Oh, I can imagine it must have been.
With the bang bang shooty guns.
Oh hell yes.
Yeah,
Hell
you know I like bang bang shooty guns.
we do love that stuff. Anything that explodes and causes chaos. We're all about that down here.
Yeah. But yeah, absolutely cool as fuck film. Then I wish I'd seen it. Oh, I was old enough to. I just don't know why I didn't. So there you go.
The mistakes of youth.
Mm.
Oh, I can attest to the mistakes of youth.
No, I bet you can.
Oh, definitely. So my number 2 pick now then?
Mm-hmm.
All right, then we did mention this in a episode a few weeks ago. For me, because we talked about it in the episode, The Crow.
Mm.
We talked about it in the episode, so go and watch that episode and then come back to this one.
Here's the part of the show, ladies and gentlemen, where I get to look smug.
He did, didn't he? I remember you saying, I'm not better. I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No. Anyway,
Yes,
moving swiftly on, your number 2 pick.
My number 2. Number 2.
What are you, 12?
Yeah, my wife said, you're immature, period. I just went, period.
What's the difference between Guy and a block of cheddar? The block of cheddar will eventually mature.
So, yes, sorry, folks. That was a strange tangent.
It really was.
Yeah, really, really was. My number 2 is, what's it? Oh, shite. Why don't I fucking write these down? Some bit of a knob. Oh, yeah, that was it.
I did.
Oh, that's Google SWAT. Jesus Christ.
Read between the lines.
Yeah. Tron.
Oh, yes. I did get to see Tron Legacy at the cinema.
Nice.
The second one, which
So did I.
not as good, was
No.
technically impressive for its time because, again, much like the original, at the time it was groundbreaking CG and special effects and stuff. So I kind of got it.
Yeah.
Original. Whoa.
A lot of people diss it, but For me, I thought it was great. It fired my imagination as a child.
Yeah. Do you know what? It took me into adulthood until I noticed the Pac-Man cameo in the background.
Oh, you twat.
Yeah. But then again, I was too distracted by like the cool costume designs and the colors and all that. I mean, that's
Yeah,
the thing about Tron. Every time you watch it, there is something new that catches your eye that you didn't
yeah.
before. Like little
And
sketches.
it started my appreciation as well at a young age for Jeff Bridges.
Yeah, damn good actor.
The dude.
He is. He is. Very, very good. Good in the second one as well.
Yeah. The fuck.
I was about to say, what blew up?
Oh, Hendrix being a knob. Hold on.
Welcome back to the show, Hendrix.
Oh, no, it's all right. He's off. There we go.
Hi, Hendrix.
Crisis.
Nothing to report today, apparently.
No. No, he's not interested today. Sorry, folks. Right, so your number one.
My number one. These are I could not decide between these two. I kind of thought about it for quite a while, and out of all of the films I've seen, right now, bear this in mind, out of all the films I've seen today, I stacked up four large boxes of just DVDs and Blu-rays. I've watched a lot of films over my life. These two films I have watched more times than any other film I've ever watched, and that includes the original Transformers animated movie, which I wore out two VHS copies of. These two films alone gave me more of an appreciation for, how do I put this? Not letting things like a budget hold you back. For not agreeing with Hollywood, for staying independent for pretty much his entire career, maybe a couple of films here and there that would.
Marvelous. Star Wars. Great stuff. Nice one.
No. I am, of course, talking about the two films that put the man, the myth, the zombie godfather himself, George A. Romero, on the map. Night of the Living Dead, the original, and Dawn of the Dead, the original, as a double feature. And when I say double feature, I mean literally like you don't even get out, you don't even get a break, back to back.
Christ, you're harsh.
Well, let's put it this way, right? Avatar, The Shape of Water is 4 hours long. If you put those two films together, they'd be 3.5 hours long. So you get two films for the price of one. It makes more sense. But yeah, for me, Night of the Living Dead is just zombies wouldn't be what they are now today in things like The Walking Dead and The Last of Us and countless other modern zombie interpretations would not be what they are now without these two films. I mean, the video game Dead Rising is about a reporter trapped in a shopping mall filled with zombies, right? The legalities of that came so close that on the box they had to have a little label saying that this is not any way, which way, shape, or form connected to the Dawn of the Dead universe or anything. They had to like say, no, it's just an inspiration. It's not a direct copy. So if you have not seen these two films at all, check them out. And hopefully you'll agree with me, especially considering that Dawn of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead, the original, was actually put into the House of Congress for its cultural and historical significance.
Exactly. That's not awarded to just a fucking film.
No, and one little nugget that I do know is that it was one of the first films in the mid-60s to cast a black actor as the lead. Not because he was black, simply because he was the best actor they saw at that time. And he was the last one to survive to the end. Whereas the stereotype in films at that time, that if there was a character of color, they were usually the first one to get killed off. It became almost a running joke in later parody films.
Yeah.
So, to do that back then was incredibly fucking brave.
Hmm.
Top that then, guy.
I'm back.
I do not know where that came from. One of my bitch personalities was just like, say it, say it. I'm sorry. I apologize. I love you, really. I love you dearly.
Challenge accepted.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Well then, folks, we're going to travel back in time to 1968. Yes, indeed. Your heroic person here, yours truly, was not even born. So that's my excuse for not seeing it at the cinema.
True, if it's before your time.
Yes, exactly. I am, of course, talking about Planet of the Bloody Apes.
Oh, okay.
God, to see that.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I can.
17 mil. I want to see it. 17 mil.
Oh,
The vistas, the camera work,
the special effects, the makeup.
the practical makeup,
Oh.
the soundtrack.
Mm.
That fucking soundtrack, Jesus Christ. And Charlton, fucking Hester.
Oh, yes. Yes. Astronaut.
Never mind. Never mind, get your damn paws off me, you dirty ape. No,
Oh, yeah.
his monologue at the start is just a fucking powerhouse.
Oh, yeah. That's the opening to the film as well.
Mm.
You know what I mean? That's.
Yeah, just to see. I mean, I bloody love. I mean, look. Yeah, the modern versions are good. The
Yeah.
2001 version with Mark Wahlberg was shit.
The Tim Burton one just.
It's shit.
No. No.
Absolute shit. But no, to see
ones, they're good.
to see the original on the
Oh, hell yeah.
fuck yeah.
Well, not even the first. I'd say all five. The
Yeah.
five original films back to back. I'd sit through that. As long as I can smoke, drink, eat, I'll be fine. If I
Yeah.
had personal cinema, that is what I would do. I would just sit down and enjoy the whole series. So
But
yeah,
to see those, just man, what a fucking time to be alive that was.
I bet groundbreaking cinema every day. Just
Yeah, and you could smoke.
yeah, yeah, you could. You could smoke in cinemas back then. You could. Yes, you're quite right.
But yeah, Jesus Christ. I mean,
And if you've not seen Planet of the Apes, people,
oh my God, it's on
Don't
Disney
watch it.
Plus. It's on
Yeah.
the original's on Disney Plus.
I've got a box set, thankfully. But
Mm. Watch it, for God's sake.
well, that's it then. That's kind of our top 10-ish picks.
And I
We
think I
threw a
told you.
few extras. We do have a couple of honorable mentions. I'm going to go with another double bill here. For me, not just because these films follow continuity or anything like that, I think that, again, would be a brilliant double bill, is the best works of John Carpenter in Halloween and The Thing. That's kind of a horror double feature.
Yeah, nice.
You've got one that's atmospheric and suspenseful in Halloween, and then you've got the grotesque body horror, all of that kind of stuff that comes along with The Thing in there. So it just shows his range.
Yeah.
For John Carpenter, and I do love me a good John Carpenter film.
Yeah, I have honorable mentions as well. Aliens
and Predator.
I think those two are given it since it's long have we espoused on our love of both.
Oh yeah, we've done episodes.
We don't need to do anything.
We've done episodes of Alien and Predator. I think if we did any more, we'd just be telling the same thing over again. So
yeah,
all we can really say on that. But one thing I'm going to throw out to the commenters out there for this episode, after we've talked about this in films that we would have liked to have seen at the cinema and maybe possibly make a return. Me and one of my friends, the wonderful Miss Raven Rose, were talking about, you know how you get those kind of retro arcades that are popping up more and more nowadays, where you go in and you play like the old school retro games like Pac-Man and Dig Dug and all that kind of thing. What I'd really like to see is a retro cinema where it shows all old films, sort of pre-2000. You pay the price you would have paid back in those times, and you can take food and stuff in if you want to. Make it a full-on like retro experience. Like old movie posters hanging up with like coming soon and things like that.
Yeah, man, that sounds nice.
That to me sounds like a fucking great idea. So to all the commenters out there, if you agree with me, drop it in the comments.
Yeah, also drop what films you would like to see at the cinema that you didn't get to.
Yeah, we'd like to hear your opinions. What like us, pick 5 films that you would have loved to have seen at the cinema, and maybe we'll discuss them in a future episode. Who knows?
Yeah, because this is a subject that can just be brought back again and again and again. Because let's face it.
Yeah, with the amount of films that are out there in the world, we could pick 5 movies every week for like 6 months and still only scratch the surface.
Yeah.
Unless we just turn around and go, quick way to end this subject. Every film ever released, we'd like to see them in the cinema again. There you go.
Wow, way to spoil that.
Yeah, sorry. 6 months of work gone.
Wow. www.wetblanket.com. So I'm saying.
You do know that the way I've got this set up to record on my own, when you're pointing to that way, you're actually pointing over towards your wife, not me. You're pointing the wrong way. There you go.
Well, then swap us round.
Because I like to be on this side of the screen. I like my space here. Anyway, what would you know? You don't watch the episodes back.
Well, why should I? I've done the episode. I know what happens.
Massage,
I can't spoil them. I can hardly spoil myself, can I?
Well, watch it back for a bit of fun. I don't know. I watched mine back at least once. Just to see how much of a twat I made of myself.
Oh, fair enough. How many episodes are we on now?
This one is, I don't know. Number 5, I think. Yeah, for this series, number 5, I think. She says with a slight hint of assurance that she knows fuck all.
Yeah. Well, there we go. On that bombshell, folks, I think we're going to end it here.
Yes, it's time to say goodnight.
Good night. Good night. Sleep tight.
Good night, everybody. Bye.
Oh, yeah, you're not saying it?
What? Oh, my
No.
sign off.
What do you think?
Not tonight.
Because I did it along with you last week.
Yeah.
Have I spoiled it?
No. Night, everyone. Bye.
Yeah.